Samurai, and of course it says Hasbro down there at the bottom. Wolverine is already out of the box because you know me, I'm very impatient. Silver Samurai artwork on this side, Wolverine artwork on the other. Looks great. I do be throwing these boxes out though. And then we've got the back of the box. We've got the fight mock-up. We've got other characters in the wave. It says War Machine, Psylocke, Omega Red, and Thanos. And then we do get a tiny little blurb at the top. The mutant Wolverine unleashes his adamantium claws against martial arts master and foe of the X-Men, Silver Samurai. Top of the box, bottom of the box, and with all that being said, let's do this, bub. All right, so here they both are out of the box. I already said in my intro that Wolverine is too big, and that still stands. He's way too tall. I'm not saying he's too bulky, but he's too tall. Still looks great regardless as far as paint and details. I know Silver Samurai is almost complete reuse. We got a new head sculpt. I don't have the old Silver Samurai. That's why this 2-pack was an easy pickup for me, even with the oversized Wolverine, because he'll still work for Marvel vs. Capcom. Silver Samurai has that skirt. It's all in the same color of silver, which is that marbled plastic. We've got his symbol painted on his chest in red. So really not too much paint with him. And that's understandable because all of the quote-unquote tooling, there's a symbol right there, went to Wolverine. We do get a new effect piece for his sword though. And yeah, you can see this Wolverine actually has painted arm hair, which is great. We got a nice head sculpt, tiger stripe outfit with some very pointy points that are very, very exaggerated, but that works because that's the style of Marvel vs. Capcom. It was almost anime artwork as far as like the Marvel characters and stuff. So it works really well for that. It's not going to fit on your regular X-Men shelf unless you always have him posed down like this. Standing up, he's about as tall as, well, we'll find out. I haven't done any comparisons yet. But the claws look really nice. The head sculpt is nice. The paint is nice and clean, and he articulates beautifully. Probably the best articulated Marvel Legends that we've ever gotten as far as that's concerned. So lots of stuff to like about this set, lots of stuff to dislike. We'll always find nitpick stuff, stuff to nitpick as collectors, but the main thing for me is Wolverine is too big, and that sucks. But it's also all right. I'll live. I'll be all right, I guess. We still won't have the perfect Wolverine for a while. Sigh. All right, so going over their height here, Wolverine to the top of his head and not the fins is about just under 6 inches, and then the top of his fins, he's at 6 1/4 inches. So too high. He should be like 5 3/4 inches at the max. And then Silver Samurai is about 6 1/4, right? A little over 6 1/2. 6 1/2 to the top of his head. Sorry, I suck with tape measures, but I do it anyway, even if nobody cares. All right, so for articulation, we're going to start with Silver Samurai just because that's not the one. Oops. Just because that's not the one everyone is really waiting for and looking to see. We'll get it out of the way because it's an older figure. Head comes forward that far. Backward, not really at all. Shoulders come up 90 degrees. There's no butterfly joint. We have pinned double elbows. There is an upper ball peg, so he can go back that far, forward that far, which is decent, but that is the only torso articulation you're going to get. Waist swivel, legs come up to the side, thigh cut, pinned double knees. Can't kick his butt because his pants are too bunched up. We got a boot cut, we got rockers. So, you know, this pack was, who can we throw in there that was in Marvel vs. Capcom that we can do easy with no tooling? Oh yeah, Silver Samurai. He's also Wolverine's enemy. So that was really the thought process with this for Hasbro. That's 100% what it was. Quick, easy, painless, new head sculpt, a little bit of a new skirt, I believe. Slightly new tooling, but the figure remains mostly unchanged as far as that guy's concerned. And then we get to the main attraction. This is what we're all here for, right? This humongous, giant-sized Wolverine. Head goes, that's about as far forward as it goes. Nope, never mind, I lied. Goes forward that far so he can touch his chest with his chin almost. It goes back that far, which is fantastic. That goes back really far. Shoulders 90 degrees. We got butterfly joints that pop out. I don't know if you saw that. They go in and then they pop out. So that's nice. We've got an upper ball peg, goes forward, goes backward, and then the new thing here is the ball peg at the torso, which brings him forward even more and back even more. He can almost do the matrix dodge there. No drop down hips, legs come forward, thighs, pinless double knees for butt kicking action. Do we have a boot cut? No boot cut. And then this is bicep cuts here, but this is a new single joint. And you can see the range of movement is still pretty great on there, over a little bit over 90 degrees. I think that would be about 90. So right there is like, I don't know what you would call that. But for the articulation, it's just leaps and bounds above any other Marvel Legends figure that we've gotten this year in general, even over the maximum. He can just get down so far. So it's really, really crazy, the engineering that they did to build this Wolverine, because he works fantastic. It's just he's too big, and that's the main problem I have, is the size. But other than that, there's not really much to complain about. Editing is your friend. There it is. That's what I was looking for. Editing is your friend. All right, accessories. First of all, the only one I have out so far is Silver Samurai's sword with the new power effect. You can see it's got some different colors in there. Samurai sword, katana, sorry, we've seen very many times. But this is new. I have not seen this before. It's got some blues, some purples, looks very good in my lighting. It looks like it's lighting up with energy, which is pretty cool in my opinion. I think they did a great job with that. Then we get here's the other one, two of Wolverine's effects from his moveset from Marvel vs. Capcom. You only get 2 stands, so if you want to do both of them, is there a way to do both of them? There might be. There's not. So you would have to use another stand. It's the same kind of stand that came with Maximum Spider-Man, but you get 2 sets of that, and you do get 2 stands, but the second stand is for something else. But only if you care enough for Silver Samurai's effect piece, which I don't. So that's right there. It's just a giant shuriken is what it looks like, a giant energy shuriken, which is a move in Marvel vs. Capcom 2. So we do get effects, which is cool that they included one for both characters. And we don't get any hands for Silver Samurai. We just get hands for Wolverine, and the alternate hands are, of course, just fists with no claws out. And that's it for the accessories. Actually seems kind of light in my opinion. Yeah, anyone saying this is a Maximum Wolverine, no bone claws, no alternate head, no unmasked head, no cowl down. Yeah, no, not an Ultimate Wolverine. Sorry, Maximum. Here he is with the Secret Wars and the X-Men 97 Wolverine. Secret Wars is the shortest, X-Men 97 is slightly taller, and then this Marvel vs. Capcom one is way too big. You can see that. I think that the X-Men 97 and the Secret Wars are on the same body, it's just different head sculpts. But he's like a half a head taller than both of them. And it may look negligible to you, but like standing next to someone like Captain America or Spider-Man, he just looks way too tall. Wolverine is 5'3". He's not 5'6", not 5'5". He's 5'3". He is a short king, and he weighs like 300 something plus pounds because of the adamantium. So him being short and stout and muscular and bulky is a must. And like, even if you swap the legs, those legs on that 97 Wolverine would be too small. Like the blues are pretty dang close, but the legs would be too small, like not bulky enough. So there's really no way to make him shorter. So anyone saying this is the Maximum Wolverine, I'll say this multiple times, it's too big. They need to go back to the drawing board. He's a great figure, but for Wolverine, he's too big. Here he is with the CT Toys Wolverine and Daken Dark Avengers Wolverine, who he's like half a head shorter than the Daken Wolverine, which is not right, but there's just Wolverine by himself. Well, I'll do one more with Wolverine by himself so you can see what I mean. But we got Wolverines galore. All right, so for more reference, I am using the Renew Your Vows Spider-Man from my Marvel vs. Capcom Spider-Man. Too big for normal Legends, but for Marvel vs. Capcom, he works. He's only 5'10" though. And this Wolverine is supposed to be 5'3", and he's almost as tall as Spider-Man. Once again, we got the half head comparison. So Wolverine should be up to Spider-Man's the midsection of Spider-Man's spider symbol, actually. And then Cap should be towering over Wolverine instead of being chest to shoulder. So all three of these are slightly oversized, but Wolverine is like, no, Wolverine's not slightly oversized. He's way too oversized. But the other two, it kind of creeps up the scale a little bit for Marvel vs. Capcom, which works with the Jada Toy stuff. But I'm disappointed in the height. It's my main sticking point for this review. If you're looking for a short, stout Wolverine, you're gonna have to keep waiting. And here they are with Silver Samurai next to them, so you can see that. Here they are with Venom and Psylocke, Cable and Guile. Lastly, I think with Ken and Chun-Li. So yeah, with all that being said, probably as far as effects, we're getting a lot, but as far as the other accessories like alternate heads and all that stuff, we're not getting anything. So there's no way this is maximum Wolverine. It's too big. I do like the figure. Silver Samurai is just meh. He's reused. I didn't have one, so it's fine. I'm not sure if I'm going to put him on my X-Men shelf or if I'm going to put him on my Marvel vs. Capcom shelf. I'm leaning toward X-Men because I don't really have that much room on my Marvel vs. Capcom shelf at the moment because it's getting kind of full. Once the Alpha stuff starts releasing, I'm going to take away Street Fighter stuff and just make a separate Street Fighter shelf and put the Alpha stuff that fits with the Marvel vs. Capcom stuff on the shelf instead. So that'll be something to do here pretty soon in the future. But if you want a very articulated Wolverine that's painted properly and has a normal skin tone, still too big, but yeah, you're gonna have to pay $60 for it. And then you get Silver Samurai as a bonus figure. Worth it, but like only because of the articulation and the Wolverine is really good, other than the size. So if I sound like I'm on the fence, I am, but I was also always going to get this 2-pack anyway. So yeah, if you like this video, smash like, hit subscribe, become a channel member for 99 cents. So yeah, do become a channel member though, 99 cents. Comment, let me know if you're passing, scooping, how your day is going. Just say hey. Do all that stuff. Keep your head up, stay brave. If you're protesting, be safe. Be kind to your local LGBTQ community. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Berserker Barrage! Snicked!
Capcom presents
Ready?
Marvel vs. Capcom 2 New Age of Heroes.
Just wait 1 minute. I'm watching this new Rowdy Riles video and it's really awesome. I don't want to miss it.
It's like this chick that reviews action figures and it's really freaking cool.
Yes, I think I saw some videos and there's some really good contents out there, you know?
She reviews the ponies and stuff because you knows I love ponies.
She doesn't review ponies. It's freaking cool stuff, Toki.
I really believe that we are in a renaissance when it comes to female Marvel Legends figures, because for the longest time they had one body frame, one body type. You know, they would swap arms, chest pieces, legs, but they really had one size of woman in Marvel Legends. And an example right here is the much older Enchantress figure. And while it works for some characters, there's just so many different characters that needed different proportions, different looks, definitely more articulation. So yeah, today we're going to talk about how Marvel Legends is doing it right when it comes to female figures. Like, yes, Marvel Legends is domestic, it's Hasbro, blah, 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 all that stuff. But unlike McFarlane or other toy lines, they're putting a lot of work into improving and changing up their female body molds and you know, just doing slight changes to make it that much better. Like, so it all started with our deluxe Target exclusive, go figure, Target exclusive Black Widow. And you know, she added butterfly joints, she has an ab crunch, upper ball peg, and you know, she's skinny, she's athletic, she's a spy, she can get in and out of tight spaces. So this body frame works perfectly for Natasha. And you know, they used it, they made it, they did the tooling and all that stuff. So now torso swap, leg swap, and that's really all they need to do, arm swap. So they started the work with Black Widow, and all of these female figures, some of them share pieces, but they are all differently proportioned, whether it be the legs, the arms, what have you. Like, they all look different. Like, we have the next use of that retooled body for our Jean Grey Phoenix, and she also looks fantastic. Butterfly joints, upper ball peg, but you put them next to each other and they look different enough. Like, I think Black Widow has, it may just be because she's in black and black is slimming, but I think she has smaller thighs. Like, she just looks smaller, and of course the chest and the crotch piece and all that stuff is different. So arms, all that stuff. So, you know, we're getting some more variation as opposed to the same legs and arms and all that stuff. So, you know, Natasha, Jean Grey, great starts to improving female Marvel Legends. Then we got She-Hulk. The only thing She-Hulk is missing, in my opinion, is some butterfly joints. And I understand why they didn't put her butterfly joints on it, because she's a bigger figure, but at the same time, just go ahead and do it. Because when you release that She-Hulk with butterfly joints, everyone's going to rebuy it, and it better be in that classic skimpy 80s outfit that everyone is waiting for. Just do it, Hasbro. Just do it. But we have a bigger female body for, you know, bigger female characters. She-Hulk is the main one that comes to mind, but Titania should have been about as big as She-Hulk, and that body is smaller, but it's also another one that I could have grabbed and put up here. But I'm really going for, like, bodies that they can use to make other characters, and the Titania one has a lot of unique sculpt that is unique to Titania. So the She-Hulk one, they've already reused it for the Fantastic Four, which hit my pile of loot, so hopefully I can take care of that. And of course we come to another Target exclusive, Warbird, Miss Marvel, Captain Marvel, whichever you want to call her, they're all kind of accurate. And I believe the torso for this, no, it's not. So this is reuse of the torso from Phoenix with new legs and new arms. Obviously, is it new arms? No, it's just painted, so the sculpt doesn't need to be. So new legs, new head sculpt, changing up that Phoenix torso, making it a little different. She should be a little bit taller, but it's okay. She's kind of cakey, which Miss Marvel should be, but you know, she's not known for that like certain other characters that I got recently. But yeah, it's just like I said, we're in a renaissance for female Marvel Legends. We're getting all these different body types, newly tooled, better articulation, much like Power Princess, who also, like She-Hulk, because she's a larger body, they did not give her butterfly joints, but you could reuse this Power Princess for other characters, like bigger characters, like maybe Volcana could be on, use these legs and arms, obviously with different forearms and bottom legs. But you know, there's uses for this, and all you really gotta do is make a new torso with some butterfly joints. And then that brings us to the cream of the crop, and she's a character that has kind of an indistinguishable figure, especially when it comes to certain artist renditions. So we have Psylocke, and she is almost completely new. The only reuse is on her forearms right here and her lower legs right here. Other than that, completely new sculpt, new torso. Yeah, completely new. So we have another body that we can put thicker female characters on now, such as Psylocke, and it's much needed that we have all these different variations, because I don't know if y'all know this, I know it's a bunch of boys that watch this stuff mostly, but women, we all come in different shapes and sizes and all that stuff. So it is great to see Marvel Legends putting in the work and making all of these new molds so that we all have representation. And then bringing it back to one of the original molds, this one is even not bad. So this is the Shriek mold that they started to use a lot, and they've kind of phased this out, but it also still works. She's smaller. It's a smaller, skinnier body for smaller, skinnier female characters. So we're living in a female figure renaissance. I truly do believe that, like I said earlier. So I appreciate at least what Hasbro is doing in this capacity. It is very, very great to see. So yeah, if y'all like this video, smash like. If you're new here, hit subscribe, become a channel member for 99 cents. Make sure you enter my 4K giveaway. We're giving away a Moffex Spider-Man. Yeah, do all that stuff. Keep your head up, stay brave, be kind to your local LGBTQ community. If you're protesting, be safe. I love y'all. I will see you next time, and bye-bye.
Just wait 1 minute. I'm watching this new Rowdy Riles video and it's really awesome. I don't want to miss it.
It's like this chick that reviews action figures and it's really freaking cool.
Yes, I think I saw her videos and there's some really good contents out there, you know?
She reviews the ponies and stuff because you knows I love ponies.
She doesn't review ponies. It's freaking cool stuff, Toki.
Ready?
How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. So I've been on the hunt for something. I even had people trying to look out for it for me, but I got off of work and I was like, hey, I'm gonna check Target because I really want this 2-pack for obviously the one character. So I go into Target and I shoot right for the action figures, and there's 2 Psylocke and Thanos Game Reverse 2-packs. So I finally got her, Psylocke. I've already done the video. I had to redo the intro because it just looked really bad. I don't know what was up with the video quality, but regardless, I have Psylocke and Thanos. I'm super hyped. First successful toy hunt in a long time. So yeah, with all that being said, let's just get into it. Taking a look at the front of the box, as you can see, Psylocke is missing because I already took her out. Like I said in the intro, too excited to leave her in that prison. Come on, stand up, Betsy. Stand up, Betsy. There we go. But on the front, it says Marvel, Game Reverse, Marvel Legends. And then we have Psylocke versus Thanos, although her name is blocked. And yeah, some nice arcadey looking artwork with pixel names, titles, whatever. On this side, we've got some nice artwork. It says Game Reverse Thanos. On the back, we get an arcade-style health bar, and, you know, they're fighting because this Marvel vs. Capcom. And then, of course, we've got the teams up there, Psylocke, Wolverine, and War Machine, all of which are coming. And the Wolverine is apparently humongous and way too big because he's based on the game sprite and not on actual Wolverine. So once again, we're getting screwed out of a perfect Tiger Stripe Wolverine. And then on Thanos' side, it says Thanos, Silver Samurai, and Omega Red with their HP bars. Artwork on this side is the lovely Psylocke in pixelated art and a render of the figure. Top of the box, bottom of the box, and with all that being said, now what I really need is that Marvel Snap 3-pack from San Diego Comic-Con. That's what I need now for Shauna and Rogue. Okay, so right off the bat, I just want to get this out of the way. I do have one major problem with the Psylocke so far. Her accessories don't work. Like, she comes with the one that goes on her fist, that's fine, but the crown mask thing and the other 2 effects, they don't work. I don't know how they work. I don't know if it's user error or what, but And I also had to give her a katana because she did not come with any type of blade, and Psylocke needs a katana. We'll check out Thanos first. As far as the looks, he's the same figure as the deluxe, except he's got a new shoulder piece and he's got a new head sculpt without those longer horns. And then the colors are of course different. We've got a kind of more, I don't know what the word is, muted blue, and then kind of a more orange than yellow for like his gloves and his boots and the trim and the Infinity Gauntlet, which he does come with. So very Marvel versus Capcom inspired looking Thanos, and that's what assignment was. So as for Psylocke, she looks fantastic, other than some weak paint, and Smudge Customs pointed that out, that, you know, up where her thighs or where her glutes are and her shoulders are, that's painted on in flesh tone, and it's not completely color matched, but it's really not that noticeable. But the other problem I have is her accessories don't work. Like, I can't get them on. Her face sculpts look amazing. She's 99% new. The only reuse is the forearms and the bottom of the legs. The rest of it is all new sculpt. So they put a lot of work in, and Psylocke is definitely well represented here. Much better proportioned in my opinion than say the Moth-X or whoever else has put out Psylocke. Definitely way better than the older Marvel Legends, both versions. But she looks great with that katana. And yeah, I don't like her accessories. They don't work very well. So that's the major issue that I have with her. Other than that, I don't see any problems. The blues all match. She's, you know, two head sculpts, a bunch of accessories, most of which just I cannot figure out how to get them on, and it's so stupid. But regardless, I am finally glad that I found this 2-pack in the wild. First successful toy hunt in a long time. So yeah, definitely was hyped to see it when I walked to the toy aisle. Checking out their height, Thanos stands at about 8 inches to the top of his horn, but 7 1/4 to the top of his head. And Psylocke is about 5 3/4 inches, just under 6. So works for me. Going over articulation, we're going to go over Thanos first, just because that's old hat. Sorry, Psylocke, I didn't mean to knock you over. Starting at the head, forward, backward, side to side, not much there. Shoulders come up about 90 degrees. We do get a bicep cut, which doesn't work very well. Sorry, kind of hard to turn because of the sculpt, but there it is. Very, very limited single joint at the elbow. Ab crunch goes back that far, forward that far. Waist cut, legs come forward to the side. Double pinless knees, but no butt kicking action here because Thanos is too chonky. We do get a thigh cut. We don't get a boot cut. And then we get rockers at the ankle, so you can kind of pose him. I'm going to keep him and put him on my Marvel vs. Capcom shelf just because I straight up have an MVC shelf, but a lot of people are getting rid of him because they already have the deluxe, which I also have. Now for Psylocke's articulation. Starting at the head, it goes forward that far, back not at all because the hair gets in the way. You would think they would learn from Jada with that blonde hair. They had time, I think. Shoulders come up 90 degrees. The butterfly joint goes forward that far, backward that far. You can actually see inside of it. It does go back pretty dang far. So we get a bicep cut, which is hidden. Pinless double elbows, which work beautifully. Ab crunch, upper ball peg back that far, forward that far, and then with the ab crunch, you get that. You also get that. So that's nice. Legs come forward to the side, hidden thigh cuts, pinless double knees, no butt kicking action because Psylocke is thick. She thick. She freaking thick. And no boot cut, rockers, but she definitely is the most posable female Marvel Legends that we've gotten yet, even more so than that Black Widow, I would say, just because she really does have all the bells and whistles, other than the accessories not freaking working, and I don't like them. I don't like that they don't work. But there she is kicking. Give her ninja sword. There you go. So yeah, she can definitely get in all the poses you would want her to, other than getting her head backwards because her hair gets in the way. But definitely worth it for Psylocke. I needed this figure. First off, for accessories, Thanos first. He gets an Infinity Gauntlet. That is it. That's all Thanos comes with, although those are painted very nicely, very smoothly. We got the red one. That one's the only one that's not kind of shiny holographic looking. But that's Thanos accessories. Who am I kidding? That's how he should be posed anyway. And then for Psylocke's accessories, there's the neutral head sculpt that we get. Not even neutral, she's still kind of angry, but here's her really angry head sculpt, and I did manage to get the mask on. It just kind of sits there, so you have to like just put it there and hope that pressure keeps it, which is stupid, but at least I got it on her. So there's the other head sculpt with the flowy hair and the angry face and the teeth, which it's all very nicely painted. I don't have any issues with mine, I don't think. No, it all looks good. So yeah, there's that. And then of course, as soon as I put it down, it fell off. So yeah, it's got two different pegs. Then we got this effect piece, which self-explanatory. It just clips onto her wrist and goes over her fist. LOL. So that works really easily. Then we come to these things, which look fantastic. I really want to get some cool pictures of her using them, but they have, where is it? They have this, but there's like no room to put her fist. Like it's just like an arm would fit. I don't know. It seems like, I don't know. So they're supposed to be like psionic energy blades or whatever, and I will get them on for photography, but I don't know how to do it. I've looked at videos and they're like, you just gotta put them on there. It's like, thanks for the help, y'all. And then she does come with some hands. She comes with a right and left kind of ninja posing hand with the two fingers pointed out. And then she comes with an extra open hand. And she didn't come with the katana, but I gave her Lady Domino's katana because it's probably the best Marvel Legends katana that we've gotten as far as proportions and all that stuff. And it fits in her hand. It's not too small, so. And then I also have this one from the other Psylocke. So if I wanted to, although it's a different color, I should have kept the other purple one in hindsight, but still looks cool. I can still use that for her.
Marvel vs. Capcom 2. New Age of Heroes.
First of all, for scale and comparison, here's Thanos next to Thanos, and I was wrong. They actually gave him new glove parts. The hands are the same, but these upper gloves and the boots are different. So they did change him up a little bit, so he's slightly taller. Even without the extra long horns, he's still taller, Thanos, so there's that. Next up for scale and comparison, we have our new Psylocke and Thanos with the old Jim Lee training suit Psylocke, who is now outdated. I will probably get rid of her, you know how it goes. Plus the skin tones don't match on the head sculpt, so you can't even swap them if you wanted to. Here they are next to Marvel Legends Captain America, with Jada, Chun-Li, and Cammy, Blanca and Ryu, and then lastly with CT Wolverine, who's probably still going to be on my Marvel vs. Well, he's going to stay on my Marvel vs. Capcom shelf regardless, because he's still the best scaled Wolverine in my opinion. And then with Mafex Spider-Man, one of which you could win once we hit 4K. So if you're watching this and you're new, and this obviously was members first, but you can become a channel member and subscribe, and then go find the giveaway video and make sure you're entered for that, because yeah, I'm sure you'll want to win it. Also, smash like. Smash like, hit subscribe, enter the giveaway, be kind to your local LGBTQ community, keep your head up, stay brave. If you're protesting, stay safe. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah.
Ready?
Just wait 1 minute. I'm watching this new Rowdy Riles video and it's really awesome. I don't want to miss it.
It's like this chick that reviews action figures and it's really freaking cool.
Yes, I think they saw some videos and there's some really good contents out there, you know?
She reviews the ponies and stuff because you knows I love ponies.
She doesn't review ponies. It's freaking cool stuff, Toki.
How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. So I was going to do a top 10 Marvel Legends of 2025 so far, but I realized that I only have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 releases so far for Marvel Legends, which I don't think is enough to make a top 10, but we can definitely make a top 5. So this is going to be elimination style, much like my last couple top 10s. And I know already right off the bat who's getting eliminated first. Agent Venom. Terrible update to a decent figure that's aged, obviously, and there's a lot of problems. No waist articulation, no ab crunch, just a lot of stiff articulation. He's also a little bit too small in my opinion. So Agent Venom was definitely a terrible release for Marvel Legends this year, and they're reusing this body with some added additions for the Magic the Gathering Anti-Venom, which I'm gonna get because it's Spider-Man, it's Magic the Gathering. But just a disappointment of a figure right here. The next easy elimination is, although I do love me some 90s Clone Saga, Kane from the same wave as Agent Venom. There are better figures in this wave. One of them is still up there, but Kane and Agent Venom, they could have done so much more. We could have had a ball peg at the waist for him. We could have made him a little bit bigger, given him an alternate unmasked head sculpt, you know, just stuff that adds to a character. And when you're spending 25 bucks, you should get accessories out the wazoo. And both of these guys were kind of a letdown. So both of them, easy eliminations. The next one is also pretty easy. Although I do like the figure, I got him for $5, but Maximum Hulk, for something that's supposed to be maximum, too much reuse. Same arms, same legs, new head sculpts, new upper torso, and that's really all they did. And I understand the mentality of Hasbro, but at the same time, if you're going to make something maximum, you got to redo it from the top down, just like Spider-Man. And even the Deadpool has some reuse, like the Wakizashi and his baby knife, and some of those weapons are from G.I. Joe. So the Maximum line has been pretty hit or miss. The Maximum Spider-Man, they're all too expensive, but at least you get a bunch of all new stuff with Maximum Spider-Man. So Maximum Hulk, eliminated. Next, let's see, Marrow is going to get eliminated next. Just not enough articulation on her. They could have added a ball peg at the torso to give her an extra range movement. She's a good looking figure. She fits on the Marvel vs. Capcom shelf, but we're trying to figure out the top 5 here. So she is not top 5 material. Although there are some really great female figures that were released by Hasbro this year as far as Marvel Legends. Marrow, sayonara, sucker. And the next one that we have eliminated is Adam Warlock with his Infinity Gauntlet, or Infinity Gauntlet with Adam Warlock accessory. Like the figure, don't have a whole lot of attachment to it. We got the Infinity Gauntlet. He goes great next to Thanos, but definitely not in top 5. I think it's on the Vulcan body. So yeah. Some improvements, some new cool stuff, but not top 5 material for me. How many do we have left? 2, 4, 6, 8. So we gotta eliminate, what, 8? 3 more. All right, that's not too hard. Thanos, you were the hostage holder in the hostage pack. Great figure, nice update. Colors are a little off for me. Articulates well for a big guy, although these arm joints are very, very limited. But I already have a Thanos. I have the deluxe one that came with the alternate heads, so easy elimination for me. I'm kind of bending the rules a little bit because not all of these are new sculpts. Some of them are repaints, but when a figure is good, it's just like, you know, I can't really complain about it. So this Thanos, great figure. I like it. Doesn't come with enough. Was in a hostage pack. Psylocke was being held hostage, so this Thanos is getting eliminated. So now we got to get down to 2 more, and I think it's going to be pretty easy here. So Dakin, great figure, don't mind him at all. But for the purposes of this video, I don't need another Wolverine, whether it's Dark Wolverine or regular Wolverine in my top 5. I don't need that right now. Surprisingly, there's no other Wolverines, but Dak and Wolverine, we need the rest of the Dark Avengers. We need an updated Hawkeye. We need an updated Ares. So I was glad to get him, but like I said, this is a top 5 video. There's better figures. I like him a lot, especially this head sculpt, but Dakin, you go bye-bye. 2, 4, 6. All right, we got to get rid of one more. One more from this lovely group of figures. Oof. All right, getting a little harder here. We got to eliminate one more figure, and I know who it's going to be. It sucks because it's a figure that we haven't had in a long time, but it's also not the ideal version. It is the animated series version of Chameleon. We need a new 616 Chameleon, but for now I have this guy. He's on my shelf. He was definitely the best of that Spider-Man wave that had Agent Venom and Kane. Came with the most accessories, the most fun factor in my opinion. I like it. I like the figure. It's just, you know, this is, oh, see, I did have the problem. My Chameleon's belt is not connected. I was wondering if that was, how did I not notice that before? Unless it broke. No, it's just missing a piece. Yo, so that, I'm glad he got eliminated. How did I not see that? That was a running error in this figure. It was that he's missing a part of his belt, like it never connected, and that is the case with mine, and I didn't notice it until now, unless it snapped at some point, and like I said, I didn't. Ooh, that sucks. All right, so yeah, he's definitely getting eliminated. That is awful. I don't like that. But you know what? That means that we can get rid of the silly belt thing and just make it so that he wears masks and disguises like Chameleon does in the comic books. Because this is from the animated series. God, that's a bummer, y'all. This is from the animated series, and it's like a hologram. So this mask didn't really work with that on, but if I take that off and I give him like some ammo pouches, we got a better 616 looking Chameleon. So shoot, y'all. Golly gosh, god dang. Chameleon, you're eliminated. And that, y'all, brings us to our top 5, and I will order them. I will rank them as how I feel right now. Number 5 is going to go to Evil Miss Marvel, or it could be Carol if you want it to be, from the Dark Avengers. It's a reused body from, obviously, the Miss Marvel Phoenix body, but great articulation, decent amount of accessories. She's helping to round out that Dark Avengers team. Definitely like Moonstone, Miss Marvel. It's a cool figure. And the outfit, if you wanted to do an Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes display, you would use this one with a different head sculpt. But yeah, great figure. She gets the number 5 spot. The number 4 spot, and I'm also factoring in value to these. So the number 4 spot goes to Ultimate Miles Morales. Now, some people have a problem with the hips. I don't really care. He's half Puerto Rican, half black, so he got some cake on him. It's fine. And also his mom is Rio, and she got some cake. So if Miles has a little junk in the trunk, I see no problems with that. But it adds to the drop down hips, so that he gets more full articulation. Like, look at that. Came out around the same time as the Maximum Spider-Man, so they are comparable in articulation. The only difference is we don't get that wrist articulation and we don't get toe joints. But other than that, he can really nail most of the poses that your Maximum Spider-Man can. I gave him the Game Reverse Electric Hands because Miles' Venom Blast is a cool power that he has that Peter Parker doesn't. So I like this Miles figure. Haters be damned. I think it's the best Miles Morales Spider-Man figure that we've gotten, and I really like it. So he got eliminated from my top 10 so far of 2025, but he's sticking it through for Marvel Legends. Then we get to number 3, and we're going on value once again. God, this is difficult. All right. We're going to give the Fantastic Four She-Hulk number 3, just because she's a bigger figure. She comes with a bunch of accessories, and she's only $24.99. She's regular retail price, not marked as a deluxe. You get that other ponytail head sculpt back there, as well as 2 dumbbells, and 2 extra sets of hands. So this She-Hulk is our number 3. Really, really great value. I really like this figure a lot, actually, even though she's Fantastic Four shield, which I don't mind that version of the Fantastic Four. But it's reuse, which should put it lower on my list, but for me, it's all about value at this point when it comes to Marvel Legends. All right, now we've got our number 2 and number 1 spot. This is going to be difficult, y'all, because y'all know Spider-Man is my favorite character. No, actually it's easy, because Psylocke was in a hostage pack, and it also cost $10 more. Was it $60 or $50? I don't know. But Psylocke gets number 2. Brand new sculpt, lots of accessories. She didn't come with a katana, so that's a bummer. I had to give her one, but she's just a fantastic looking figure with some issues. It's Marvel Legends. It's domestic retail. I don't really have a problem with my skin tones. They match. I figured out these other accessories, so that adds to the play factor. So I really like this Psylocke, but she cost $10. Was it $60 or $50? Let me know in the comments. I don't remember. But for me, I didn't know if this was going to be the case, but I love this Maximum Spider-Man. I really do. The price is a bummer, but the accessories, the posability, all that stuff, the way he looks, it's just great, especially for Marvel vs. Capcom. I love this Spider-Man. I'm a huge Spider-Man fan, so if there's a way for Spider-Man to be in my top 5, top 10, whatever, guarantee it's going to happen, because that's just how my brain works. So yeah, there is my top 5 Marvel Legends of 2025 so far. If y'all like this video, smash like, hit subscribe if you're new here, become a channel member if you want extra content. Let me know how your day is going in the comments. Let me know if you agree, disagree, who you would have swapped, how your day is going, whatever. If you're protesting, be safe, keep your head up, stay brave, be kind to your local LGBTQ community. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. The winner, Maximum Spider-Man.
Just wait 1 minute. I'm watching this new Rowdy Riles video, and it's really awesome. I don't want to miss it.
It's like this chick that reviews action figures and it's really freaking cool.
Yes, I think they saw some videos and there's some really good contents out there, you know?
She reviews the ponies and stuff because you knows I love ponies.
She doesn't review ponies. It's freaking cool stuff, Toki.
This is it. This is what the boss wanted.
How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. Today we are talking about an older set of figures. I got them for my Secret Wars video. I never did a review on them, and it's Tuesday when this is being uploaded, so you know what that means. It's a video for everybody, no members first. So today we're talking about the Wrecking Crew. I also, full disclosure, I have these guys listed for sale. I haven't sold them as of yet after this video, but that's because my hope is that they'll do a Secret Wars Wave 2 and they'll at least do half of them, and then we'll get the other updated ones later. I think they're too big for normal Marvel Legends. They're supposed to scale with Thor, but they're too big. But yeah, so with all that being said, we're going to take a close look at these really old figures. And yeah, let's just get into it. So here we have our Wrecking Crew. We've got Wrecker, Bulldozer, Pile Driver, and Thunderball. And yeah, they've all got their various powers and super strength and all that. He's got a wrecking ball, obviously. He's got a giant crowbar. Pretty sure this one's Pile Driver. He looks like a pile driver to me. And of course, he's got that head cage because he just runs into stuff and rams it and knocks it down. He's got all those metal reinforcements with the which is nicely sculpted. It's the rivets and the bolts and all that stuff, and it's in that nice gunmetal black. But other than that, he's just wearing an orange bodysuit coming down to more rivets and metal down there. So nothing too crazy on the design. And the funny thing about all these guys is they're all mostly on the same identical body. I think this is Thunderball right here. I think he's the leader. Doesn't have a weapon. Not exactly sure what he does, but yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not trying to pretend like I know stuff I don't know, so correct me if I'm wrong, like I said. This guy is obviously Wrecker because he's got a wrecking ball. I mean, he may not be Wrecker, you never know. But once again, very simple outfit, much like Thunderball over there, if he is Thunderball. We've got that head cowl coming down to some basic colors. We've got green and yellow, and a wrecking ball right there. And I actually took his wrecking ball and gave it to Absorbing Man because it actually matches Absorbing Man's medal. So, and I gave him Absorbing Man's wrecking ball, so I do have both of their pieces. And then the guy over here, I believe, is Wrecker, right? No. Bulldozer, maybe? I don't know. I got the names wrong, I guess. But he's the only one with a different torso piece. He's got like a jacket folded over. And, you know, they've all got different belts and gloves. But the legs and the upper torsos mostly are the same on these guys. So they're all blend aesthetically, but they're huge. And I'm thinking after this video I may get rid of them in hopes that we're going to get an updated one for Secret Wars, maybe? Maybe? We just need Volcana, and we'll have every villain from Secret Wars. But these guys are desperately in need of an update. I know we're not doing comparison yet, but they're pretty big, so we can just knock that part out. They're all the same height, which is to say 7.5, 7.75 inches almost. So they're pretty dang big. And we only need one of them for the articulation because their articulation is all identical. And these guys were like Hasbro, but also using Toy Biz molds. So there's some Hasbroism and some Toy Biz stuff, but his head goes forward and backward very smoothly, very nicely. Not too much side to side. Shoulders barely come up 90 degrees. We do have a bicep cut, single hinged or pinned elbows. We get an ab crunch, a waist cut, legs come forward to the side, and no back, but we do get some butt kicking action. You can see he's got double knees. No boot cut. We do get a thigh cut, and then we get not rockers, but we get hinges, and then we get pinned toes. So they all share the same exact articulation, so I will not bother breaking down the rest of them because that would just be kind of pointless, right? I guess I'm kind of doing a stream of consciousness all in one go video here. Accessories. So only 2 of them come with accessories. I'm guessing it's Wrecker and Bulldozer. Could be wrong. I'm pretty sure that's Thunderball and Pile Drivers. So one of these is Wrecker and one of these is Bulldozer. And the guy that I think is Bulldozer has a crowbar, because that makes more sense, right? Than him having a wrecking ball. So I'm pretty sure this is Bulldozer, and he's got a very long crowbar. Like we've seen crowbars and some other. This one's huge, and I think they have like some special properties, like powerful. But I'm not going to bother looking it up just for the sake of this. I will after, and have that knowledge. But you can also let me know in the comments, and you can also like the video if you like it, of course. And it is nicely painted. It's cast in silver, and it's got a nice wash on it. Let go. He didn't want to give it to me. Let go, you bad guy. Oh no. Well, I guess he is a bulldozer. But yeah, you can see we've got some scuff marks and all that stuff in it, so it is very nicely sculpted, especially for being an older one. Can't believe he did that. That's the thing about those pinned toes. The older a figure gets, the less they're gonna, and then I'm bumping the camera, the less they're gonna hold up over time, unfortunately. And then we've got Wrecker with the single accessory, which is a wrecking ball that we have seen many, many times in Marvel Legends. I don't know how many, but we've seen it a lot. Absorbing Man, this guy. I had another one from somewhere else. Goodness gracious. But yeah, I'm probably going to have to edit some of this. I was trying to do it all smoothly and not precariously, but these guys are making that difficult for me. It is hot in here, and these old plastic pins tend to want to, you know, but it's cool. We'll get them all compared up. And these guys are like Thor villains, but they show up a lot. Like they were in Secret Wars, so they'll just fight whoever gets in their way. That's it for accessories. So you know what's next, and I will definitely pause it for this part because I don't want to make it difficult for myself. You know, that's just how it be for me. So first of all, for scale and comparison, here they are with Bucky Cap. Just because I already did my mid-year top 10 video, and I grabbed so many figures off the shelf, and I just don't want to deal with that right now. So here's Bucky Cap, because he's always laying around, and as you can see, they tower over him. Here they are with Retro Card Spider-Man, and I guess him being too big doesn't really matter in this case, because even to the Wrecking Crew, he's very, very small, even though the Retro Card and the Renew Your Vows are too big. Doesn't matter next to these guys. Here they are with Rhea Ripley, Rowdy Riles, which is a Valaverse figure essentially. Here they are with Ryu and Chun-Li from the Lightning Collection. And lastly with my custom Sam and Dean Winchester.
Did you guys rob an Asgardian construction worker?
Yeah.
Alright.
So with all that being said, y'all, I paid a bunch for these guys. I may, like I said, get rid of them and hopefully wait it out and get a new Wrecking Crew if they remake them better, because these are old, which doesn't make them bad. It's just I think they're way too big for the sake of the scale of everything else. I don't think they're supposed to be that big, but it is what it is. We still have them if we need them. I was able to make my Secret Wars video with them, and that's really all that matters. So also check that out. But hit like if you guys like this video, smash subscribe if you're not subscribed, become a channel member for 99 cents, enter the giveaways to win a Moth-X and a Mezco Spider-Man. If you're protesting, please be safe. Let me know what you guys think of these figures. If you think they'll ever release a new Wrecking Crew, how your day is going, just say hey. Be kind to your local LGBTQ community. I love y'all. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah.
Just wait 1 minute. I'm watching this new Rowdy Riles video and it's really awesome. I don't want to miss it.
It's like this chick that reviews action figures and it's really freaking cool.
Yes, I think I saw some videos and there's some really good contents out there, you know?
She reviews the ponies and stuff because you knows I love ponies.
She doesn't review ponies. It's freaking cool stuff, Toki.
No ticket.
All right, fine. Show me what you got, but it better be cool.
How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. So I got a figure I've been waiting for, mostly because I wanted the other head sculpt, but also because it rounds out another version of a team that is really important to Marvel, and it's a continuation of one of my favorite stories, Secret Wars. So we have the Fantastic Four She-Hulk. She took over for Ben Grimm after he stayed on Battleworld. So yeah, with all of that being said, we're gonna get into this figure and the box and all that stuff.
The leader.
Cousin? Go with Hulk?
I just can't, Hulkster. Not only am I an impressively statuesque man magnet, I, on occasion, draw a teensy bit too much attention. And you, my caring kin, you don't need any more of that.
Taking a look at the front of the box, we're using a little bit of a different angle today. I want to try it out. It says Fantastic Four on the retro card, 90s nostalgia, Marvel Comics up there at the top. And of course it says She-Hulk. We got the figure with some artwork. I already took the other head sculpt out, so that's why it's not in there. On the back of the box, Marvel Fantastic Four, She-Hulk. It shows the swappable accessories and her other stuff that she comes with. And then we get a blurb. She-Hulk. When the Thing chooses to take a leave of absence from the team after Secret Wars, the sensational She-Hulk puts her prodigious strength to the test as a member of the Fantastic Four. So yeah, that is the reason she's wearing this. After Secret Wars, Ben Grimm stayed on Battleworld because he could shift back and forth between his human form, and Jen took his place on the team as the resident powerhouse. Let's get this bad girl open, and I love Jen Walters. She-Hulk is my third favorite Marvel character. Well, she's kind of tied with Moon Knight.
Now, big city boy, as for you,
Hey.
only someone true blue to their sweetheart could possibly resist my bewitching ways. So give that gal of yours a call. Capiche?
Yeah. You know something? I'm gonna do just that.
So I already cut. So yeah, I pulled her out without ruining the box too much, but it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna throw it away. We all know that this is how the original retro card She-Hulk should have come with all these extra accessories and extra head sculpt and all that stuff, but we finally got another head sculpt for the new updated She-Hulk with this nice ponytail that I swapped on, and it's beautiful. And of course, the head sculpt is beautiful as well. Now, if you're wondering, I will tell you right now, the greens do not match. The retro card does not match the Fantastic Four She-Hulk. But it's close enough that it doesn't really matter. It's like she's wearing a face full of foundation with the ponytail head sculpt almost. Because the undertones are there, it's just they kind of got a little fleshy tones in there as well instead of just straight up green. So there are some differences in the shade, but gosh, this She-Hulk looks great. I'm going to probably put this one on my Avengers shelf and then have the other one down here for comparisons all the time, just because I love She-Hulk. She's a great character, and I like the Disney Plus She-Hulk show as well. But you can see we've got the white down at the boots coming up to her legs, to the blue and white Fantastic Four classic costume, and I do have this version of the team in these suits, so it works out perfectly for me. And I love that head sculpt so much. She's so pretty muscle mommy. But yeah, great looking figure. I'm excited to have her. It took a while. They still haven't shipped my Conan. They made a shipping label and I ordered it like 4 days ago. I don't know what's going on with that, but at least I finally got Jen. It took like a week.
What? You can't do that! The Thing never did that! Hey, Green. How we doing?
3 guesses.
Oh, yeah, this is pretty normal for us.
Checking out Jen's height, she stands at about, let's say she was like 7, just under 7 inches, if not just at 7 inches. So about right to me. She-Hulk is like 6'7". It's a 6.5 inch line, so yeah, works for me. I think she's like 6'7", 6'8". Going over the articulation, I love this head sculpt on because, ooh, we get a ponytail. That is packed separately in there, so don't throw it out on accident. But this is the same as the retro card Iron Man She-Hulk. So shoulders 90, bicep cut, pinless double elbows that work beautifully. We get wrist joints, Marvel Legends up, down wrist joints. The forward is terrible. Backward is a little bit better. And she's missing an ab crunch. I wish they would give her an ab crunch and butterfly joints, but at least we got a decently articulated She-Hulk. Legs come forward, to the side, butt kicking action. Yes, she kicks her own butt. We get a thigh cut. We get a boot cut. Wow, that's really weird. It looks like there's a separate cut, but there's not. Then we get ankle rockers, ankle pivot, and yeah, that is the articulation. So nothing crazy. We've seen it before in the other retro card She-Hulk, but it works. She's a bigger figure. She needs butterfly joints. She needs, I would like drop down hips, and she needs an ab crunch. All right, going over her accessories. First of all, so yes, this is the head sculpt that she comes with in the packaging. It is the same She-Hulk head sculpt from the Iron Man retro card, so not new, but it is a different shade. Here's a comparison. I know you can't really tell in the light, but this one is more like a little bit more yellowy as opposed to green. Like, it's negligible, but I'm a stickler for it. But it's not bad enough that I won't head swap it. So we get this head sculpt with this one. And then, of course, we get the ponytail head sculpt, which just for this, I'm going to show you a head swap so you can see that it does fit on the other She-Hulk, and it does not really, I mean, I know my lighting is a little bit uneven as far as what the colors would be because the red and blue backdrop, but you can see it's really not noticeable. So yeah, we get that. We get 2 dumbbells, which are nice. It irks me that they just showed off a new barbell with strong guy. They could have included that with She-Hulk too. I would have preferred another one. I have one, but it's not a Marvel Legends one. It's a different. It works. It's fine. So we get those, and then of course we get the peace sign hand, which you can see there. We get a thumbs pointing hand, which is nice. We're getting more female hands. They're bigger, so you probably won't reuse them much, but it's nice they included them. 2 fists because She-Hulk's got a punch, and then we get 2 dumbbell holding hands, and those are Fantastic Four She-Hulk's accessories.
What? Thing whooped by woman? Gah! Them no good slandering Yancey Streeters. One of these days. One of these days.
First up for scale comparison, here she is with the Iron Man retro card She-Hulk with the head swap. They both look beautiful, and I'm glad to have them both. The more She-Hulk, the merrier, in my opinion, especially on this build. But like I said, they need to upgrade that torso, add butterfly joints, and an ab crunch, and we'd have a perfect She-Hulk sculpt, in my opinion. Here she is next to Maximum Spider-Man and Bucky Cap. Here she is with the Fantastic Four in the matching outfits. Love this. Definitely gonna be on my shelf like this, even with Ben. So here she is with Rhea Ripley and Red Sonja for some girl power. And lastly, here's some more green with Mezco Mask, and then there's Hiya Toys Judge Dredd, and I think that it's pretty decent comparison list, right? Would you believe I almost forgot to compare her to Maximum Hulk? They're kind of close as far as the green goes. Hulk is a little bit darker, but they definitely scale well together.
Hulk lost. Hate big city.
Hey, she's tall, green, and gorgeous, huh, Hulkster? Remind you of any other liberated lady you know?
Jennifer?
On the button, cousin. Now, no more hide and seek, okay?
So with all that being said, y'all, I will say that the Marvel Legends retro card Fantastic Four She-Hulk, it's totally worth it, because she's totally worth it to me. Got a nice upgrade for the purple and white suit She-Hulk with the ponytail. We get some dumbbells, we get a bunch of hands. So yeah, you definitely get your $25 worth when it comes to this figure, in my opinion. Although that's not always the case when it comes to Marvel Legends, I'm just saying. But if y'all like this video, make sure you smash like, hit subscribe if you're not subscribed. If you're new here, welcome. Become a channel member for 99 cents to early access, like 2 videos like this one. This will be members first. Comment, let me know if you're picking this up, passing, waiting, how your day is going. Just say hey. Do all that stuff. Keep your head up, stay brave, be kind to your local LGBTQ community. If you're protesting, be safe. I love y'all. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. She-Hulk is the strongest there is. We love a muscle mommy here.
Just wait 1 minute. I'm watching this new Rowdy Riles video, and it's really awesome. I don't want to miss it.
It's like this chick that reviews action figures and it's really freaking cool.
Yes, I think they saw some videos and there's some really good contents out there, you know?
She reviews the ponies and stuff because you knows I love ponies.
She doesn't review ponies. It's freaking cool stuff, Toki.
So is this new Marvel vs. Capcom 2-pack Wolverine the best Wolverine Marvel Legends that we've gotten so far? Let's get into that debate, because as you can see, we have 3 different Wolverines up here. Obviously, the newest one is the middle, and the first glaring issue with this Wolverine, probably really the only issue, is how tall he is. He is monstrously tall next to these other 2 Wolverines, and I'm pretty sure the 97 and the Secret Wars are on the same exact body, obviously with, you know, the changes in the shoulders for the shoulder guards and not having the shoulder guards on the brown and yellow suit. But for like body size, like, I don't even think that his thickness is a problem. It's really just about how tall he is, because so Wolverine is 5'3", and both of these Marvel Legends Wolverines are still too tall to be 5'3". So to make him even bigger, it automatically nullifies him from being like a maximum Wolverine. And I've seen a lot of people say that, and I also want to say that if you're expecting this to be the best and the last Tiger Stripe Wolverine that Hasbro makes in a long time, you're mistaken, because the only accessories that this Wolverine came with are obviously, you know, he had the, sorry, I knocked something off, I gotta fix it. He had the 2 effect pieces, the, you know, the claw slashing effect pieces, and then he came with 2 fists, and that was it for the accessories. So people are getting that maximum Deadpool in hand, and you see how many accessories he comes with. You saw how many accessories Maximum Hulk came with. You saw how many accessories Maximum Spider-Man came with. So there's still rumors that a Maximum Wolverine is coming. We know Hasbro likes money. We know Hasbro likes to take money from us. So wouldn't it be dumb of them to not make another Wolverine? Maybe not using this body, but they're definitely going to use the engineering from this body, and they may even use this oversized Wolverine, which is awful. I think it's a great figure. I really honestly think it's one of the best Legends that we've had this year. It's just not accurate. It's not accurate to the game, and it's not accurate to the comic, because even in the game, Wolverine does not stand that tall. Yes, he's a little bit taller than he normally would be, but he's not that tall. Like, he's really not, I promise you. He's about up to Captain America's chest, not his shoulders. But he is definitely very bulky. And the main thing that's different and better about this Wolverine over all of the other ones, okay, you don't see any cuts in his chest, right? You don't see any cut for articulation. That's because we've got an upper ball peg up here, and then we've got a lower ball peg down there. So he can go forward that far with no ab crunch and no ab crunch. So the engineering on this, even with the single joints on the elbows, it still goes 90 degrees. So we can compare that elbow right there. So we've got that to, and I don't like the X-Men 97 Wolverine. I think his colors are bad, skin color especially. And then they didn't paint the arm hair. Like, they could have even done this and just put lines across like they did for this. That's not sculpted on, but they sculpted the arm hair on X-Men 97. So there's a little bit of difference. He can go slightly further at the elbow, but when it comes to like getting down, there's no competition. There's just, it's so much better. So this Wolverine is an improvement over all the previous Wolverines for sure, with one glaring oversight, and that's how huge he is. And you know, that's not everyone's prerogative when it comes to figures. Some people just want the best version of a character, and having the CT toys, having this one, having the older Marvel Legends with the pins, having the newer updated pinless ones like 97 and Secret Wars, I can for sure tell you that this Wolverine is the best Marvel Legends Wolverine that we've ever gotten. Is it going to stay the best Wolverine that we've ever gotten? Who knows? You know, there's some exaggerations here. We got the humongous head fins, the humongous boot fins. Colors are great. He's just too big. And you know, the articulate, look at that. Look at that. He can get down so far. Well, you can't really see it there, but no, this Wolverine is fantastic. I'm not bagging on it as a figure at all. On my Marvel vs. Capcom video with Silver Samurai, like the actual video proper, someone commented, "Stop complaining, it's just a figure." And it's like, if I was complaining, I would be saying how bad it was. I'm just pointing out something over and over that I'm going to keep repeating because I don't understand why they made him so big. Like, yeah, he's a little bit bigger in the game, but like I said, not this much bigger. But regardless, if you're looking for the best Marvel Legends Wolverine, no, even that, like I would say, like, if you want a 616 comic book Wolverine, you can skip this and wait and see what happens next. He's still the X-Men 97. He's got yellow skin. He's got no painted arm hair, no open gritting teeth face, but you know, he's passable on a shelf. But if you just want a big honking unit of a Wolverine that feels good and articulates good, then definitely pick up this Marvel vs. Capcom 2-pack, because he's a fantastic figure. He's definitely going to end up in my top 10 Marvel Legends. I don't know if he's going to take number 1. It's pretty tight this year. You know, we've got the Maximum Spider-Man, we've got this Wolverine, and then we've got Psylocke, who are all great figures in their own right and have their own slight issues and things that are just amazing about them. But this Wolverine is just so fun to play with. I keep grabbing him off the shelf to like pose him and play with him and just, you know, just have some fun. So if you want a fun Wolverine, definitely think about grabbing this figure. Definitely think about liking and subscribing, becoming a channel member, commenting, letting me know what you think, how your day is going. Just say hey. If you're protesting, be safe, be kind to your local LGBTQ community. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Berserker Barrage.
Just wait 1 minute. I'm watching this new Rowdy Riles video and it's really awesome. I don't want to miss it.
It's like this chick that reviews action figures and it's really freaking cool.
Yes, I think I saw some videos. There's some really good contents out there, you know?
She reviews the ponies and stuff because you knows I love ponies.
She doesn't review ponies. It's freaking cool stuff, Toki.
No ticket.
How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. So, Marvel vs. Capcom, we got the 2-packs coming out. I already have the other one coming that I was excited for. Gonna have some problems with that one, but we're talking about a different one today, which I also have problems with, but we'll get into that. We have the empty, because I already have them out, Captain America versus Venom 2-pack. There's the back there. I like both of the figures, but both of the figures have their problems, even the Captain America. So with all that being said, let's get into it. Taking a look at the front of the box, Marvel Legends series, Marvel Gamerverse, Captain America versus Venom. On this side, we get some Venom artwork, very pretty, very nice pixels and renders. On this side, Marvel Legends, Captain America, pixel art and render, superb. Checking out the back of the box, it is a little different than the Psylocke versus Thanos, I think because that was an exclusive, but we do get some health bars with the teammates, because if you played Marvel vs. Capcom, you know you can swap out in between characters in the middle of a fight. We get some shots of the figures, and we do get a blurb. I don't remember having a blurb on the Psylocke 2-pack. I could be wrong. I'll have to go back and watch my video. The patriotic super soldier Captain America faces off against Venom in his alien symbiote powers. That's all it says. It's not really much of a blurb. The rest is just in other languages. Top of the box, it's damaged. Thanks Amazon for shipping it in an envelope. Bottom of the box, and with all that being said, we all know we're really here for Captain America, but Venom's just a bonus figure to sit in the back of my shelf with his stupid pinned legs. Alright, so we got our 2-pack out of the box. There's a lot of blue going on here, mostly because that Venom is completely blue. Then of course Cap's primary color is blue. And there are some issues that I have with both of the figures, primarily with Venom having pinless arms, which means they updated those, but still has pinned legs. And it's got the updated torso from the retro card from Walmart. And then with Captain America, you know, he's pinless, he's got butterfly joints, but he only has an ab crunch and he has a waist swivel. So there's no upper ball peg and there's no lower ball peg like Venom has. Well, Venom just has the ab crunch. So if they had just included that upper ball peg, they wouldn't need to do the waist swivel. So, you know, they have their issues, but as far as how they look with the paint and stuff, they look pretty good. Cap obviously has the stars and stripes. He's got that white star on his front and back, the A on his forehead. Also with Captain America, they use the old, smaller shield. So I thought it was going to be the big full-size shield that we got with Bucky Cap in the 20th anniversary. It is not. It is the old one. Don't know why they did that. So that's a step back. We got some paint down there on his belt buckle coming down to the red boots. And then Venom, of course, is fully one color on the torso minus the painted white spider, which is pretty clean. It looks good. I don't have any problems with it. I really like that yelling Captain America face sculpt as well. We've got the green on Venom's tongue, which is always a nice touch, and those eyes are very stylized, much like Marvel vs. Capcom. There's those ugly pins in the legs. And yeah, they're going to go on my Marvel Capcom shelf. I wasn't, you know, I'm mad that they made all of these hostage packs essentially, but at least we're getting 2 characters that need representation on the shelf, because I may even get rid of my 20th anniversary Cap. You know, I'm going to keep the shield and stuff, but I will get rid of him and his hands and all that stuff and keep the rest, because we still don't have a perfect Captain America in my opinion. But at least we have this one. He's a lot better than the 20th or the Secret Wars as far as articulation, even though he's still lacking in some ways. But yeah, I do like both of the figures. It's just they both have their problems, and it was a $60 2-pack. I remember when 2-packs were $45, $40. You know, here we are now, $60 for 2 figures. Checking the height, I said the height on these figures. Venom stands at 7 inches. Cap stands at about 6.5, which is about right to me. And let's just get into the articulation. I guess I'll do Venom as well, even though there's literally nothing new on him. We've seen the figure before, but we'll definitely break down Cap with discretion. Head goes forward, backward, actually a nice range of movement, side to side a little bit. Shoulders come up over 90 degrees, that's really good. Butterfly joints, which are new. Bicep cuts, we get pinless double elbows. Ab crunch goes backward pitifully, forward pitifully. We get a waist cut, legs come forward, to the side, thigh cut, pinless double knees for butt kicking action. We get a boot cut, rockers, ankle swivel, pegs at the wrist. So you know how he should articulate. And it is an improvement. It's just not the improvement that we all really needed to see with Captain America. And then Venom, we'll break it down really quickly. Backward, not too far. Forward, a little bit better. Shoulders, 90 degrees. Butterfly joints, bicep cut, pinless elbows. And that's another problem I have with this Venom. These hands they gave him do not go in far enough. They keep popping out every time you move them. This is how Cap's engineering should have been, with the upper ball peg forward and backward, and then you add the ab crunch and you get even more. No waist cut, legs come forward, to the side, thigh cut, which is very tight right now, pinned double knees, awful, ugly, hideous. No boot cut, we get rockers, swivel, and yeah, that, like I said, nothing new on Venom. He articulates fine. It's just like Cap. They didn't go the whole way. They didn't do everything they should have to make them the best versions they could. Going over the accessories for Captain America first. Like I said, the shield that they gave us, this is the new one. This is the one that came with Bucky Cap. As you can see, the size is very different. So this will not fit on here unless you use some sticky tack or something. And I'd say it even looks better like that, kind of sitting outwards. But we get this, it kind of just slides over. And that is the only way I would display the shield on him anyway, because it's too small, too small. Then we get this Captain America head that we've seen a million, trillion, billion times, the stern, neutral face. Of course, we have the screaming head sculpt on him right now, which looks fantastic. Looks great. Needed an angry Cap face. Looks good. And then we get, instead of a salute or anything like that, we get two different thumbs up hands, which is, or, you know, pointing at yourself hands, which is funny. Cap giving two thumbs up. Two thumbs way, way up. There you go. There's the focus. So that's Cap's accessories. And then for Venom, we get this head sculpt, which we have seen before. I do think the paint decos are slightly better on this new one. Although we do get the symbiote creep to the side of that. The teeth look pretty clean on mine. I'm not seeing any problems on the paint. I saw a couple people had issues, but mine definitely looks fine. I won't display him like this, but there is a point in Marvel vs. Capcom where Eddie's face becomes visible, and it definitely looks like that. So that's nice to have. And we don't get any symbiote effects like a shield or whatever. That's kind of dumb. We just get two fists. And that is the accessories for our Marvel vs. Capcom Cap and Venom 2-pack. First of all, for scale and comparison, here is our, sorry, let me move the Chimera. That's for another video. We have our new Marvel vs. Capcom Cap in the middle. We've got our 20th anniversary on the left and our Secret Wars on the right. All the blues and reds are different, but the blues on the Marvel vs. Capcom and the 20th anniversary head sculpts are close enough that you could kind of fudge it. Not on the Secret Wars one. I'm pretty sure Secret Wars is going to stay. No, he's definitely going to stay in my my Avengers main display, mostly because he's got the scale armor on his chest, and I really like that look for Cap. I understand why they didn't do it for Marvel vs. Capcom, but it is a fully new sculpted chest. That star is not just painted on there, it's sculpted on there. So they did a good job with that. It's more of a Marvel vs. Capcom Cap. He's got a wider chest, and he's also slightly, ever so slightly taller. Just kind of coming out by a hair. He's just bulkier, and I like that for a 90s video game looking Cap, because the Jada Toys figures are also bulky. So yeah, that's some Cap comparison there. For some Venom, here is the Marvel vs. Capcom Venom, obviously in the middle in the blue, next to the Walmart exclusive retro card, which is right here. I think, was that the 80th anniversary? He's right there on the right. Same exact articulation, except his arms have pins in them, so they redid those arms. And then this guy that just fell over is my King in Black Venom, but I gave him the Life Foundation Venom's feet and then sold that Venom off. So someone's got a retro or a Life Foundation Venom, which is the same as this, except it doesn't have an upper ball peg, with some toed feet, because that's not a comic book look for Venom that I want. Obviously the King in Black is taller, and these guys are the same exact height because they are mostly exactly the same. Those legs are definitely the same, so there's that for y'all. Here they are with Psylocke and Thanos from the other Gamerverse 2-pack. Here they are with Maximum Hulk, who's my Marvel vs. Capcom Hulk, and my version of Marvel vs. Capcom Spider-Man, which is the Renew Your Vows with the extra Maximum head, because he's a little bit bigger, he's a little bit more bulky, and he fits in better with the Jada aesthetic, and he fits in perfectly with these guys. So here they are with Jada, Cammy, and Chun-Li, Ryu and M. Bison, and then lastly with Jada, Shaggy, and Mega Man.
Marvel vs. Capcom 2, New Age of Heroes.
So yeah, there you go, y'all. I hope that this video was informative. I hope that if you're a Marvel vs. Capcom fan, you get these while you can, because we are eating really good. It's nice to get versions of characters from a specific thing when you're building that, but there's still some things Hasbro obviously could have and should have done better, but you get what you get. They look great in this group shot here of all my legends that are essentially one-to-one representations, in my opinion, or close enough to their Marvel vs. Capcom counterparts. Wolverine and Silver Samurai are coming next week at some point, so I'm gonna have to redo my shelf once again to figure out where everybody's gonna go. But yeah, if y'all like this video, smash like, hit subscribe, become a channel member, comment, let me know if you're passing, scooping, how your day is going. Especially right now, be kind to your local LGBTQ community. If you're protesting, be safe, keep your head up, stay brave. I love y'all. I will see you next time, and bye-bye.
Ready?
Marvel vs. Capcom 2. New Age of Heroes.
Just wait 1 minute. I'm watching this new Rowdy Riles video and it's really awesome. I don't want to miss it.
It's like this chick that reviews action figures and it's really freaking cool.
Yes, I think I saw some videos and there's some really good contents out there, you know?
She reviews the ponies and stuff because you knows I love ponies.
She doesn't review ponies. It's freaking cool stuff, Toki.
No ticket.
How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. So today we're checking out Marvel Legends X Magic the Gathering Spider-Man. I am a big fan of Magic. I am a big fan of Spider-Man, so it's a no-brainer that this is right up my alley. Unfortunately, the figure that we're talking about today has some freaking issues, and I did have to fix them, and we'll talk about that in the video. And full disclaimer, the hand and the mask did not come with him, but that's just how I have them posed. We have the Magic the Gathering Spider-Man, Battle Damage Spider-Man, and what the hell, Hasbro? What the hell? I had to take him apart and fix him, and this is the same issue for everybody. It's not just like selected, oh, Riley has a problem. No, everybody had this issue with the figure. His legs will just break if you don't modify it. So yeah, we're going to get into review. Be fully aware that it needs to be fixed if you want to buy it. But yeah, with all that being said, let's get into Battle Damage Spider-Man. Ugh. Come on, Hasbro.
Alright, so I want to start off this portion of the video by saying that I know this figure has problems with the hips and I'm going to fix it. But before we get to that, and I'll tell you how I did it. But before we get to that, taking a look at the front of the box, it says Marvel Legends Series there at the top, Magic the Gathering, Marvel's Spider-Man, and of course it is Spider-Man. Comes with an awesome Magic card. I do have this card already, but the art included in this is exclusive to the figure, and this one's hollow. So I could make a Spider-Man bling deck if I keep swapping out the non-hollows for the hollows, but regardless, it's a cool card. And the figure looks cool, but I know there's that issue with the hips, like I said, so I'm gonna fix it. On this side, we get some hand-drawn artwork of Spider-Man, looking pretty cool actually. On the back, we get the other three figures from the wave. We get Man-Wolf, Agent Anti-Venom, and Mary Jane. And I do want to get Anti-Venom and Mary Jane, but not for $40. On this side, it says Marvel Legends Series Spider-Man. We get a smaller headshot of that artwork. Top of the box, bottom of the box. And with all that being said, I gotta get to work on fixing this guy so he doesn't break, because Hasbro sucks. So yeah. Alright, so what I'm gonna do to fix this, I already heated him up and took his legs off. So I don't know if you can see, there you go. The D20 shaped hip pegs should be round. What the heck? So I gotta go ahead and trim that off, the angles, with some wire snippers. So that's what I'm gonna do. So the first thing I wanted to show y'all is the card, because it's really shiny. Spectacular Spider-Man, but the thing is, I have this card. So there's that comparison. This is the one my girlfriend got me, full art. This one's also full art, so. But same card, different art. So I cannot use these in the same commander deck, unfortunately. But regardless, it is cool to have both versions. I think there's another version that, there may be another one. Actually, I don't know. But you know, it's just it's a promo art card, so I like it. I think it's cool. Don't know what happened with the light. There we go. And yeah, it's a pretty decent card for being a 3/2. And it did do me well, this one that my girlfriend bought me. It did do me well in a match against her, because, you know, it's a sacrifice Spectacular Spider-Man. Creatures you control gain hexproof and indestructible at a turn. And she tried to do a spell to destroy all creatures. And I was like, well, here goes one of my Spider-Man. So, cool card. Definitely good to have in a Spider-Man deck. If you were thinking about building, well, the light, because of the hollow, it just kind of absorbs the light. That's interesting. All right, so I've gone through. I have my 3 other Spider-Man bodies. I've got Maximum, I've got Renew Your Vows, and I've got the Amazing Fantasy. And the only reuse that I'm seeing, because obviously they sculpted in, you know, these battle damage parts, so they had to make new limbs. The only reuse I'm seeing is, so the thigh piece is where the problem, and it may not even be. Let me see. No, wait, I don't know, y'all. Yes, no, I was right. Okay. So the thigh piece, so the part that I had to take off to modify the ball peg, that is the Maximum Spider-Man's. So they used the Maximum Spider-Man thigh with a new leg, and I think that leads to that ball joint problem, because the torso and crotch of this Maximum don't have that issue. They don't have that shape. So the torso is completely new. I compared it to all 3. There's no similarities. The torso is completely new. The thigh piece is the Maximum, and the legs are new. The arms are obviously new, and the head is obviously new. The feet may be from Renew Your Vows. I don't know. But they Frankenstein this figure, and that's what led to the hip problem. And I did fix it. It is a big problem, and I will absolutely break your figure if you don't fix it. And that's horrible. It's another mistake, another L for Hasbro this year. This is definitely gonna be one of my worst Marvel Legends. And that sucks, because it's a cool looking figure. It looks really cool. I mean, don't get me wrong. If we were going on just looks, it'd be awesome. Other than not having his mouth exposed from the torn mask. But, you know, there's battle damage all over him. The spider on the back is really cool. He's got some hair poking out. The side of his face is poking out on the mask. We got some rips and tears down the torso. A full-on bare arm. He's got the right to bare arms, because his arms are bare. And that's the back. So, like, that is completely new. Actually, you know what? So they reused, what the hell? I'm going to have to really dig into this and figure out what they did here. But I know for a fact that those upper thighs are like 99.9% sure that they're from Maximum. And of course, we've got some new sculpt on these legs for the tear, so those are new. And the boots are also have some sculpted damage on there. So they did put in the work to try and make a new figure, but the other problem that this figure has is the neck peg is horrendous. There is no movement on that neck. So it's just really kind of unfortunate, because battle damage Spider-Man, that's always an awesome look and an awesome want. Like, it's on a want list, and we have it, but it's kind of freaking mid. Checking out Magic the Gathering battle damage Spider-Man's height. he stands at about, he's a little tall. He stands at about 6 1/4. Right? Is that right? Yeah, something like that. So I was thinking because of the new legs, he may be the same height as Maximum, but doesn't look that way. Doesn't look that way. And I also have a different head sculpt on my Maximum Spider-Man, so that makes him a little bit taller. So before we get into actual comparison, let me just see here if they're actually close in height because of that. And yeah, they kind of are. So that's cool. That's cool. Man, this part is going to be fun, the articulation, because this is the whole reason I had to modify this figure, because it just wasn't up to snuff. So let me get situated right here because I don't want to knock anything over like I've been doing. All right, so articulation at the head goes forwards, not at all. I told y'all. Back, not at all. To the side, not at all. So they tried to imitate the Renew Your Vows neck, but at least that has a little bit more movement. I'm not saying that's great, but they did not do a good job. Shoulders come up really nicely though, over 90 degrees. Butterfly joints go back really far, forward really far. So those are actually very nice. Biceps, same thing, solid plastic, not gummy. Pinless double elbows, that's awesome. You can flex on you. We got pegs at the wrist. Upper torso goes back, forward, not very much actually. Ab crunch lends to that, but what good is ab crunch when Spider-Man can't really look up? Drop down hips, legs come forward, out, not at all backward. We get a thigh cut, we get butt kicking action, we get a boot cut, and then we get rockers and toe hinges on those ankles. So because I did that modification, let me show y'all what I had to do. I essentially cut and sanded that down so it's more round rather than having curves and edges, and the leg comes off easily as y'all saw, but it can move. Look at that. He can actually do Spider-Man stuff, which is the whole point of Spider-Man. I mean, he can't really look down or up, but he can jump, I guess. He's about to punch you, right? So yeah, you can get some poses, but like, gosh, they already know how to make a good Spider-Man figure, and they just chose not to. Hasbro. All right, going over accessories. First of all, let's just get out of the way. We do get the sets of hands that you would expect from a Spider-Man figure. We get fists, and we get wall crawling and whipping hands, but we do not get any hands, surprisingly, for holding this reused crappy web that he came with. They could have used one of the Maximum webs, but they didn't. They gave us this one, so I don't know exactly how he's supposed to use that when he doesn't have gripping hands. Fortunately, I have gripping hands, but will I ever use that web? No. Next, we have Peter Parker head sculpt, battle damaged, which is actually very nice. Probably the best part of this figure, because you can just swap it on a Peter Parker or another Spider-Man or whatever, and you've got a very nice Peter, where did you get that black eye? Peter Parker head sculpt. And you know, speaking of reusing accessories from Renew Your Vows, or not Renew, Maximum, we get the web shield again. It is included on that card art, but I had him posed down there. I was like, let me put that shield on him. It changes the weight. So I have to readjust, I guess. That sucks. He was posed all cool. He looked pretty dang cool, and I messed it up, y'all. That's not really me. That's just Hasbro, right? But yeah, that's all the accessories other than that card, but I already showed you all that, so. I mean, don't get me wrong, he looks cool. Like, this looks great, just sitting there like that. But then you try to move him, and it's like, yo, what the hell, Hasbro?
Would have been quick and painless, but now that you've really pissed me off, I'm gonna finish her nice and slow.
So here he is with Maximum on the left. We've got Amazing Fantasy on the right. And on the far right, we've got Renew Your Vows. And as you can see, they all have different head sculpts on. So it kind of changes up the scale a little bit. But they're all mostly the same height except for the Amazing Fantasy one, which is why for a while I was using him as my ultimate Spider-Man. I may go, why didn't I do that? Where's his other head sculpt at? Interesting. Oh, because I didn't have a regular Spider on my shelf. Maybe I'll just put the battle damaged one on my shelf as my regular Spider-Man. Because Maximum goes on my Avenger shelf. But yeah, here are those four together. I don't have Pizza Spidey anymore. I literally shipped off my last Pizza Spidey, the $20.99, in preparation for getting the new one. So yeah. Here he is next to Peter Parker with the Renew Your Vows head on. And you know what? I was wrong. They're not the same head sculpt. They are different head sculpts. So props to Hasbro for essentially making a whole new figure, but no props to Hasbro because other than that head sculpt, they kind of really miffed it. Now it may be reuse of the old battle damage head sculpt. Hold on here. Nope, it's not. They're different. So yeah, we got a new Peter Parker head sculpt, which is pretty cool. I'm always down for that. Here he is with She-Hulk and Captain America, the Magic the Gathering Man Wolf. Almost forgot about him. Here he is with Jada Toys, Chester and Shaggy, Sagat and Chun-Li, and then lastly with Rhea Ripley and Rowdy Riles. Alright, so with all that being said, y'all, do I think this is worth it for $40? Hell no. I had to fix the legs myself. So unless you're a Magic the Gathering fan and you plan on keeping it in the box and not modifying it and you want to look at it that way, sure, spend the $40 if that's what you want to do. I'm pretty sure you can still get 25% off at Target as of the time of filming this video, so that'd probably be a better deal. But I don't know what they were thinking. I don't know who thought it was a good idea to use like D20 looking, that's the only way I could describe it, ball pegs for the legs. That's just a stupid idea. So you completely botched this figure with that alone, and the neck is also horrendous. Accessories are cool, nice sculpting, nice addition to, like, at least aesthetically the way he looks, it's cool. So if you like Magic and you like Spider-Man and you don't mind fixing that stuff, go ahead and get it. But you shouldn't have to fix stuff. This is a figure that should just come out of the box and work. But that's the case with Hasbro. That's never going to happen. Stop saying fetch, Gretchen. It's never going to happen. So yeah, if you guys like this video, smash like, hit subscribe if you're new here, become a channel member if you want to support the channel. We do have merch. I always forget to mention that, but we do have it. Comment, let me know what you think if you got this figure, if yours broke, if you fixed yours, how your day is going, just say hey. Do all that stuff. Keep your head up, stay brave, be kind to your local LGBTQ community. If you're protesting, be safe.
I love y'all. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. I took like 30 minutes to fix this. That's crazy that I had to do that. 30 minutes of work to make this figure actually operate as intended. Number 3 in my worst company is the 2025 is Hasbro, so go check that video out. Also, channel merch. Buy that. I don't say it enough. Buy my channel merch. Well, please. Please buy my channel merch. Pretty please.
Oh.
Ah, Morty, you're still watching this crap, isn't this review figures and toys and stuff? Aren't you a little old for toys? Ah, geez, Rick, you know, I don't think you should call her a bitch, and I kind of like her videos, so maybe you should shut the up. Thank you, Morty. Thank you.
No ticket.
John Jameson means everything to me.
How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. So today we are checking out some more Marvel Legends. I finally got my hands on a couple of the Magic the Gathering Marvel Legends crossover figures. The first one, well, I don't know when this video is coming out, but today we are checking out Man Wolf. First time we're getting Man Wolf from Hasbro Marvel Legends, and I think he's a really great figure, so I don't really want to ruin it. And also, we do have merch. I don't point that out enough, but I'm wearing my own merch. So if you're at all interested in repping the channel that way, check out below the video. I think there's a link to my fourth wall. If you want a t-shirt, sweatshirt, it's all really good quality. So pick one up. And with all that being said, let's just get into the Man Wolf video.
It's you, John Jameson.
So this is the first Marvel Legends Magic the Gathering figure I got my hands on. We got Man Wolf. And if you didn't know, I'm sure you do if you watch my channel regularly, I do play Magic, and I am excited for the Spider-Man set. Although unfortunately Man Wolf's card will not fit in either of the Spider-Man decks that I've made so far, but we will also look at the card and I'll break that down as well, which will be a nice interesting little dynamic in this video as opposed to the people just here for the figure. But at the top it says Marvel Legends series, then it says Magic the Gathering / Marvel Spider-Man Man Wolf, and then of course we've got the figure in there and it says exclusive collectible card. On this side we've got some really cool artwork actually of Man Wolf, and it looks to be drawn, it's not a render, so that's pretty cool. I do like that. On the back there's no extra information, although it does show the other figures in the wave, and I will get the other three at some point. In fact, one of them is coming. I'm not going to spoil it, but that video may have gone up first, I don't know. Agent Anti-Venom, Mary Jane Watson, and Spider-Man, but he's battle damaged. So those are the other three figures in this wave. And if you didn't know, there is a Marvel Superheroes expansion coming next year, so be prepared for more. And it does say Wizards of the Coast down there, and guess what? Hasbro owns Wizards of the Coast. Go check out my Worst Companies of 2025 video, by the way. Worst toy companies, I should specify. Open window on this side with the smaller version of that artwork. Top of the box, bottom of the box, and with all that being said, find your mana, because we got Man Wolf.
Dude, what happened up here?
I don't remember. Everyone was freaking out about something, a monster, loose in the building.
Monster like your dad monster, or monster like Booga Booga monster?
So first of all, this is the card. It's double-sided, so this card transforms. There's a lot of Spider-Man cards that transform for obvious reasons, but this side is Colonel John Jameson. He costs 2 mana, a mountain, and a forest. Whenever this creature enters the battlefield, whenever this creature enters or transforms into Colonel John Jameson, create a 2/2 green wolf creature token and you gain 2 life. At the beginning of each upkeep, if no spells were cast last turn, transform this creature. And of course, I had to open it to flip it over, but on this side obviously is Man Wolf, creature werewolf with trample, which means if someone blocks it, the damage that was not blocked, say for instance a 2/2 was blocking and this is a 4/4, they would still take 2 damage, the player. Whenever this creature transforms into Man Wolf, it deals 2 damage to target opponent or planeswalker and 2 damage to up to 1 target creature that player or that planeswalker's controller controls, which is pretty nasty. At the beginning of each upkeep, if a player casts 2 or more spells last turn, transform this creature. So then you would. So whether it's you or someone else, it's a very pretty looking card. Full art, nice foil. So I'm pleased with that. I'll have to build a deck around it. This will probably be a commander, but it's pretty cool. All right, so here's our Magic the Gathering Man Wolf, aka Colonel John Jameson, out of the box. And if you're wondering, yes, he is related to J. Jonah Jameson. If you don't know, he is his son, and he is an astronaut, and he went to the moon and he found this gem, and it turned him into a werewolf. So that gem is actually on his chest. You can see it, that red gem. So that is how he gets his power. And if anyone was wondering, so the look of this Man-Wolf is straight from the comics, but it's from the Man-Wolf solo series where he's like doing space adventure stuff. So it's like swashbuckling and magic in space, and I will throw up a picture of the cover because I was like, where is this art from? But yeah, it is definitely accurate to the comics. It looks fantastic, so let's just get a closer look. In case you were wondering, that mouth is articulated. We'll go over that more in articulation, but it's a completely new figure other than some accessories. There's an interesting thing about those arrows that are sticking out, and I will get to that with accessories as well. But starting at the head, you can see we've got obviously a wolf head. We've got some nice paint application around those eyes, and the armor is nice in different textures. We've got some scale mail for the bodysuit with the gold and red accents all over it, the red belt with the gold, and of course the gem on his chest, coming down to his man undies, I guess, which are also green, and on the front that comes down to more armored texture, just like that chainmail. Although it's different, lots of textures all over this. Coming down to his legs, of course, there's sculpted fur because it's completely new. We've got half boots because his big old werewolf toes will not fit in the boots, so those are poking out. But overall, he's a great looking figure. I like the amount of accessories that he comes with. He's got lots of weapons. And he just looks really cool. And it's a character that's been missing from my Spider-Man shelf for a very long time. And I know it's not like the normal Man-Wolf outfit, but you know what? It still works. It's still from the comics, and Man-Wolf originated in Spider-Man. So that is exactly where he's going to go on my shelf. And as a bonus, like I said, we got this cool card out of it. So I ain't hating. I've needed Man-Wolf. Should it have cost $40? No, maybe 30 with the new price of everything, 35 at the max, but it is what it is. And I have heard some really bad things about that Spider-Man, but we'll get to that when I get that in my hands and I do review. But for Man-Wolf, I have no complaints. He feels great. He's sturdy. We don't have any gumminess. He comes with a bunch of accessories, and yeah, I dig the character, and I think he's cool. And if you can figure out why I like the character or how I relate to the character, don't say it in the comments, please. Checking out his height, Man-Wolf, Star God, John Jameson, whatever you want to call him, to the top of his ears is just under 7 inches. So he's like 6 3/4 inches to the top of his head. So pretty tall. And then I guess we'll go over the articulation. Starting at the head, which actually has quite a bit of range of movement. He can go forward that far, back that far, and that's because they actually figured out how to make that dumbbell work. So good job, Hasbro. You did your homework finally with the double barbell neck peg. Shoulders come up about 90 degrees. That shoulder pad kind of gets in the way, but it doesn't. Bicep cut, pinless double elbows. Can't quite go fully 90 degrees because of his gauntlet, but that's okay. We do get a stupid waist swivel. Forward on the ab crunch, backward on the ab crunch. Legs come forward. To the side, we get a thigh cut. We get pinless double knees, which are very nice. And then we get some rockers, swivel on those ankles, and of course forward pegs on, well, this one's actually a side or up down peg, which is good for sword wielding hand. And then yeah, that is the articulation. He, it's a Marvel Legend, but you can do some cool stuff with him. He's not limited. It's just butterfly joints and a waist dumbbell make everything better. So I'm sure we'll get a single release modified version of this at some point, but I really like him. I think he's a pretty solid figure. Oh my god, I forgot about the best part of the articulation. His mouth opens a lot, and you can close it all the way. So that's really cool. Just look at that face. Look at that puppy dog face. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Greedo, I filmed that last, and it just did not want to focus. I'm pretty sure because he looked too weird for my camera to be like, what do I focus on? Not to be alienist or anything, but yeah. Checking out the accessories. First of all, the cool thing, so we get this quiver with arrows in it, and it's a bunch of arrows, right? Usually they're sculpted in, but what Hasbro did is they gave us this thing that you kind of just fold over. You fold it over and you put it in there, and then you got a quiver full of arrows that are not sculpted together, and then you also get another arrow, which we have seen before, but that's okay, that fits right in there with them. And that actually could probably go either way. I kind of like it facing the other way better, but actually for accuracy, based on the artwork, because the artwork is pretty dang accurate to the artwork, especially I'll probably throw that picture up on this part, but why won't that go on there now? There we go. But yeah, it just slides on over. You can take it off if you want, leave it on, doesn't matter. Head goes back on. And then you've got his quiver of arrows on. And then we get this bow reused. We've seen it many, many times in Marvel Legends. I think the last guy to have it was Yondu. But once again, you would kind of just, well, I did it in the wrong order. I should have kept his head off. But there we go. Just fits around there. I don't know how long you'd want to leave it posed like that, because plastic, you know. But we also get a sword. I don't know if this is new sculpt or we've seen it before. I'm just going to say it's reuse, but it probably isn't. It's probably sculpted just for him. And of course he gets a sheath for it right here. So he can hold all of those accessories. And then the only other things that you get is an open hand for the left or the right, and a fist for the left. So I'd say there's a decent amount of accessories, plus you get the Magic the Gathering card. There should be $40, no, but that's just the world we live in, especially when it comes to Hasbro. Hasno? Yeah, I don't know, but I do like the figure. I think he's pretty swell.
Might I also suggest an electric razor?
First up for scale and comparison, here he is with his dad, J. Jonah Jameson, and Spider-Man, his most of the time friend, sometimes enemy when that man-wolf side really takes over. But yeah, here's that. Of course, Spider-Man's slightly taller than J. Jonah, and Man-Wolf is bigger than both of them, clearly. Here he is with his ex, Jen Walter, She-Hulk, and the currently announced as being re-released 20th anniversary Captain America. So there's those three together. And yes, Man-Wolf and She-Hulk were married at some point. Here he is with Jada Sagat and Vega, with Jada Shaggy and Chester E. Cheetah, and then lastly with Rhea Ripley from Mattel and Rowdy Riles.
On the moon, even I can pitch a fistball. Ready?
So what can I say that I haven't already said? Shouldn't be $40, just like the maximum shouldn't be $50, and now $60 on some places. But he's still a cool figure, as is the case with some of the maximum stuff. We do get a magic card, which I appreciate, and he just looks fantastic, and it's a character that we hadn't gotten, and I really think it's the coolest out of the Magic the Gathering wave, just because of that case. We finally got John Jameson III, aka Man-Wolf, aka Star God, aka a furry mamma jamma. So yeah, with all of that being said, if you like this video, smash like, hit subscribe if you're not subscribed and you're new here, become a channel member if you please. For 99 cents, you get early videos like this one, live streams, other perks for being a member. Of course, like I said, check out my merch. Well, I don't think I said that yet in this video, but do check out my merch if you want to rep the channel in that way. Pretty comfy clothes from Fourth Wall, so those are pretty cool. And yeah, comment, let me know what you think, if you play Magic the Gathering, what your favorite colors are, how your day is going. Just say hey. If you're protesting, be safe. Be kind to your local LGBTQ community.
I love y'all. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Awoo.
Return to
Mythical Walmart end cap. Ah, Morty, you're still watching this crap, isn't this? Review figures and toys and stuff. Aren't you a little old for toys? Ah, geez, Rick. You know, I don't think you should call her a bitch, and I kind of like her videos. So maybe you should shut the up. Thank you, Morty. Thank you. You know, I wasn't sure about the scale of Juggernaut and why he was bigger than Hulk, but then I did like very light research. I just Googled how tall the Juggernaut was, and the Juggernaut is 9'6", and the Hulk is like 7 foot, 7'5", 7'6". So obviously the Juggernaut should be bigger than the Hulk, which is interesting and cool, and like, oh, okay, so the Hulk isn't always the biggest person in the room. And if you watched my Juggernaut review video, he's like 9¼ inches tall, and Juggernaut is like 7.5. Sorry, 8.5. So yeah, it seems about right. Little bit of variance there, but you know, it's a 1/12 line. If Hulk is 6 inches, that would make him 6 foot. Well, now at this point, Marvel Legends is like 6.5 scale, so you know, 6 foot character is like 6.5 inches, and then you go up from there. So the Hulk should probably be ever so slightly bigger, but yeah, I think it's really interesting, and I think it's cool that we got this giant, huge, humongous freaking Juggernaut. Like, the scale of this guy. And let me get the old one down again. Sigh. Don't want to knock anything else over. But as you can see, he's ever so slightly bigger than the Hulk, which doesn't really show the proper scaling that Juggernaut should apparently be at. So this Gamerverse Juggernaut, it works great for a comic book shelf. It works great for Marvel vs. Capcom. It's kind of what I picture for my head when I see Juggernaut. Like, this older one has those dark browns and the rivets and the texture, but I remember seeing Juggernaut in the animated series, and he kind of looks like that. And then in Marvel vs. Capcom, he kind of looks like that. So it is cool to get the right scaling and representation of a character that apparently has been very underserved for a very long time. And this Juggernaut is heavy. You hear that? Just a giant thud when you put him down. But I do like this figure. Check out my review if you haven't seen it. This is just a quick video. Nothing too crazy. But yeah, like, subscribe, comment, let me know what you think. If you got this Juggernaut, how your day is going, just say hey. Keep your head up, stay brave, be kind to your local LGBTQ community. If you're protesting, be very extra super safe. I love y'all. I will see you next time, and I'm the Juggernaut. Beep.
Return to
Mythical Walmart end cap. Ah, Morty, you're still watching this crap, isn't this? Review figures and toys and stuff. Aren't you a little old for toys? Ah, geez, Rick. You know, I don't think you should call her a bitch, and I kind of like her videos. So maybe you should shut the up. Thank you, Morty. Thank you.
No ticket.
Capcom presents.
Ready?
Yeah, it's the Juggernaut. Yeah, Charles, I'll beat the shit out you. Get off me. Who the f*** are you? What's wrong with you? I'm the Juggernaut. Get a motherfucker. I'm gonna whoop your...
How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. So I was waiting all day for this. Amazon took forever, but they finally delivered the Gamerverse Juggernaut. But the box is damaged, so that sucks. But it's not like I'm going to keep the box. I'm going to open them up anyway. It's a very heavy box. You could knock someone out with this Juggernaut box, I swear. So yeah, with all that being said, let's just get into it. Taking a look at the front of this humongous box, you can see it's damaged. I don't know how, the figure just came out, but it says Marvel Legends series, Marvel Gamerverse, Marvel's Juggernaut. I don't know why they gave him an accent in that movie. Should have had an actor just do a regular, like, New York American accent, you know? On the side, we get some awesome retro-styled artwork along with a shot of the figure. Marvel's Juggernaut, once again, Gamerverse up there at the top. I've noticed a trend with some of these boxes, and it's that Silver Samurai is always getting his butt kicked. We've got Juggernaut fighting Silver Samurai. Of course, he absolutely demolished him, but it is a really cool shot. I do appreciate it. They went with the whole actual Marvel vs. Capcom aesthetic. More artwork on this side, another different shot of the figure, Marvel Legends series, Marvel's Juggernaut. Top of the box, gosh, it's heavy. Bottom of the box, and with all of that being said, I feel like he's definitely the heaviest Marvel Legends that I owned. And that's pretty cool, because he's a solid chunk of plastic. Just look at this big boy. He's the Juggernaut, all right. Oh, Lord have mercy. Haven't done that in a while.
You better run, Charles. Get the out of my face. Don't you know what I am? Oh, shit. My helmet. I got the 4th grade. Oh, no!
Look at this lumbering giant. Gosh, he's huge. And I do have that issue at the waist where it won't turn. It kind of just pops back, which is like an unintended action feature. But he's freaking huge. What a giant chunk of plastic. Like, he's actually very, very heavy, like I've been saying. But the sculpt is awesome. We've got the Juggernaut, the Kane Marco dome covering his head. It would have been nice to get an alternate head sculpt, but you don't really see that in Marvel vs. Capcom. Of course, we've got those bands around his arm coming down to that different texture at the middle of his torso where the articulation problem is, but I don't know if there's a way to fix that. I don't know if you can actually take this guy apart to fix that issue. Those hands are huge. Look at the painted fingernails. They did a good job with that. Mostly 2 to 3 colors. So we got those brown pants. This guy's got the right idea. He wore his brown pants along with the giant red boots with toe articulation, but we'll get to articulation when we get to it. He's a solid figure. I'm really happy to finally have him. And I say finally, I got him pretty relative to the time that everyone else has been grabbing him. I just need Shumagorath, and then I do want that War Machine in Omega Red 2-pack just to have the whole wave of Marvel vs. Capcom 2. So if anyone sees that, especially for that $20-25 deal, please let me know, because I really would like to grab that 2-pack. But I'm very impressed with this figure. Does he have the best range of articulation with those giant limbs? No, but he's still a huge chunk of plastic. I'm gonna have to rework my whole Marvel vs. Capcom shelf once again to get him on there, but it'll be well worth it, along with Shumagorath. So I may just wait and have this guy just hanging around. So much bigger than the Bath, and I wish that I had the 2-pack one with Colossus rather than the Bath, but it is what it is. I still have a Juggernaut for my X-Men shelf, and then I have this one for my Marvel vs. Capcom shelf. So I'm not too upset about it, but I'll still show y'all the comparison. But just look at that. He's a dwarf. He's a kid. He's tiny. So this Juggernaut is really cool, and I'm glad to have him because he's a giant chunk of plastic, and sometimes that's what you need in your life. Doesn't come with too many accessories, but I imagine the more they added, the more they would have charged. So I think he's pretty reasonable at $65, although it seems like they produced a lot, so the price will probably drop on some of these. We will see. Checking out his height, he stands at about 9, almost 9.5, like 9.25 inches, which is freaking huge. He's bigger than Hulk. Like, he's bigger than Max Hulk, which is kind of crazy. Then going over the articulation, which is, you know, an important part of a big figure. It can be big and bulky, but can it move? Someone said that I was pretty rough with the way I articulate my figures, so let me know if you agree in the comments, because I feel like I'm pretty gentle. Head doesn't go that, oh, actually, we do have a neck peg,
so his head can go up and down. I just happened to take it off. Well, that's as far forward as it goes. Shoulders obviously come up into a T-pose, 90 degrees. We got butterfly joints, not a huge range of movement, but it is nice that we have that. And this is the problem with the figure. When you go to use the waist cut, the barbell, it does not really work. But it does go forward. It goes about that far forward, that far back, which is nice. Legs come up about that far, out to the side about that far. We do get a thigh cut, which is nice. Single joint, so no butt kicking action. Is there a boot cut? There is no boot cut, but we get rockers and toe joints. And, you know, you can definitely get him. It's a shame that that torso won't turn, so you could really give him some momentum like he's running. But I'm sure you can get him positioned well enough, especially with those toe joints, to look like he's charging forward. But I don't know if he can hold his own weight. He's a huge
friggin' guy.
Obviously, so I don't want to let him go and have him take everyone out. For his accessories, you can see we've got two different hands. This one, he can use to hold stuff. It's a gripping hand. And this one is kind of open. I'm going to punch you in the face hand. And then to make good on that promise, we get two fists. Well, they're swapped. Of course, we've got the sculpted detail. We've got the paint on the fingernails. They look very nice. And there goes Juggernaut. He just fell over. He just fell over. He's a big boy. And with these fists, you also get this punching effect that kind of just... Does it go this way? I don't know how it's supposed to... I guess it just rests on there, which is nicely sculpted. And then you could also find a way to, like, put it on his head with some, like, tack or something to make it look like he's doing a head charge at you like this. I've seen some photography of that, so I'll try to do that as well. And that's all that you get in this package, which is fine. It's all about the big freaking plastic dude, and he is a big freaking plastic dude. So they definitely accomplished that part. It's just crazy that he's so much bigger than the Hulk. So yeah, we'll get into comparison here in a second. First up, first scale in comparison, here he is with Maximum Hulk and next to the Juggernaut Bath. Obviously, he is the biggest of the three, which is kind of crazy considering the Hulk is supposed to be like one of the bigger heroes, but this Juggernaut is dwarfing him in size because that Max Hulk is just slightly taller than the Juggernaut Bath. So he is towering over. He's a thick, heavy piece of freaking plastic, and you could totally give someone a concussion if you threw him at them. That would just be like the real Juggernaut coming at you. Here he is next to Thanos and Psylocke, Captain America and Venom, Wolverine and Spider-Man, Bison and Cammy, and then lastly with Ryu and Chun-Li. I think that's pretty good for an NBC roster. I almost forgot to put him with his good buddy, Black Tom Cassidy.
You can't run! You can't run! You can't run because I'm gonna look at him. I gotta... Oh, I'm gonna take
You're the rapper daughter of Bret Hart, mother...
So, with all of that being said, y'all, $65 for this Juggernaut, I'd say it's pretty worth it. We do have some issues with the articulation, but look how imposing he is, messing up all of these Marvel and Capcom characters. So you know you can't beat that kind of presence on a shelf or a display. So yeah, to me this Juggernaut was totally worth it. And if y'all think watching this video was totally worth it, make sure you hit like, subscribe if you're new here. This was a member's first video, so if you want to see videos like this one early, consider paying 99 cents a month to get early access to my new figure reviews. Let me know what you think of this figure, if you're picking him up, if you already got him, what your opinion is, how your day is going. Just say hey, do all that stuff. Keep your head up, stay brave, be kind to your local LGBTQ community. If you're protesting, be safe. I love y'all. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. I'm the Juggernaut. Beep.
Don't you know who I am? I'm the Juggernaut.
Ah, Morty, you're still watching this crap, isn't this? To review figures and toys and stuff. Aren't you a little old for toys? Ah, geez, Rick, you know, I don't think you should call her a bitch, and I kind of like her videos, so maybe you should shut the up. Thank you, Morty. Thank you.
Our story begins after the invasion of the Skrulls of Earth. Heroes have been replaced. No one can trust anyone, and the person who comes out the hero of it all is none other than Norman Osborn. He has killed the Skrull Queen and ended the Skrull invasion and gained a lot of trust with the government and powers that be. S.H.I.E.L.D. been disbanded, and Norman has been put in charge of the newly formed Hammer. So that is where our story picks up, and you know Norman. Once he has power, it's only a matter of time before he begins to consolidate, and the treachery begins for Dark Reign, Dark Avengers, and the Cabal. Our man Norman has an idea. The Avengers have the Illuminati, and we need something to counter that. Something evil, something that I can control. So Norman goes out and seeks the counterparts to the Illuminati, starting with Dr. Doom, a counterpart to Reed Richards and the ruler of Latveria. Doom is a formidable opponent, so why not put him on your team? And of course, we need a counterpart to Thor, so we have Lady Loki. Loki in her female form, if you didn't know. Loki is gender fluid. They can be whatever gender they want, whenever they want, fitting the circumstances, and they will identify as such. In Norse mythology, Loki even had a child as a mare. So, you know, Loki's gender fluid. Happy Pride Month, but yes, another formidable addition to the Cabal. Next on this growing roster of the world's most influential, quote-unquote, evil people, because they're not all evil, as evidenced by Emma Frost joining the team out of the better interest for mutants and not so much out of interest for herself and power. So look out for her. And next we have Namor, who, if you didn't know, was also in the Illuminati, and he just plays both sides so that Atlantis is protected no matter what happens. We have Parker Robbins, the Hood, who represents the lower criminal organizations in the world, although he is granted power by an evil mystical demon. And then of course the final member of the Cabal, Taskmaster, and he is a force to be reckoned with. If you don't know, in the comic books, Taskmaster copies other people's abilities. So a very intriguing and interesting team to control a shadow government of the world, as it were, in Norman's eyes. And after the invasion of Earth by the Skrulls and the Avengers were infiltrated, there is a lot of distrust, and Norman capitalizes on that by forming another team, a team of Dark Avengers, as it were. And this team is meant to mimic and copy a lot of heroes that people have come to look up to, and we have a very intriguing cast of villains here as well. So Norman is playing a lot of games here, and you know, you play some stupid games, you win some stupid prizes, and a lot of this is going to backfire in Norman's face eventually. But for now, things are looking up, and he's forming another team. Joining Norman first on this team of disguised supervillains as superheroes, we have Miss Marvel, played by Moonstone. And yes, Moonstone is a supervillain, and she is posing as Carol Danvers. And Norman is like, sweet. That is one spot filled, and the next spot goes to Matt Gargan, in possession of the symbiote, so he is portraying Spider-Man in the black suit, and Norman loves having the symbiote in his pocket because it's very useful. Next up, we have Dakin, the son of Wolverine, of course, portraying his father, and he's a much meaner, much taller version of Wolverine. So anyone who looks at him who's like, oh yeah, it's the same Wolverine, they're probably on drugs. Next up, we have Novar, Marvel Boy, as Captain Marvel, although this did not last long, because once he found out he was, after he slept with Moonstone, because she was like, oh, you're cute, and he's half cockroach, half Kree, so I don't know what that's all about, but they smashed, and then he's like, wait, you're not Carol Danvers, you're a bunch of supervillains, And she's like, yeah, what's the problem with that? So he leaves the team. So Novar is very briefly on the team. So we're going to just remove him. And if you want a powerhouse team of heroes, you need a powerhouse. So Norman contracted the Sentry to be their essentially muscle in the group. And then the last two we don't have updated figures for, and I don't have them, but we have Ares, the god of war, for their Thor counterpart, and then we have Bullseye as Hawkeye. So yeah, those are two figures I really hope that we get on a Dark Avengers retro card, or just in general, just release them in a wave. I don't care. But these Avengers operate under government sanction, further discrediting the real superheroes that we've all come to know and love. And what they're doing in the background, it's violent, it's messy, it's gross, but it's portrayed as heroic and Avenger-like, so they're, you know, kind of basking in the limelight, while Norman is also manipulating things from the shadows. And Osborn didn't just take control, he rebranded the Avengers. They were gone, and these were the Dark Avengers, villainous monsters in disguise, masquerading as heroes. And that's just what Norman likes. The cracks begin to show in the Cabal in the meantime, because Emma Frost and Namor have chosen their side, and their side is mutant kind, and they are going off to try and help the mutants by forming an island utopia for all mutant kind. And Norman should have seen that coming, because Emma Frost and Namor already knew each other. They bumped uglies. They've come and gone, like literally bumped. You know, they've done the sideways tango, as it were. And they're also both mutants. Well, Namor's half mutant, and they are both also looking out for the betterment of their people. So they both know that they have the best interests of Atlantis and the mutants in mind, and Norman does not. So they are all out of the Cabal. They're off forming a utopia for the X-Men. Loki whispered into Norman's ear, Asgard is your enemy. We need to invade Asgard. We need to stop them. Because as you know, Loki is out for herself and herself only. And this is her play. Manipulate Norman into doing her will. And Norman does just that. He declares war on the gods of Asgard. And an all-out siege on Asgard begins. An all-out siege of Asgard has begun, which unites the tempered and ready heroes who come to fight back. And this, in part, causes the Sentry to lose control. And when the Sentry loses control, the Void begins to take over. So there's a bigger problem. Everyone is focused on the Void. And by the end of it all, the Dark Avengers, Norman, have all been defeated, and our heroes stand triumphant, because when the Avengers assemble, they avenge the wrongs that were done. So the Dark Avengers are no more. Norman has been exposed. And for now, Norman is taken into custody. The Avengers have been reassembled, reinstated, and reentrusted by the people. And Norman has a long time to think about his next plan and his next play, because believe me, Norman is just getting started. So with all of that being said, y'all, I hope that you liked my Dark Avengers Dark Reign video. I did have to do some research. It did take me a while to get this done. I was hoping to have Bullseye and Ares by the time I finished it, but we don't have them yet. So when in Rome, just visit the Coliseum. So I visited the Coliseum and finally made the video. So I think I'm going to make this members first, because my last members first video got messed up. So this will go up for members, and then it will go up for everyone. And I'm hoping it does well. I'm hoping to do more comic book retellings with Marvel Legends. I feel like I did a lot better with the moving things around and keeping the imagery changing based on the context of the story in this one. So yeah, if you guys like this video, like I said, smash like, subscribe, become a channel member, because that's the only way you'd have seen this first. Comment, let me know if you like the storyline, if you want to see more of this stuff, of this kind of stuff, because I am going to do more. It's just a matter of when and what I'm going to do next. Let me know how your day is going. Happy Pride Month. Stay brave. Keep your head up. Be kind to your local LGBT community. I love you. I will see you next time. And look out for Norman Osborn pretending to be a good guy, because he's never, ever the case. sometimes the devil is in the details. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. The rise and fall of the Squadron Supreme. This is from the 2020 run by Jason Aaron. In the absence of heroes, sometimes a void is left. And when Earth's mightiest heroes are nowhere to be found, sometimes you need a new group of heroes. And when a team of heroes shows up out of nowhere and they seem to be too good to be true, well, maybe you should really start to think about who and where they came from. So that is where we start our story of the Squadron Supreme, and we have a very powerful team, and we will start off with the leader. Marcus Milton, also known as Hyperion, was born in the heartland of America, or so he says. He's ideal as far as a leader. He's fast, super strong, he can fly, he's got any of the powers you would want in a Superman analog, and he's all about quote-unquote truth, justice, and the American way, or so he says. Our Wonder Woman analog here, Zarda, the Power Princess, she comes from a floating island called Utopia, and she is everything that Wonder Woman is. She's strong, powerful, fierce. She doesn't ask questions, and she just kind of smashes her way through, and then after everything is said and done, then she'll start to ask her questions. So she is definitely a force to be reckoned with, and also a very expensive figure on the secondhand market. And then we have Dr. Spectrum, who is armed with a power prism, and it kind of just copies Green Lantern's powers. He can kind of manifest whatever he wants. His name is Joseph Ledger, and kind of a crappy figure. He's the only figure in this set with pins other than Hyperion, but because Hyperion is a mixed match, he's got pinless legs and pinned arms, etc. But Doc Spectrum is a lame character, and he looks lame, and he's just supposed to be like Green Lantern. And what Justice League satire would be complete without a speedster? We have Blur, who's obviously fast. Stanley Stewart is his name, and he can outrun light itself. But he's just a propaganda machine. The government tells him what to say and feeds him information, etc., etc. So he's just constantly hearing government broadcasts and radio signals in his head, and he just listens to them unapologetically. He's just like, yeah. So he's essentially powered by propaganda. And then lastly on our team, we have Nighthawk, who is our Batman analog. And this is actually Nighthawk 2. And his name is Kyle Richmond, and he's, a strategist. He's always planning ahead. He's always ready for a battle before it happens. So yes, a very Batman-esque character, especially with the name Nighthawk. And where did these heroes come from? Well, that's a very long and twisted tale. Kind of a demonic tale, actually. But one man was in control of the Squadron Supreme, and in fact, one man was being controlled by another, and this man was Phil Coulson. Mephisto had taken control, warped his mind, and he used Phil Coulson to create this Squadron Supreme. So using reality warping magic, he created these heroes out of nothing, and they are pure machinations of Mephistopheles, Mephisto himself, all powered by Phil Coulson. So these are not good guys, these are bad guys, and any team that's powered by Mephisto is probably up to no good. And having seen enough, a light at the end of the tunnel begins to form, and through that light, the Avengers are visible. And when the Avengers return, they will right any wrongs that were done, and a disservice was being done. Justice was being bastardized by these evil creations of Mephisto. So the Avengers had to do what the Avengers do best, and that was whoop the crap out of some fake heroes. So, they clashed, they fought, but by the end of it all, of course, the Avengers stood tall, and the Squadron Supreme had been defeated. At the end of it all, Nighthawk, who was disheartened by the news of his creation, he walked away, he disappeared, he was like, I'm out. The Blur, he just fell over, kind of just gave up, and Zarda vanished. Dr. Spectrum was reprogrammed, and Hyperion believes that he's always been a hero, and he did nothing wrong. And yeah, that's the status quo for a lot of these characters. Trying to do more of these things. Squadron Supreme is another one that I had planned for a long time, and I've been talking about it, but I hadn't done it. So now we finally did it. And the way I faced them off, I was like, all right, Iron Man, Batman, they're kind of analogs. So there's Nighthawk, and then Thor versus Hyperion with the godlike, and then Power Princess has a shield, Cap has a shield, so I put them together. And then I was just like, all right, throw Black Widow in there, throw Miss Marvel in there, and throw Hawkeye in there randomly. He's not really fighting anyone in particular, but it kind of makes for a dynamic scene, and you can see it here in the back. So yeah, that is the story of the Squadron Supreme by Jason Aaron from 2020, I believe. Did I say 2020? Am I right? Am I wrong? Give me a second. Yeah, it was from 2020. But yeah, that's the Squadron Supreme of America. Obviously, they're a play on the Justice League, and they're just evil, demon-created versions of the Justice League and the Avengers. And it's another case of, hey, let's turn the heroes, the main heroes, into bad guys and see where it goes. And there's a lot of other Squadron Supreme stories. There's some that talk about preemptive justice, and there's some that the earliest one is kind of separate from everything else. But yeah, Squadron Supreme, they pop up and out, and this is the most recent one, and that's the one that we got Marvel Legends of. So yeah, I figured I would talk about it. So if y'all enjoyed this video, smash like, hit subscribe, become a channel member, because channel members, they get to see these types of videos first. Make sure you're entered for my giveaways, which is one coming up is Retro Carded Venom. Be kind to your local LGBT community. Comment, let me know if you like this, if you want to see more, what comic run I should do next, how your day is going. Just say, hey, I love you all. I will see you next time. Happy Pride Month, and bye-bye. Mwah.
How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. So I saw that the Skrull Queen and Super Skrull 2-pack is going for like $15, $16 on Amazon. And this is the 2-pack that I had gotten last year, and I didn't do a review on it. And that's what Tuesdays are for. They're for me to go back, review older figures that I haven't looked at, that I haven't talked about in detail, so that you know whether you want it. And this is good timing because this is a good deal on Amazon. So with all that being said, you get Jessica Drew as Spider-Woman, but that was who the Skrull Queen was pretending to be. So you also get an alternate head sculpt, and then you get a Super Skrull, which is reused body of the bath, but different head and accessories and all that stuff. So yeah, with all that being said, let's take a close look at the figures, and we'll just get into it.
All right, so the box for this is long gone because I got this like, I want to say like 5-6 months ago, but it's like $16, $17 on Amazon right now. I didn't do a video on them, so I figured, hey, now is a good time to let people know if it's worth the $16. So it is a 2-pack. We do get the Skrull Queen and we get a Super Skrull. I forget if he's a named one or whatever, but as you can see, they are both green because they're Skrulls. And this guy has bits and pieces. He's got like a stretchy arm, he's got Iron Man armor, and she is dressed up as Jessica Drew, Spider-Woman, because that is who the Skrull Queen was impersonating during Secret Invasion, I believe. And you do get a Jessica Drew head, and that was the main reason I got this 2-pack, was for her, because I had the Jessica Drew in the jumpsuit where she was wearing a jacket, the one where she was pregnant, and I want classic, and unfortunately they didn't update this, make it pinless, put it on the Shriek mold. It was just a straight up, hey, we've got this stuff, let's reuse it. But at least I got a classic Jessica Drew in her colors, and she's a little bit better than the older one, but still pins, all that stuff. But the head sculpts are great. That Skrull looks great. He's got the paint on his helmet, and then of course she has the Skrull face, and she's pretty.
And if you watched my Dark Reign, Dark Avengers video, you would know that how that all started is Norman Osborn ended her, and that was the beginning of Dark Reign. So, very important to that storyline, because without her, it would not have all went into motion. But going down, you can see we've got the black painted on the boots, because there's no boot cut there for Jessica Drew. And then he is black. I think he's on the Gladiator body. I could be wrong. I don't have Gladiator. And then we've got the yellow and black on her suit coming up to the chest, and then the yellow and black on the hands. No paint problems here. And I used the Super Skrull's cape. I actually put his cape on Damien Hellstrom, so I had to grab Damien off the shelf to do this video, because Damien needed a cape, in my opinion, and the Super Skrull guy doesn't. And I also have this other Super Skrull from the Fantastic Four Build-A-Figure wave, which is a different shade of green, but that's okay. They can't all be the same shade of green, right? And sorry if I'm sniffing a lot more than usual. It's because I'm sick. So I've been dealing with that for a couple weeks. Not a couple weeks, for a week, couple days. But hopefully it'll be better before Maryland Toy Expo. This video will be going up after that point. But yeah, so let's talk about these figures. Let's do more. And yeah, like I said, Super Skrull, he's got like an arc reactor on his chest, Iron Man gauntlet, stretchy arm, and they do have swappable pieces. So yes, that is a little breakdown of these two.
Oh, Iron Man. It would seem my return to Midgard was timely.
What, you mean this? This is nothing. But since you're already here, you might as well stick around and help out.
Checking out their heights, Super Skrull stands at about 7, and Skrull Queen stands at about just under 6 inches. All right, so let's get into articulation. Now this is an old body. There's nothing new or crazy or to be unexpected about here, but the head comes forward actually quite a bit because it's on that hinge and the hair doesn't really get in the way. Back, not so much. Shoulders, 90 degrees. We get a bicep cut, single elbows. These webs do peg in. They stay in there very nicely, actually. We get an upper ball peg at the torso. Doesn't do much. Nothing else on the waist. Legs come forward, to the side. We do get some butt kicking action. Thigh cut, no boot cut, but we get rockers. So Skrull Queen is an older figure. She's on that very old Marvel Legends female body, so nothing new or crazy there other than the head sculpt. I think I'm about to sneeze. Skrull, Super Skrull head comes forward, backward, shoulders come up 90 degrees. In fact, his arms do come off. We get a bicep cut, pinned double elbows. We only get an ab crunch, which goes forward and backward. We get a waist cut, legs come forward, thigh cut, butt kicking action, boot cut, and ankle rockers. So a little bit more articulation than the Skrull Queen, but still, we would have liked this to be an updated pinless 2-pack, because these pins just make figures very wobbly and loose and prone to warping, in my opinion, especially when it's hot out like it is right now. So articulation, nothing new, because they're old figures. And then we get into accessories. So let's take a look at what we have right now on them. So he's got a stretchy Mr. Fantastic arm, and then he's got an Iron Man gauntlet somehow. I don't know if he stole it or what. It's not like you can transform into technology Skrull, so what's up with that? Arc reactor, Iron Man glove, and then the Super Skrull, she has those energy discharging hands, and then she has, sorry, not Super Skrull, Skrull Queen, and then she has the Skrull Queen head sculpt. So let me swap this stuff out, and that'll essentially be the accessories for them, because it's all they come with. All right, so here they are with the swap parts. As you can see, we have a full Jessica Drew now, which is why I got this 2-pack. She comes with fists and a very nicely painted, it's reuse of the older head, but it's painted nicely. So we do get a new Jessica Drew head sculpt, updated, not new. And then you can see I swapped him for 2 sets of regular arms. And this is also the same Super Skrull body, which is why the arms are swappable like that. But they look good. I like that the colors match, but this is the main reason to get this pack. Unless you're a Skrull fan and you want to just build a Skrull army, because you get a couple of these, take the capes off, swap the arms off, whatever. And then you get those Skrull 2-packs, and I believe they're in this different shade of green as well, but you never know. I don't have them, I just have this. So with all that being said, let's get into comparisons.
Even your powers, we can make more powerful.
Get away from her, you filthy scroll!
First of all, for scale and comparison, here they are with the Bath Super Scroll, who is a darker shade of green, but I believe he's on the same exact body as this other Super Scroll with a different head sculpt, obviously, and a couple of tweaks with the torso, but the legs are the same, and the swappable normal arms are the same. But there are some differences, and as you can see, they're pretty close to the same height. So you could build a Super Scroll army if you wanted to. I already had Absorbing Man and Titania down because I'm going to do an Absorbing Man video because apparently there's a leak for the deluxe, but he also shapeshifts, so it works out perfectly. We've got Absorbing Man and his girl, Titania, next to the Scroll, Super Scroll, and his girl, the Scroll Queen. So that works out in my opinion. Here they are next to Bucky Cap and Iron Patriot Norman Osborn, who demolished the Scroll Queen and kicked off the whole Dark Reign saga in doing so. Here they are with Iron Man and the Thing, who I have up on my eBay right now, so if you want those, go check it out. Here they are next to Rowdy, Riles, and Rhea Ripley. And lastly with Batman and some G.I. Joe classified.
You lied to the Avengers, to the whole world, all using my face!
I didn't do anything. You did.
So with all that being said, I will say that for like 15 bucks, 2-pack is totally worth it. There is pins on both the figures. It's a lot of reuse, which is what that 80th anniversary wave was. But if you don't have Jessica Drew and you want a Spider-Woman, or you're just a Skrull fan, totally a good time to snatch it. And if you think this video was totally a good time, smash like, hit subscribe if you're not subscribed, become a channel member for 99 cents. Comment, let me know if you picked up this 2-pack, how your day is going. If you're skipping it, if you're waiting for the pinless updates, just say how your day is going, or hey, keep your head up, stay brave, especially now. Be safe in LA. Be kind to your local LGBTQ community. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. As you know, I recently went to Maryland Toy Expo and I did get some stuff. One of the things that I got is Johnny Blaze Ghost Rider's Legendary Rider's bike from Marvel Legends. I also had the Ghost Rider, but I got rid of him, traded him for something else because I have the retro card Ghost Rider and I like those colors better. I don't need the blue on Johnny Blaze. So yeah, with all that being said, let's get right into it. And also make sure you hit like, and if you're not subscribed, please hit subscribe. I would really appreciate that. So yeah, I went to Maryland Toy Expo this year. It's my first quote-unquote bigger toy convention. Met some other YouTubers, some fans, all that kind of stuff. And it was really cool. And there's a couple things I picked up. And one of them, I know you see Danny back there because he was released last year. But Johnny, well, it actually came with Johnny Blaze as well. It came with, it was a Legendary Riders Ghost Rider, but I just needed the bike, so I actually traded away that Johnny because I had the retro card. So as you can see here, we've got Johnny Blaze's bike, and it's I like it better than Danny's because it's more of like a classic looking bike with just some flames added on, and you can actually take that front part off in these flames as well. Not the wheels, they're not swappable, but you can make it almost look like it's not on fire. And you can see we've got all those little nice, we got the engine block, all that kind of stuff sculpted in there. Flames on the gasoline cap, which is a nice touch. And these are rubber banded on. I'm not going to take them off. I don't want them to get unpositioned or whatever. But this, there you go. This comes right off. It is that classic Johnny Blaze look on the front with the big swoopy fangs down there at the bottom of kind of a flaming skull. So you can kind of make it a regular bike if you want to, but I also have that Punisher bike. Oof. I also have that Punisher bike that I could just use as like Johnny's regular bike for photography if I really wanted to. And this just goes right back on there. I just clicked it on so easily. And he did also come with the flame effects, which are different than Danny's. They're like sculpted, and these are great for photography too. I did my blowtorch picture with these awesome looking flame effects. You can see they've got the variant, they've got the yellow and the orange color in there, and they're almost identical, but they're not. They're different sculpt. They look pretty proportionately even, but you can see the bottoms and the tops are different with the fire and the flames and all that stuff. Through the fire and flames. It's a smaller bike than Danny's, which is fine. There they are, next to each other. Sorry, it's a lot on my set. I don't usually have two bikes here when I'm doing a video, so it's a little bit harder to get everything visible. But I'm glad I got it. It was so. I was making my rounds and I was like, I saw the bike with Johnny and I was like, $90. That's not bad. I don't have the scratch right now, so I went and traded up. Came back after we had left and went and checked in the hotel and got food and all that stuff, and he was still there, and I was like, that's a sign I need to snag this Johnny Blaze and bike. So I got Johnny and the bike, and then I traded the Johnny for a Starscream, which I gave to my girlfriend. But this bike is so cool. I'm a Johnny. I like Johnny Blaze. I know Danny catches the 90s Ghost Rider and I'm a 90s kid, but being a 90s kid born in 1990, I was like a child through a lot of it, so there's a lot of things I missed out on. It's like 80s kids were born in the 70s, the ones like 70, 76, 77. They're the ones that really know the 80s culture. So like 94, 95, they get into 2000s and see like all the other stuff. I don't know. That's just how I see it. But I have always been like, oh, Johnny Blaze, that's my Ghost Rider. And this is such a cool bike. You can see the headlights are translucent. The wheels are translucent. All these flame effects are beautiful. Sorry, Johnny. Sorry, Johnny. Yeah, just a really cool bike. It was a bike I never thought I'd get. I got Danny's. And I had Johnny actually sitting on Danny's bike. But now I have them both, and it's like, how do I fit them both on my shelf? I don't know. But there's not really articulation or anything. But we'll still do like comparison and stuff next to the bikes and all that stuff. I just thought, hey, I don't know how I'm going to do this video because I've already done the Johnny Blaze figure. I don't have a figure that goes with this. I just have the bike. So we're just going to talk about the bike and that kind of stuff. Talk about Ghost Rider a little bit.
They call me Ghost Rider. I am summoned when innocent blood is shed. And you have shed much innocent blood.
Okay, so for comparison, first of all, here they are with Lilith, who is the mother of demons in Marvel Comics. Important to Ghost Rider. She's a Ghost Rider villain, so definitely need her for comparison. She's smaller than both of them, obviously smaller than the bikes. I had filmed the other part of this video without sound, so I'm redoing it. So now I'm being lazy. And this is really about the bikes and not Johnny and Danny themselves anyway, so it's fine. You know, we can just do comparison while they're on the bikes, because that's how they're going to be displayed anyway. And here they are next to Blackheart, another Ghost Rider villain. He was actually in the movie, although he did not look at all like this, unfortunately. And as you can see, he towers over their bikes, even with Danny popping a wheelie back there. Blackheart's bigger, and he is from that Strange Tales wave. I did complete him. I'm surprised they didn't do a Gamerverse Marvel vs. Capcom re-release of him with like a blue shade on it. But that's where he resides on my Marvel vs. Capcom shelf, so I just scoop him off of there. Another really cool figure. I don't think we have enough Ghost Rider representation. I'm not the biggest Ghost Rider fan, but as far as like villains and all that stuff, we have, okay. So we have Danny, Johnny, and Frank, which Frank is the cosmic Ghost Rider. So those are the three Ghost Riders that we've had. We don't have, we do have an older figure where he's like a giant dude with blue flames. I forget which Ghost Rider that is, which version, but there's a super old other Ghost Rider. And then we have Lilith, and we have Blackheart, and other than that, of course, we don't have Mephisto. I can't think of any other Ghost Rider characters or villains that we have from the comic books, which is unfortunate. So that means I will just have to throw Daredevil
and Punisher next to them for comparison, just to get some more street level stuff in there. So you can see them next to bikes, and we do have the Legendary Rider's bike for Punisher as well, but that's up there. I'm not going to grab it. And I also have the Deadpool scooter and the Squirrel Girl scooter. So I have a bunch of the Legendary Rider bikes at this point, including Johnny Blaze's bike, which is definitely a need for me because, like I said, 90s kid, but Johnny's my Ghost Rider, not Danny. And then we could look, you know, at the differences between the bikes themselves. You know, Johnny has more of a classic Harley look, a lowrider. It's just a regular old bike or motorcycle as far as the look, with some, you know, hell accents added because he is the spirit of vengeance. So we got the skull plate, which is removable. You can take that off. Like, I think I showed it. I don't know if it had sound or not, but that is removable. Just like the plate on Danny's is removable. And Danny's got more of like a tank as opposed to a motorcycle. Like, yes, it's a motorcycle. It's got 2 wheels, but that thing is bulky. That thing is like, all the parts are covered. All the combustible parts that could explode are covered up. And Johnny's got, you know, the engine, the block, all that stuff sculpted in. And Danny's is all covered by these black metal sheets. So there are some differences to the bikes, and that's fine because they're different versions. I know they're related. I know Danny and Johnny are related. I don't know particularly how. I think they're like half brothers or something. I'm not sure. Let me know in the comments down below. Also, let me know who your favorite Ghost Rider is. And also let me know how I'm going to be able to fit both of these on my already very packed Avengers shelf, because I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it, y'all. But this isn't really about the figures themselves. It's more about the bikes. And yeah, they both look awesome. It's cool to have both bikes for both Ghost Riders, because I had Johnny on Danny's and Danny just standing there. So now I've got both, and they look great, and I'm very pleased that I went to Maryland Toy Expo.
Do you dare face the agony of those you have slain?
Mortal or demon, whichever you be gone. Galactus has no time for games.
So, if y'all like this video, make sure you smash like, hit subscribe if you're not subscribed, become a channel member for 99 cents. We are giving away a Mafex Spider-Man at 4K, so make sure you are entered to win that. Check the video to see how it is on my main YouTube page. Just click my username and you will find it, hopefully. Some people can't even do that and they can't find it, and that's on them, not me. I make it as easy as possible. But yeah, comment, let me know if you have these bikes, if you've been to a toy expo, what you found, how your day is going. Just say what's up. If you're protesting, be safe, be smart, keep your head up, stay brave, be kind to your local LGBTQ community. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah.
This is no game. Feel the torment of a billion extinguished souls. Experience the pain of eternal guilt.
Just wait 1 minute. I'm watching this new Rowdy Riles video, and it's really awesome. I don't want to miss it.
It's like this chick that reviews action figures and it's really freaking cool. Yes, I think they saw some videos and there's some really good contents out there, you know?
She reviews the ponies and stuff because you knows I love ponies.
She doesn't review ponies. It's freaking cool stuff, Toki. So, Morty, you're gonna have to shove these figures way up your butt.
Oh, jeez, Rick, kind of ruined the resale value.
What the Morty? Do you think we're scalpers? No, I need these. These are for me, Morty. I want Psylocke and Thanos, Morty.
Oh, jeez, okay, Rick, can you spit on it? Why can't you do it?
Because these figures would fall right out of my Morty. I've done this way too many times. I need you to do this for me, Morty. I need this. I need you to do this, Morty.
How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. As you can see, we've got some Spider-Man in front of us, and they're all classic red and blue Spideys, and Spider-Man's my favorite character, so of course I have a bunch of different versions, but we all know what our favorite is and what the best one is in our opinion and all that stuff, but I just wanted to talk about, like, why I have them the way that I do and which one I think is best, which you all know my opinion. You know that Maximum Spider-Man is the best Spider-Man in my opinion, just for scaling, proportions, all that stuff. But the Amazing Fantasy body is great. It also works. The Renew Your Vows, if you put the right head sculpt on it, it brings the size down a little, because the other thing about that Renew Your Vows figure is the head is huge. I don't like the head that it comes with. It's not on any of these figures. We've got the retro card with one of the alternate heads. He has the Ben Reilly retro card head on because the red matches perfectly. I put the Beyond Suit Ben Reilly head on my Amazing Fantasy because I wanted an alternate Spider-Man, or Ultimate Spider-Man, and the Ultimate Spider-Man that we have is old, on a pinned body, doesn't have butterfly joints, and I think that it being just ever so slightly shorter than the Maximum Buck and putting that big head with the humongous eyes on it, it's a perfect Ultimate Spider-Man. I don't know what the spider symbol looks like in that comic run. I don't remember, but I could find a picture if I wanted to. And then of course you have the Odd Man Out, the Renew Your Vows, which is essentially Hasbro making a body mold using Spider-Man as an excuse so that they have more body molds to use for more acceptable figures or more appropriate figures for that mold, like Daredevil and Deadpool, both of which are over 6 foot. Like 6 foot I think is Daredevil, and then 6'2" is Deadpool. So Spider-Man should be shorter. The Renew Your Vows is too big, and that's something I've stated over and over and over again. But if you put the Maximum head sculpt on it, they're still slightly bigger. You can see he's about, I don't know, 1/3 of an inch taller, which it's negligible at that point. So if you swap the Maximum head sculpt on the Renew Your Vows, it's really not that bad. But so this one goes on my regular Spider-Man shelf, like my Spider-Verse shelf. Renew Your Vows is right there because this is the ideal perfect Spider-Man against every other Marvel Legend, as far as I can tell, the ones that I have, accuracy and all that stuff. Maximum Spider-Man goes on my Avengers, Defenders, whatever. My main Marvel comic book shelf. Ultimate Spider-Man also goes on my Spider-Verse shelf because we have Miles, which, you know what, I may as well grab him down just to show y'all what I mean. Because, you know, Ultimate Spider-Man is still a teenager. Like, yeah, he got older, but he's still a teenager in the original comic, not now. But Miles, and Petey is like 16, 17. Miles was like 13, 14. So if he wants to stand up, if you put this Miles next to any of these Spider-Man, he works. But specifically with that Ultimate Spider-Man, he's just got the right perfect height on Miles to be Ultimate. So that's why I have that head on there. I got rid of the figure and kept the head sculpt because that's what I do sometimes. I'm like, here, let me put this in a lot. And if someone wants that body, they can have it. But I'm keeping the head sculpt. And I'll just keep Miles over here just because. But for me, the Maximum Spider-Man obviously is the best of both worlds. Best, you could make him Ultimate with that if you wanted to, and the colors in the spider probably match better. But this is a perfect Spider-Man for me, so he's gonna go on my Avenger shelf. And I noticed a problem. I only have one paint issue on my Maximum Spider-Man. Let me know if you see it. It's the leg on the right, the far right. There's a little bit missing right there, and I don't know if I rubbed it off or it came that way, but I noticed it, and now it bothers me. So I'm going to have to find a black micro pen and fix that, like a very, very, very micro pen, and fix that. But I have the Romita style. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it's the Romita styled head on my Maximum Spidey, and it does add a little bit more height to him, which is not ideal, but he's still short enough next to, say, well, I'd have to zoom out. So yeah, this is, my references are like Captain America, and this is Bucky as Captain America, who I believe is probably slightly taller than Steve, and Steve is like 6'2", so he may be a little bit too tall with this head sculpt, but it's negligible at this point. And you put the Renew Your Vows next to him, and then with those, oh my goodness, with those thicker feet and all that stuff, I'm just knocking everything over, aren't I? It adds a little bit more height on him as well. Oh my goodness. That's what editing is for, y'all. And also, I'm recording this while I'm live streaming to members, so Yeah, if you're watching this live, I apologize. You know, it actually looks like head sculpt makes a big difference when it comes to Marvel Legends, and a lot of the time their head sculpts are way too big. Like, they'll give, shout out to the train, okay, they're close enough to the same height, but for me the Maximum Spider-Man is leaner, it's not as ripped, it's not as bulky, and Spider-Man has like a gymnast or runner's body. He's not a bodybuilder, he's not yoked out of his mind, he is just a skinny ripped 5'10" and very flexible. And if you've got a lot of muscle, I don't know if you know this, but bodybuilders are not the most flexible people. So when it comes to that, the Maximum Spider-Man is definitely better. And then you can, oh, no, editing is your friend. And when it comes to, you know, like the Amazing Fantasy or Amazing Friends, Amazing Fantasy body, he's a lot shorter. And now, before we had the Maximum and we only had the Renew Your Vows and the Amazing Friends, perfect. But because he is still a lot shorter, then here, we'll do this. We're gonna fix the height problem here on these figures really quick. All right, so now Renew Your Vows has the taller, whoa, it's very loose on him. The taller Bermuda styled head, and then we're gonna put the Maximum head sculpt back onto Maximum Spider-Man. There we go. Now you can really see what I'm talking about. The Maximum is slightly taller than the Amazing Friends, and then the Renew Your Vows is just ever so slightly taller than both of them. And then you bring in the Retro, and he's taller than all of them. And, right? Am I wrong in that? No, he's about the same as Renew Your Vows, which makes sense because they're on the same body. What I'm getting at is here, like, it doesn't matter which Spider-Man you want for your display. Like, there's the scaling and all that stuff, that's for sticklers. For me, I'm a big, oh, we need the right height, we need all that kind of stuff. Not everyone's like that. And you know, you may want this head sculpt on the Maximum. You may want the Ditko or the Romita head on the Amazing Friends body, and that's fine. I just think that, in my opinion, the Renew Your Vows as it comes out of the box, I'm gonna have to censor that for one, and for another, let me just get, here's my Spider-Man stuff. I'm just gonna grab that Renew Your Vows head because I want y'all to see what I mean, and I'm not crazy, because the head sculpt makes him so much taller, even than the other one. So let's arrange them by height. Amazing Friends, Maximum, Renew Your Vows. Now you can kind of see better what I'm talking about when it comes to the height. He's just got that much more height. He's six inches tall. All right, let me see. Over 6 inches tall. He's 6 1/4. He is about 6 1/3. I don't know. It's negligible, but it's noticeable next to, say, Captain America or Wolverine or whatever, because Wolverine is 5'3", and all the Wolverines that we have so far from Marvel Legends are too big. So it's just one of those things where I'm hoping that the one that's coming out with that 2-pack with Silver Samurai is slightly shorter. I'm hoping they fixed the torso by taking out. I know they added upper bald peg torso, and they have. Do they have lower ab crunch? I'm not sure. I'd have to relook at it. But I'm hoping that they fix the height, because Wolverine is 5'3", which he's too tall in the Marvel Legends that we have. The older ones were slightly smaller, and the newer ones have that scale creep. But when, I don't know, I'm probably just rambling at this point. What I'm trying to say is, my favorite Spider-Man is the Maximum Spider-Man, but that doesn't mean it's everyone's favorite. That doesn't mean it's right for everyone's display. It just means that for me, when it comes to scaling and all that stuff, I'm a huge stickler, and the Maximum Spider-Man is the way to go for me. It's the one I want to see on my shelf when it comes to standing next to, like, Captain America, Iron Man, Wolverine, Deadpool, all them. I need Spider-Man to be smaller. He should not be head and shoulder with Cap. He should not be head and shoulder with Iron Man. And even so, Iron Man with his suit on is supposed to be like 6'4", 6'5", something like that, because, you know, he's got the armor. And the Iron Men that we have are slightly smaller, and I actually appreciate that. I don't think Iron Man should be towering over everybody, because Tony Stark is like 5'11", something like that. I don't know. I think that when it comes to a line like this, when you've had the amount of time that Marvel has had, or not Marvel, Hasbro has had, which is to say the better half of 20 years, not 20 years total, because it started with Toy Biz, but, you know, the better half of the 20 years has been with Hasbro. And these are the kind of things that they should really be ironing out. So I see a lot of people complaining about the Spider-Man Gamerverse stuff. And it's valid, because okay, here's the thing. The symbiote Spider-Man from Spider-Man 2, it's feeding time for the kitties. The symbiote Spider-Man from Spider-Man 2 is the right height. He's shorter, he's skinnier, he's lithe. And then you have the actual Gamerverse one on this body, the Renew Your Vows body, which is too big for Spider-Man. It's slightly too large. It is over 6 inches, which makes it too big. He should be 6 inches maximum, and slightly under 6 inches, ever so slightly. It just depends on if you're going with 6.5 or 6 inch scale. And at this point, Marvel Legends is 6.5 inch scale, so it's fine for Spider-Man to be like 6 inches tall. But he shouldn't be, let's see. See, look, I'm not crazy. The maximum Spider-Man is just barely over 6 inches. Renew Your Vows, 6 1/4. Amazing Friends, under 6 inches. So teenage Spider-Man with this head sculpt, adult, fully grown Spider-Man, and then Flash Thompson is Spider-Man right there. But the Gamerverse ones, so the anti-venom suit that they used, I am 99.5% sure is on the Sunfire body, which is too big and not a great body for Spider-Man. Then you have the actual upgraded suit on the Renew Your Vows, which is too big, as I just showed y'all. And then the symbiote is shorter than both of them, has the right proportions, doesn't have butterfly joints, but as far as scaling, it's correct. And then you have people whining, which is not whining when it's valid that they're all different size, but they're like, oh, why is this one not, the symbiote's too small? And it's like, no, the symbiote's not too small. The other two are too big. And they also have no dedicated sculpt. The Sunfire and the Renew Your Vows, much like the Amazing Fantasy and the Maximum Spider-Man, are completely blank. All the applications on there are paint. There is no sculpted detail on those figures. So you should be like, oh man, why don't these other ones live up to the expectation of this Spider-Man 2 symbiote? And that's a good question. That's a good question for Hasbro. But what I'm saying here is that if you're just putting them on your shelf and you're happy with it, it's fine, whichever one. You can, the Pizza Spidey even, you can, I got rid of him finally, he's gone. I don't have one anymore because it's such an outdated body. I was so tired of seeing it. His leg was starting to warp. He's starting to get that old stanky leg. So I was like, you know what? It's time for him to go. And I don't think I'll ever get rid of this one because it's still a solid figure. This was my first Marvel Legends, not my first, this was like my second Marvel Legends Spider-Man, and it was so much better than the Pizza Spidey one because I had the retro card with Pizza Spidey with the, not all the alternate hands. So it was the retro card I won. And then I got this guy, and I was like, yo, so this is the perfect Spider-Man. And then I got the Renew Your Vows, and I was like, this is the perfect Spider-Man. And then I got into like really checking out the details and the scaling, and I've always known that Spider-Man is 5'10", and I was like, why is he almost the same height as Captain America? Why is he almost the same height as Iron Man? And that to me was wrong. So I started doing my research, and I'm like, okay, so we need the perfect Spider-Man. And then they announced the Amazing Fantasy one, and it was better, much better than Renew Your Vows, but people are like, oh, he's not defined enough, he's too short. And both of them valid, but at the time he was the best Spider-Man that we had. So I've done this video before, and I'm not saying that you should pay $50 for Maximum Spider-Man, but that's what you're going to get him for at retail. You're never going to find him for less than $50. I'm going to tell you that right now. Even used open boxed at this point, because they're all sold out, people haven't got them anymore, you're not going to get it for less than $50. So even if it's not worth it, if you really want the Maximum Spider-Man, you're going to pay the $50, or you're going to have to go on eBay or Mercari or, you know, Facebook groups and find a deal that works for you. Or you can just be happy with your amazing friends, or you renew your vows. It doesn't really matter. I'm just pointing out, for me, that the $50 that I spent on this Spider-Man, not only is it the best Marvel Legends Spider-Man that we have with articulation and all that stuff, he comes with a lot of accessories. Should he have been $50? No. But for me, I needed that Spider-Man. And he even looks great next to Miles. Like, Miles should be shorter. Miles is a kid. I know he's older in the comic books now, but for me, if you want to have another Spider-Man running around, make him that younger teenage Spider-Man again with Miles. So, actually, you know what? Because he works with either of those ones. You can put him, if you put him next to Renew Your Vows, he kind of gets dwarfed as far as proportions and size and all that stuff. So even the height, but just like proportion-wise, Spider-Man looks too beefy next to Miles right there. So, you know, just some observations. I can't believe I'm rambling for over 15 minutes about this, and I'm also live at this point, but it's members only, which I did that intentionally because it's an experiment. I wanted to see, and we had a couple people show up, but it's all good. It is all good. So yeah, if you guys like this video, go ahead and smash like, hit subscribe if you're not subscribed, become a channel member so that when I do more videos while live streaming, y'all don't miss it. I will probably go live normal after I finish recording this. This was just an experiment. It's taken me 20 minutes to do this video, which is pretty good. I can ramble on for a long time. I don't know if y'all knew this. My card seems to be working now as far as the memory capture, so that was annoying when I started. But yeah, if you guys, like I said, like, subscribe if you're not subscribed, become a channel member if you want to, so you can see members only live streams and all that stuff, and members only content, and then members first for early reviews for new stuff. So you know, there's benefits. And then of course, comment, let me know if you agree, disagree, what your favorite Spider-Man is, how your day is going. Just say hiya, howdy, hello. If you're protesting, please be safe. Keep your head up, stay brave, be kind to your local LGBTQ community. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye.
Just wait 1 minute. I'm watching this new Rowdy Riles video, and it's really awesome. I don't want to miss it.
It's like this chick that reviews action figures and it's really freaking cool.
Yes, I think I saw some videos and there's some really good contents out there, you know?
She reviews the ponies and stuff because you knows I love ponies.
She doesn't review ponies. It's freaking cool stuff, Toki.
How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. We are coming at you with some X-Men today. Some X-Men baddies, actually. One of them we have in the box. The other one we don't, because I got a good deal for him, and they just shipped him outside of the box because it was cheaper, and I got him for less than retail that way. We have Apocalypse and Mr. Sinister. So, two essential X-Men baddies. Been waiting to get them at good prices, and I finally did. So yeah, with all that being said, we'll take a close look at Mr. Sinister's box. We'll get him open, and then we'll take a look at both of them. So yeah, taking a look at Mr. Sinister's box, you can see it says X-Men, Mr. Sinister, and Marvel Comics there at the top, and in its style to look like a VHS tape. On this side, we get more of that VHS spine look with the headshot and the Marvel Legends down there meant to look like VHS. And on the back, we get a blurb, which is like a movie description, and then we get a shot of Mr. Sinister back there. The twisted geneticist Mr. Sinister seeks to create the perfect mutant life form. His chosen test subjects, Jean Grey and Cyclops. And if you don't know, that's how Madeline Pryor and Scott have Cable because of Mr. Sinister's machination. On the other side, we get more of that VHS look. Top of the box, bottom of the box, and with all that being said, let's get him out of the box and we'll check them both out. So here they are. Here's Mr. Sinister out of his box, and like I said, didn't have the card for Apocalypse because it's cheaper to ship that way, so we made a deal and I got him for under retail price, actually shipped to me out of his retro card, but he is brand new. So as you can see, Mr. Sinister does have that X-Men 97 VHS line art style with the cell shading painted on him. We've got some black lines going up there, but I really like that face, and the reds and the blues all complement each other. He's nice and pale and coffee looking. And then Apocalypse is also in the colors from the animated series. We've got blue and purple, and he's got, I think that's the bath head, but reuse on the body, but it's recolored to match Apocalypse from the show. So they both look really good. We've got some really beautiful paint apps on Apocalypse's face here. I don't know why it doesn't let me focus when I get past a certain zoom. But yeah, Apocalypse looks great. Sinister looks great. Always glad to get some more X-Men villains, especially supersized ones like these guys. And oh yeah, Mr. Sinister has his tattered cape effect, so Hasbro did a good job with this. This is a re-release of the older figure, but the only other Sinister that I had was the Toy Biz one, and I did not have an Apocalypse. So upgrade and new grab, and I haven't had that Toy Biz Sinister for a long time. But yeah, glad to have these two. Checking out their height, Mr. Sinister stands at about 7.5 inches to the top of his little cowl thingy, and Apocalypse is like 8.25. Going over articulation, we will start with Sinister. So his head goes forward and backward, not too much because that giant cowl thingy gets in the way. Shoulders come up not even 90 degrees because once again the sculpt kind of gets in the way. He's just got some big shoulders. We do get a bicep cut, double elbows, which work beautifully. We get a very ratchety ab crunch, so he can go forward and backward, and legs come forward to the side. Can he kick his own butt? Just barely, but he can do it. We get a thigh cut, and we get a boot cut, and we get rockers. So he's kind of limited in articulation, but that's okay because most of the time Mr. Sinister just stands there and goes mwah, ha ha ha. Anyway, going over Apocalypse articulation, his head goes forward, backward, to the side, shoulders come up almost 90 degrees. We get a bicep cut and single elbows that do not go very far because his sculpt gets in the way. We get ab crunch with the ratchet as well. We get a waist cut, legs come forward, to the side. He can kick his own butt. He's got a thigh cut. He does not have a boot cut, but he does have some generous rockers. And as you can see, he has these tubes which love to come undone. So I knocked one out with that. But yeah, they're kind of limited in their range, but it's understandable because they're big giant dudes. And that requires giant arms, which means the joints aren't as articulated with their range. So it is what it is. They look cool, and they're going to be imposing standing behind the X-Men on my shelf. And then I feel like my X-Men shelf is pretty complete other than one or two here or there. But really, really getting full up on the Marvel Legends as far as my shelves are concerned. For accessories, Sinister has none, but Apocalypse here has this really cool swappable arm cannon that you can swap from his arm, and then it'll blast, and you can connect the hose to it down here, so it all connects. And then it comes with these 3 blast pieces. We've got these smaller ones that we've seen before, and this giant one that I haven't seen before, but I'm sure we've seen it before in Marvel Legends. I just don't have it. But we get a big cool gun. We get another head sculpt, which is also very nice. It's visible. It's nice if it's visible. There you go. So it's a very nice head sculpt. He's got closed mouth, more of a stern, stoic look as opposed to that more maniacal grimace. And then he comes with an extra open hand and an extra fist because he's got one of each on already. And yeah, that is the accessories for these guys. First up, here they are next to X-Men 97 Bishop and Jean Grey. Video coming on those. I don't know which one's coming out first, this one or that one, but we'll see. These are just going to be scheduled week to week at this point. Here they are with Wolverine and Cyclops. And lastly, with Red Hulk and MODOK for some more deluxe sized figures. So yeah, I think that about does it. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say that both of these are really cool figures. It would have been great if they given Mr. Sinister a couple of accessories, but it is what it is. We got a bigger figure for normal price, so that's pretty dope. Apocalypse comes with some cool accessories, so he's really cool, and they're both essential to an X-Men shelf. So yeah, if you guys like this video, smash like, hit subscribe, comment, let me know if you grab these, if you passed on them, if you're waiting for the next release, how your day is going, just let me know what's up. Check out the Patreon and the giveaways. Do all that stuff. I love you. I'll see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah.
y'all, Rowdy Riles back with another video. Today we are coming at you with some more Marvel Legends, and this is one of those figures that it could have been a 10 out of 10, it mostly is, but Hasbro once again did the lazy thing and just didn't go all the way with it. So today we are talking about the Zabu Wave cable. He's already out of the box, he's right here. Still gonna look at the box and all that stuff, but like, I'm gonna point it out in my video and I'm just gonna say now, I like this figure a lot. But what would have held it back for me in the top 10 last year is going to be pointed out. So yeah, with all that being said, let's take a closer look at the box.
200 times. But how's your mommy, Sebastian?
Time always tells. You know this better than most.
Taking a look at the box, you can see it says Marvel Legends series, Marvel's cable. We get some awesome artwork of the cable in question. We get the back of the card with the rest of the wave, which is the Zabu Wave, which was from last year. We went over a lot of those. And then, of course, we get some awesome artwork and a blur. Cable travels back through time from a dystopian future to help the X-Men as an enhanced telekinetic mutant. Because he is the son of Madeline Pryor and Scott Summers that Mr. Sinister concocted happening. So yeah, Cable is cool. On this side, we get the same artwork once again, top, bottom, and with all of that being said, looks like I'm selling a bath piece on eBay.
Are doomed to struggle with such filth until the end of time? Perhaps my newfound power can show me the answer.
I've got your answer right here.
So here is Cable, and while he is a really all-around great figure, that head sculpt being the first thing that's awesome, along with the suit, you can already see the problem. He's got a pinned right arm, and the rest of the figure is completely new sculpt. New left arm, metal arm, new leg sculpt, new everything except for this arm that is pinned, and it's kind of ridiculous that Hasbro did that. Like, if you wanted to cut costs, you could have done it on another figure. Not on Cable, not when you went so far as to sculpt everything else new. Like, what is that? And it's a Marvel vs. Capcom Cable, so I am happy to have him, but it's just like, I'm gonna have to find an arm that matches that, or like a sleeveless skin tone arm that matches the skin tone, just to like fix the I don't know what to do. But other than that, he's a cool figure. It's just so inconsistent to me with that pinned arm, and it's kind of lazy, but that head sculpt is really great. It looks good. It's got the shiny eye. It's got the scar on the other eye. Of course, we got his straps with the X on it because he's wearing his X-Men suit at this point. I do have the other Cable, and this one is going to go on my Marvel vs. Capcom shelf, so the other one's going to stay on my X-Men shelf, but you can see we got all that stuff on there, which looks great. It's got a shiny weapon and some nicely sculpted knee pads and some pouches, because Cable 90s pouches, you know how it be. So definitely a very aesthetically pleasing Cable. Other than that, checking out Cable's height, he stands at, let's see here, he should be on the taller side. Yeah, he's like 6 3/4 inches, so he's pretty tall. Cable's a big dude. Going over the articulation, starting at the head, it goes forward and backward, and the only place it's kind of limited to side as far as that's concerned. Shoulders go up 90 degrees. We get a bicep cut. We get pinless double elbow on the right or on the left side, which I do need to heat up that other elbow because it seems to be quite stuck right now. Let me see if I can get it to go. Nope, I'm gonna have to heat that up. But of course we get a wrist peg on the wrists for Marvel Legends. Ab crunch goes backward that far, forward a lot farther, so he can definitely dip down. We do get a waist cut. Legs come forward that far. We get a thigh cut. We get pinless double knees, which can kick his butt very easily. And of course, we get the boot cut and rockers. So you can definitely articulate. It's just my gripe with that. Sculpting a fully new figure and then using an old arm. It's like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? And I know why they would do that, because it's Hasbro, and that's how Hasbro do and what it be, but like, it still sucks. For accessories, we get, of course, we get a fist and an open hand for dynamic posing, and then we get a trigger finger on the right hand
Is this the right or left? That's the left hand. With a futuristic looking pistol, and then a trigger figure for the left hand with another futuristic looking kind of shotgun that we've probably seen before. I'm not sure. But yeah, we also get the Zabu piece, which we've already completed Zabu. Check out my Zabu video if you haven't seen it. And yeah, that is it for the accessories for Cable here.
Cover me. Not a great start.
First of all, here he is next to the other Cable that I have that is currently on my X-Men shelf. Sorry. Here he is next to the other Cable that I have, who is currently on my X-Men shelf. You can see they're actually pretty close, and I thought the other one would be bigger, but no, they're both big and burly. Head sculpt is similar but different. You know, we've got the same effect with the eye, just different styles. I'm pretty sure the one on the left is like a Liefeld Cable. The one on the right is more so like a Jim Lee era Cable. I could be wrong. Let me know in the comments if you know exactly which one. But either way, both are great figures, other than the pinned arm on the one on the right, because they could have gone all the way, and I can just see it every time I look at it, and it's just glaring right in my face, and I hate it. But going on my Marvel vs. Capcom shelf, and that's where a lot of my other pinned Marvel Legends figures are, so I guess it's not that bad. Here he is next to his bestest buddy in the world, Deadpool. And you know, Deadpool and Cable was a long-running comic book series in the 90s, so totally gonna do some pictures with these two together. Here he is next to Scott and Jean, his biological father, and the genetic template for his biological mother, because, you know, Madame Empire is Jean Grey's clone. But you can see he's much bigger than both of them, which is fine because Cable Nathan has always been humongous, so it totally works to me. Here he is next to Marvel Legends Mr. Sinister, who's always been plotting. He's like, I want those two to have a baby, so he cloned Madeline and all that stuff just so that Cable could be born. And then of course Cable gets infected with the technovirus and he has to be sent to the future where they can actually treat it. Blah blah blah. All that kind of stuff. I almost forgot to show him with some Marvel vs. Capcom stuff, so here he is with Jada Toys, Street Fighters, and Mega Man. Here he is with some Action Force and some G.I. Joe. And here he is next to a Displacer Beast for S's and G's. So with all that being said, y'all, once again, Hasbro's laziness rears its ugly head to not ruin, but just kind of put a damper on what could have been a goated figure. So Marvel Legends Cable, worth it because Marvel vs. Capcom, but with that pinned arm, come on Hasbro, brand new sculpt, pinless everything else except for one arm. How lazy is that? So yeah, you know how I feel. Like the video, subscribe, comment down below, let me know if you agree, let me know if you have this figure, how your day is going. Just say hey, of course. Check out my retro carded Venom. We're getting more and more subscribers every day, so make sure you like the video, you're subscribed of course, and comment on that retro carded Venom video, and that is how you are entered to win. I'm not going to do like a live stream giveaway for that or for the Mezco Spider-Man. There's going to be a couple ones that we'll do like giveaway on a live stream, but for now, that is how you enter to win that Venom, and that is how it's going to be given away. So yeah, do that stuff. Like, subscribe, comment. Be kind to your local LGBTQ community. Keep your head up, stay brave. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. Y'all know me, I'm a huge Spider-Man fan. He's my favorite Marvel character, obviously. And there's a lot of talk about Maximum Spider-Man and how great he's gonna be. I do have him pre-ordered. Ooh, something just fell over there. I do have him pre-ordered, but there's a couple other Spider-Man that people are just like, oh, that one's the greatest. And you know, we do have the CT toys, and then we have, you know, the amazing Yamaguchi, but the one that everyone seems to go to is the Mafex. So today, we have the Mafex Amazing Spider-Man number 185. So yeah, with all that being said, let's take a closer look at the box and we'll get this bad boy open. Taking a look at the front of the box, you can see it is comic book inspired. We've got a little panel up at the left-hand corner, Double Trouble, Marvel, 6-inch, 185, Mafex, and then it says The Amazing Spider-Man down there with a shot of the figure, and of course, the figure is in the packaging. He looks amazing, actually, no pun intended. On this side, we get a beautiful shot of the figure, Spider-Man, Mafex number 185, with his logo down there. On the back, it says The Amazing Spider-Man, Mafex number 185 again. Then we get some Japanese, Thwip, Marvel, and some beautiful shots of the figure. So excited to get him out of the box. Another pretty shot, The Amazing Spider-Man, top of the box, bottom of the box. And with all that being said, with great power comes great responsibility to make good figures.
Mr. Parker, Dr. Connors here.
Oh, Dr. Connors. How are you?
So there was some tape down there at the bottom. I don't want to destroy this box. I like to keep the import boxes, you know, just in case. But he looks pretty. I love Spider-Man. Well, I know for sure that I have my new Marvel vs. Capcom Spider-Man, because this is a perfect 90s Spider-Man. He looks great. He feels amazing in hand. Just look at that McFarlane sculpt. Boo Todd, but yay Todd McFarlane Spider-Man head, because I like the big eyes a lot. Looks great. Colors are awesome. We do get those sculpted web lines that everyone is always complaining about, and I never understood that, because I don't think that cloth would have like web lines sculpted in, maybe outwards, but you know, if you pay the Mafex price, you get that there. So there's those sculpted in web lines that everyone wants so badly, and you know, they do look good. It helps with the paint and the application and all that, and Marvel Legends does it sometimes, like the Amazing Spider-Man and the 6-arm Spider-Man have it, and so does Peter B. Parker, but he likes to wobble. I don't know why. Nothing is ever stable on that spinny table, but sometimes they be wobbling. But he's a fantastic looking figure. I really love the colors. That head sculpt is great. There's not a lot to talk about with the paint because it's just red and blue and the black web lines, but if it wants to focus, the web lines are very clean. So, you know, there's really nothing to complain about there. It looks fantastic, and I love me some Spider-Man, especially when they look and feel good and they're not overly jacked, and the Spider-Man is like lithe but still muscular and like kind of like a runner's body, which is what Spider-Man should be, not super bulky like the Renew Your Vows. So it's a really, really good Spider-Man, and you get a couple of head swaps on there, and you've got the Ultimate Spider-Man on your hands as far as looks. I don't know why it doesn't want to focus when I go down to his feet. Focus on the feet there. As you can see, we got the sculpted boots as well, and, you know, pinless joints. And then also, you know, the CT Toys essentially takes these molds, like the Mafex mold, and just shrinks it down slightly, and that's how you get their knockoffs. But I'd prefer to have the real thing. Like, this Mafex Spider-Man is awesome. Checking out his height. Like, I haven't even looked at the accessories yet. I've literally just pulled him out of the box, so we're going in blind just like y'all. As far as this figure, almost 6 inches, just under. Actually, he's like 5 3/4, so just under 6 inches, and I knocked him over. But that's okay, because we can get into the articulation, which we will do right now. Starting at the head, forward, backward. Ooh, nice movement on that. That goes very far back and very far forward. I love that. Shoulders come up 90 degrees. We get a beautiful bicep cut with a beautiful butterfly joint that works wonderfully. Beautiful pinless double elbows. Chest articulation goes forward that far, back that far, and then you add the waist. He goes forward and backward. We do get drop down hips, so legs come forward and backward. He can almost do the splits. We don't get a thigh cut, but we do get a nice rotation at the groin, so that's nice. Double knees. Can't quite kick his butt, but that's okay. We don't get a boot cut either, but we do get some generous rockers on that peg joint, and we get toe articulation. So, of course, he can do all the Spider-Man poses you would expect, obviously, because he's an import and they generally get that stuff down. So, you know, Spider-Man is a very flexible guy, so you need a flexible figure, and I'm pretty sure the Mafex pulled that off. Like, with this uneven ground, I don't know if I can get him to stand like that. But if I had the right ground, I'm sure he would be standing no problem. But he looks amazing, doesn't he? I've been sleeping on him for so long, y'all. What a great figure. For the accessories, first of all, we get a bunch of web effects. Those are very pretty, very much needed. So like I said, this is definitely going to be my Marvel vs. Capcom Spider-Man, because this comes with essentially all the web effects that the Max Spider-Man comes with. Dang, and I pre-ordered that thing. It's okay. I pre-ordered two, and there's going to be a giveaway on my channel when I get one, probably on a live stream. So yeah, when he releases, we'll talk about Maximum Spider-Man. But yeah, we have all these web effects. We get a stand, which I need to put together, but I probably won't, because I don't have good luck with, even with the Mafex stands, I just don't have good luck with them. Then we get all the hands you could want. We get wall crawling hands, open hands. We get some holding hands for webs. We get some more open hands for wall crawling, and then we get some magnetic feet. Yes, they are magnetic, so that is really cool. And you know, we've got various hands for holding all the web accessories that he has and using all those. So that's also very cool. I don't want to like get them out yet. We'll see that stuff in the photography. So clearly I didn't see this while I was doing the video, but I was trying to do photos and I was looking for the web shooting hands, and he doesn't have any. He has double web grabbing hands. So just my luck. I had to contact Big Bad Toy Store. So yeah, that's a bummer. But other than that, great figure. And then the last thing he comes with is this more narrow-eyed Spider-Man head sculpt, McFarlane styled still, where he's looking a little more pressed, a little more angry, a little more like, I'm gonna kick your butt if you don't back off. I'm gonna stop making some quips and start throwing some hard punches.
Man's an imposter. That man is the imposter. Hold on a sec. We'll have a showdown to prove which of us is the real Spider-Man, and you can unmask the loser. That's fair enough. But no tricks.
So first of all, here's our Mafex in the middle, next to the Mezco and the CT Toys on the right, and our Renew Your Vows Marvel Legends, and our SH Figure Arts Toby Spider-Man on the left. And as you can see, of course, the Renew Your Vows is the tallest of the bunch because he's too tall. But you swap out the Renew Your Vows with the Amazing Fantasy, and they pretty much all are very close in height, and that makes the Mezco slightly the tallest, but that's because Mezco, like Marvel Legends, is more like 6.5 inch, and the SH Figure Arts is the smallest, and that's because they are true 1/12, so that's why that's that way. So hopefully, as far as Spider-Mans go right now, other than the Amazing Yamaguchi, that covers it for y'all, so you can see the height comparisons for Spidey. Here he is with some Action Force and G.I. Joe. Here he is next to Mafex, Homelander, and Starlight. And here he is with Mezco, Ghostface, and for Redhead, because I don't want to use MJ right now. We have our loose collectors, Red Sonja. So I think that does it for comparison. So with all that being said, y'all, I don't know why I waited so long to get this Mafex Spider-Man, because he's amazing. Like I said, no pun intended. Great figure, really well articulated. You can get him in any Spider-Man pose that you could think of, pretty much. So just a really cool figure, and if you guys think this is a really cool video, smash like, hit subscribe so we can hit 3.5k, so one of y'all can win a retro carded Venom. So we're almost there. Do that. Check out the giveaways for the Mezco Spider-Man as well, because we're giving away one of those. Comment, like the video, like I said, subscribe. Let me know if you have this figure, if you're waiting for Maximum Spider-Man, if you're passing on Maximum Spider-Man, how your day is going. Just say what's up. Do all that stuff. Keep your head up. Stay brave. I love you. I will see you next time. Also, check out my Instagram, Rowdy_Riles with a Z instead of an S. I don't plug that enough, but check out my Instagram. Do all that stuff. I love you. I will see you next time. Mwah. Bye-bye.
Duplicated my web power. Let's see if you've got the spider strength to go with it. He's trying to get away.
How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. We've got another figure for my Marvel vs. Capcom shelf pictured on the screen. We have our Marvel Legends Iron Man, and he's the deluxe one with the big old blaster in his 90s armor, because that's the Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and Marvel vs. Capcom Iron Man that we're all used to. So yeah, with all of that being said, let's take a closer look at the box and we'll get this bad boy open. As you can see, we've got this giant freaking box. It says Marvel Comics Iron Man in that 90s animated retro style. And then it says Iron Man down below. And of course we get some artwork and a render of the figure. On this side, once again, Iron Man, and then a shot of some artwork. On the back, we get a blurb and everything included in the box, which is a giant gun and swappable head and hands and effects. So let's read about our new Iron Man. It says Iron Man. Tony Stark's modular Iron Man armor gives the armored Avenger access to an evolving range of advanced weapons, from his repulsor and unibeam to the devastating proton cannon. So that's what is called the modular armor, duh. The other side is exactly the same, and then we've got the top and the bottom. But with all that being said, I know we just looked at the box, but inside that box is more boxes. And the first one, if I can get the freaking thing out, is for the gun. Well, no, they both came out. So we get the big repulsor cannon, which I already have them out, FYI. But you can see there, it's in that same colors, same art style with the deco and all that stuff. So nothing new that we haven't seen here. And then the box is also the same, except it's a retro card, obviously. So same style, not the same card, but same blurb on the back and same swappable parts and all that stuff. So yeah. So here is our modular armor Iron Man from Marvel Legends, from Marvel vs. Capcom, out of the box. My colored light died, so we got a little bit of a palette swap with the red hues in the background, but it kind of works for this modular Iron Man. They did reuse it in the, actually I think the gold and red one was the first one, and then they reused this one for obviously the Marvel vs. Capcom repack, because that's what we all recognize it from, that's what we all want it for. And it is that modular armor, which is mostly red with the spots of yellow, and you can see we've got the unibeam on his chest, and we've got, you know, pinless arms. The only thing missing from him is an upper body or upper torso ball peg and butterfly joints. Other than that, articulation's beautiful, and because he's pinless and all that stuff, he'll fit in with the Marvel vs. Capcom Wolverine coming. So I guess 2025 is the year of Marvel vs. Capcom for my collection. That's what I'm going to be focusing on, trying to finish that up. So yeah, I was like, this guy's going to go up in price when we get more and more Marvel vs. Capcom releases, so I better snag him now. He was $40 on Amazon, so not too bad. I wish I could have got him for cheaper, but you win some, you lose some, and I did not want to miss out and see him going for like $80 and just be like, fuck! Checking out good old Tony's height. He stands at about, well, if I don't knock him over, just under 6.5, so like, yeah, just under 6.5. So perfect height for Iron Man. He's supposed to be 6'6" in that armor, so it works for me, at least for my Marvel vs. Capcom figures. Going over the articulation, starting at the head, it goes forward and backward. Not that much, actually. We don't get a lot of movement there. Side to side, though, we do get a decent amount. Ab crunch goes forward and backward. Shoulders come up 90 degrees. We get a bicep cut. We get double elbows, which are nice. We get a waist cut. Legs come forward to the side. No drop down. We do get double knees. And he can just barely kick his butt, but you do have to bend it there. We get a thigh cut. We get a boot cut, which is nice. And of course, we get ankle rockers. So yeah, not the most super articulated Iron Man, but then again, most of the Iron Men that we've had really haven't been the most articulated, but you can at least get him in some fighting and flying poses.
So can't really complain there. I don't know what that sound was. You can see he just can't quite hit that superhero landing. He doesn't have a deep enough chest cut or high enough or back on the neck enough for him to hit the real superhero pose. So no, he can't hit it. For accessories, let's start with the basics first, which is to say hands, which is cool. So he comes with fist, which you can see on him right now. Then we get, of course, but he doesn't come with repulsor blasts. We get 2 repulsor blasting hands, which actually have paint on the inside, so that's very nice. And then we get 2 gripping hands for like holding a trigger or a handle or something like that. And you'll see why in a moment, because you know he comes with that big gun. Sorry for bumping the camera. And then we get another head sculpt, which is also nice, but it doesn't have those yellow parts painted at the top, and then the eyes are blue instead of red on that. I don't know if you can see that. There you go. But yeah, different head sculpt. And speaking of different head sculpts, we also get another Tony Stark head sculpt, more 90s with that mullet and stuff. So I have another Tony head Stark finally, because I only had the one from the 80th anniversary Iron Man. So finally I get another one. I don't prefer the mullet, but it is a look that I'm used to. And then we start to bring in the big gun. We get a unibeam, which ports right into the chest there, and it looks really good. The way they painted the middle does look like it's kind of bursting out with energy, so that's really cool. Then we get this punching effect piece, which kind of just slots over his fist there, so you can see it doesn't attach other than just porting over his fist. So you can use it on, I think you can only use it on the one hand, but I'm sure you could get it on there as far, I think you may, I don't know, you may have to flip the hand around to do it, but I'm sure you could figure it out. And the last thing we get is his repulsor cannon, which does come with a stand, which is very nice. And the only effect piece it comes with is this one in the middle, which is reuse from Apocalypse. So if you have the retro carded Apocalypse, they have this in red. But I added all those other repulsor blasts from my various Iron Man figures because they have ports for all those other ones. And I was like, you know what? One doesn't do this thing justice. And as you can see, the sculpt is beautiful. It is in a kind of hollowish plastic that you might imagine just by looking at it. But we've got those red parts painted. Not much to anything else other than a little darker gray here and there. And then, of course, those repulsor blasts. And that's why he comes with this hand. It's so he can hold the handle of that. So a lot of accessories for 40 bucks with this Iron Man. So I'm pretty happy that I finally got him. First, for scale and comparison for Marvel vs. Capcom, here is our Marvel Legends Iron Man with a Jada Toys Mega Man and a Mafex Spider-Man. Here he is with Jada Toys Cammy and Guile, Ryu and Chun-Li, Marvel Legends Venom, and Storm Collectibles Morrigan. And I think that about does it. So with all that being said, you can't go wrong adding stuff to your Marvel vs. Capcom shelf. I'm trying to make it all pinless and good looking, so pinless 90s Iron Man with all the accessories to make him Marvel vs. Capcom. Great figure, great video, so hit like, of course, hit subscribe if you're not subscribed. Make sure you check out my giveaways. Comment, let me know if you have this figure, how your day is going, if you have a Marvel vs. Capcom shelf, what your favorite fighting game is. Just say hey. Keep your head up, stay brave, be kind to your local LGBTQ community. I love you, I'll see you next time, and bye-bye.
Tonight, Fox presents a world premiere motion picture from the creators of the hit comic book series, The X-Men, comes Generation X. They've got the power. They've got the technology. They're the new generation of superheroes, and they're coming to save the world.
How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. Today we are checking out some Generation X figures. The newest one is from the newest X-Men wave. What is the Build-A-Figure? It is Marvel's Nemesis. So we have Husk, We have Monet St. Croix, who they're both already out of the box. And we also have Chamber. So yeah, with all that being said, let's just get into it. Taking a look at the boxes, you can see they both say X-Men in the same style. Monet St. Croix, Marvel's Husk. And yeah, of course they're different because Monet came out like a year ago, 2 years ago, I don't remember. She came out a while ago in the windowless packaging, and then she's Husk is in the new style packaging, and they are both from Generation X. And I also have Chamber from Generation X, but his box is long gone. And I think, was he in the same? Yeah, he was in the same wave as Monet. So they had two Generation X team members, and then they released Husk, and her last name is Guthrie, which is one of my family's older names. It's not my last name, but it's in my family line and not very far down. So I was like, oh, that's cool. Let me get her. And of course, she's in the Generation X outfit. So that means they'll hopefully make Jubilee in the Generation X outfit. But regardless, on the sides of both boxes, we get some artwork of the characters in their costumes. And the thing about Monet in this like outfit during this period is it's not really Monet. It's actually two of her twin siblings that fused together and copied her genetically, and one of them has autism, so Monet will like kind of go off into catatonic trances and not be able to be communicated with at all, and no one knows why. And it's because one of the twins that's in this single form is autistic, like I said, and then Monet is actually Penance, who's trapped with her brother in another dimension, and he's been torturing her. So it's kind of really convoluted, but that's the 90s for you. And then, of course, I don't know much about Husk, except that when she rips her skin off every time, there's something different underneath, like some kind of different material. So that's really interesting and probably painful. And the artwork is really nice. On the back, of course, we don't get any blurb for Monet, and that's because these windowless packages are garbage and they won't give us any blurb, no information about the character whatsoever, and that sucks. And we just get the Build-A-Figure piece for Ch'od and some extra hands, which I do have for her because she's already out of the box, obviously. And then for Marvel Legends series Husk, we do get a blurb, and she is from the new Build-A-Figure Marvel's Nemesis Wave, which has 5 other figures in it. So let's take a look at her blurb. Paige Guthrie, a mutant with the ability to morph her skin into any form, becomes a member of the X-Men known as Husk. And we get that same artwork once again. Here is the side of the boxes. Monet's has the Build-A-Figure pieces for Ch'od, and then Husk's has her name and a headshot once again. Generation X logo on both of the tops. There's the bottom, and with all that being said, I am probably going to get rid of the bath piece.
Alienated teens with special powers. A special school for kids just like them.
That's right, darling. We're mutants.
So here we have some of our generation team out of the box and all ready to go. Monet's powers are kind of like she's got those basic godlike powers with super strength and speed and agility and all that kind of stuff. Husk, she's got to rip her skin off for her ability. And Chamber, I think he's got even worse off. And Marvel Legends doesn't really represent it in a good way. It just kind of looks like a guy with a big flame beard. But Chamber has like no upper torso, up to his, obviously up to his jaw, like his head is there. But the rest is like psionic, pyrokinetic energy. And he's got like an open flame of energy for a chest, like kind of just a void there. And he just kind of blasts stuff out of it, I'm pretty sure, and that's Chamber's power, so he's got the worst of it. So Generation X, it was about mutants with really rough powers, except for Monet, but like I said, she has catatonic states. They don't know what that's going on about. So it's a really interesting new X-Men title. I haven't read much of it. I haven't read any of it, actually. I just know about the characters and stuff. So, and if you wanted to make Jubilee, if they weren't going to do it, you could just get another Husk and swap a Jubilee head on there, but Jubilee should be smaller than all of them, so it wouldn't really work, in my opinion. But she did have the Generation X armor, and there's like 2 other members. There's like Gaia and Penance, which is actually Monet, and then I don't remember who else there is. Remind me in the comments. Also hit like and subscribe if you're watching this and you like me talking a little bit more about the characters. But let's check out their outfits, which are very similar other than Chamber. They got those zipper up red body armor outfits with the gold accents and the X's on them. We've got some X's on the wrists, some kind of like bolts on there as well, and then the blue X on the belts. And then Chamber is just wearing leather, and just because he likes leather. And you know, we've got nice paint apps. The zippers are painted gold. We've got necks on the zippers. We've got the red stripe in the middle of the gold belts, and then coming down to the boots. So they did have a uniform, and like I like when X-Men wear a uniform. It's cool. So very cool looking figures. Very different type of X-Men. Very different type of mutants for the 90s. So Generation X. I think there was a TV movie that was just god awful, but yeah, still they need to be done justice at some point. Checking out their heights, Monet is tallest. Well, Chamber has those flame effects, but she's about 6 inches. Chamber is about a little over 6 inches, with 6 1/4 to the top of his highest flame. And Husk is about, she's also about 6 inches. So maybe Monet and Husk, well, Monet is a little bit taller. She's about 6 1/4. So, like I said, these bodies are too big for Jubilee, so they need to make a new Jubilee body for Generation X body. And then they can put Gaia on that as well. Checking out the articulation, oh shit. So the only difference on the bodies here, really, other than the head sculpts, is the chest. So they gave Monet a bigger chest, which is because Monet is supposed to be like this supermodel looking beauty, which is fine. And then Husk has a smaller chest. So they could use that upper torso for Jubilee, but they need to make new legs and new arms. But yeah, that's the only difference. So we will only be going over Husk's articulation simply because she's the newest character. He's got pinless arms, but his legs are the super wonky old ones. So the upper torso is new, but there's nothing you wouldn't expect there, and it's still kind of dated. So she has shoulders that come up, whoa, way over 90 degrees. Those shoulder pads don't get in the way. Head comes forward and backward, actually quite a little bit. Not as much as you would want in the back, but forward she gets a lot. Torso articulation is in the upper ball peg, and there's some backwards, some forwards. So not like as much as you would want. But legs come forward that far, which is quite a bit. Let me fix, sorry. So they come forward quite a bit to the side. We get butt kicking action because she has double knees. She can kick her own butt. Of course, we get a thigh cut. No boot cut. Is there a boot cut in there? There is a boot cut. I lied. We get a boot cut unless that piece just floats. No, that's just a floating piece, so we don't get a boot cut. Ankles on a rocker. So, you know, she still poses well. You can definitely tell the limitations from like a Marvel Legends to like a Moth X or even a knockoff of a Moth X, because I just did my CT Toys Wolverine before that, so before this. So it's a little, she can still pose up. I'm not going to complain. It's good. It's a good based female figure. I don't think Husk could be getting down like that. Her powers are kind of just like, what's under my skin? Let's find out and see how that goes for you. So, but she can do that. And then Monet, because she can fly and stuff. Sorry, I should be doing it in front of y'all. She can do, her hair definitely gets in the way, but she didn't come with, this isn't the accessories portion, but she didn't come with anything, like a different head sculpt or anything, like her hair up so that she could fly better. But, you know, we got that. And then Chamber just kind of has to sit back there and blast people. So yeah, that's the articulation.
Get ready for Generation X on the Fox Tuesday night movie.
And like I said, Monet's supposed to be like a supermodel. She's like a CEO right now, so she's got a very pretty head sculpt. And Chamber doesn't come with any accessories. I don't think he does it. Maybe he comes with some swappable fists. But not a flame beard. He just doesn't have anything there. That's what he has, is under there's just a regular torso. It would have been nice if they'd given us a new torso piece with like translucent sculpted coming out up into the ab crunch, and you know, so that would have been nice. But he does have a new torso. So shoulders come up over 90, bicep cuts, all that kind of stuff, and the legs are old. and wonky, and those shoes suck. For accessories, Monet comes with these extra hands, which are just open gripping hand. I knocked them all over. I was hoping I wouldn't do that, but I did. You know me, y'all. When it comes to not messing stuff up, I usually do it, but that's how it be. She gets these open grip hands and the fist that she comes with. Husk gets 2 fists, so we get another fist right here. She gets 2 gripping hands, and that's because we get 2 gripping hands. That's because she comes with this skin effect, which is just her skin being peeled off, which is gnarly and really cool that they included, because her alternate head sculpt has her silverness underneath, so I guess she's got some like type of metal going on when she pulls that off. So that's really cool. The eye is still normal under there, but her hair is all wild and she's screaming. So that is definitely how she's going to be displayed on my shelf. I just hadn't got around to swapping it yet. And that's not to say that this head sculpt isn't nice, but we can use it somewhere else. So like we could probably use it for fodder or like an action force or whatever if we want to make, I don't know, if I want to make my own G.I. Joe, you know, just stuff like that. There's ways to use head sculpts, and I have a bunch of them. And I'm even using that Sharon Carter head for Sue Storm because it's just one of the ones from the 3-packs, because it's just so much better. And then Chamber doesn't come with any accessories. He comes with a Chode Build-A-Figure piece. I don't remember which one. This is Monet's. I still have it. I'm going to have to sell it at some point because I'm not building Chode. I'm not doing Starjammers. And then Monet, or Husk, comes with the torso for Nemesis. Is it Nemesis? I don't remember. Not Holocaust. But, yeah, very nicely painted, very nicely detailed. But once I get Marrow, I can attach those 2 pieces and I can sell it because I'm not getting the rest of this wave. These are the only 2 I'm getting. So, yeah, don't really need him. Not really. Don't know anything about the character, so I can't tell you who he is, what he is, other than he's like one of Apocalypse's children, I believe. But yeah. First of all, here's Generation X with one of their other team members, like I said, who I hope they make in this outfit. And like I said, she should be smaller than all of them, Jubilee. Here they are next to Magic, Ilyana Rasputin. Here they are with Marvel Legends Modular Iron Man, CT Toys Wolverine, Moth-X Spider-Man, Action Force Pandora, and lastly, Jada Toys Cammy.
Well, your priorities are shifting, darling. We're training you to be a superhero.
So with all that being said, y'all, Generation X was a really cool, really different era of X-Men. I hope that they finish out the team. There's like 3 more figures they need to make to have a core Generation X team, one of them being Jubilee on a new body for this, with this outfit. So yeah, if you like this video, smash like, comment, let me know if you like Generation X, who your favorite X-Men team is, how your day is going. Just say hey, subscribe if you're not subscribed, of course, because that's how we're going to get to the giveaway benchmarks that we're doing. We're doing 3 for when I get Maximum Spider-Man, so stay tuned for all that. Keep your head up, be kind to your local LGBTQ community. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah.
Ready?
How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles coming at you with another video. We've got some more Marvel vs. Capcom Marvel Legends action today. We have Marrow from the Nemesis wave. She was supposed to be here last week, but she finally got here. So yeah, with all that being said, let's take a close look at the box and we'll get this bad girl open. Taking a look at the front, it says Marvel Legends series, Build-A-Figure Nemesis, Marrow, and X-Men. Of course, the figures in the box. Some lovely artwork of Marrow on this side. On the back, we get the rest of the wave, the Nemesis Build-A-Figure wave, and you can see them all down there. And then we get a blurb. Once a member of the Morlocks, a community of outcast mutants, Marrow has the ability to manipulate bone growth. We got the top of the box. We got the bottom of the box. And with all that being said, let's get this bad girl open. She looks really cool. And here is our Marvel Legends Marrow out of the box. She looks really cool. I think she's on a mostly new body, with at least with the upper torso and the middle torso. I think it's a completely new body. I don't think it's the Shriek mold. I'll have to compare later to see, but let me know in the comments if it is an older body or if there's any reuse. Also say hey, also like the video. And of course her name is Marrow because she makes bones come out of her. So she's got some bone spines coming out of her back. She's got her bone weapons, some bone armor there under her chesticles, and she's got some bone armor on her knees to protect herself. And this is all stuff she can like just pull out of her body, essentially grow, pull out of her body, heal, and still be all right. Great head sculpt. We've got the classic green and blue on the outfit with some gold trim. The only thing she's missing, I would say, is butterfly joints, because she does not have butterfly joints, but she has pretty much all the other articulation that you would want from a female Marvel Legends figures. And I've been really excited to get her, and I was surprised when Husk came first, but I'm glad I get to do a separate video for Marrow because she's much cooler. Definitely the one I was like, I need to pre-order ASAP. And Husk was like, am I gonna get her? Cool, her last name is Guthrie. Yeah, I'll get her. So Marrow was definitely a must-buy from the beginning, and there's a reason why. Marvel vs. Capcom. But regardless, she's still a cool character. I don't know a whole lot about her other than her powers, and of course, like the bio said, she was a Morlock. But yeah, there is some slight paint on the bones, so not on that side, but on the other side. So there's like a yellow wash. Can't quite see it in that lighting. There you can see it on the ends. They're slightly darker. That's because there's a yellow wash on the bones, and you can see her spine is actually sticking out of her back. So the claws also, the claws also have that wash. Finally, the sound stopped on my one light. It was messing up. So now I can put it back to the right position. But what a cool looking figure. Checking out Marrow's height. Make sure my sound is on. Grab the ruler here. Not ruler, tape measure. Trusty tape measure. She stands at 5 3/4 inches, so not quite 6 inches. Going over her articulation, starting at the head, we get forward, backward, so it's on the old ball hinge and swivel, so not super articulated on the head. Shoulders come up 90 degrees, double elbows, bicep cut. Torso goes forward that far, back that far, and that's without using the waist. There is also a cut. There's no cut at the waist. It's all up here. So it would have been nice if she had like a ball or an ab crunch down there. Legs come forward to the side. Butt kicking action. Thigh cut. No boot cut, but there's a separation on the paint. So they could do it. They didn't do it for Jean Grey, but they did it for Marrow. So of course she can get down and dirty with the articulation because she's a Marvel Legend, and if anything, Marvel Legends definitely there. That's the pose I was going for. She's just kicking and slicing. So she can definitely pose. Articulation is not a problem for Marrow. Checking out Marrow's accessories. First of all, she comes with Nemesis left arm. Yeah, left arm. So I popped that in there. And Nemesis also comes with an extra hand, but because these are the only figures I'm getting from the wave, this guy's probably gonna end up on eBay. Although he is really cool, I just don't have a place, don't have any recognition. I think he's one of the children of Apocalypse. I could be wrong. Let me know in the comments. Trying to get more interaction in those directly correlating to the video. Although y'all comment all the time, I don't need to worry about that. So do what you do, actually. And then she also comes with one open hand right here, which focus, there we go. So very nice. One fist, also very nice. I believe they're reuse, but I could be wrong. And then of course we get 2 bone blades, and they're not the same sculpt, they are different. Turn the light down a little bit maybe. There we go. You can see the sculpt on there at that point, and also some shading on one side and not on the other, and they're not exactly the same, although they are similar. Sorry, these are really white, so they're just absorbing all the light. I'm trying to get the sculpt, but they're not exactly the same. They are different. So, and why would they be the same? Because it's bone. But yeah, you can see there's some differences there. One's pointier, one's got a couple different edges. So yeah, that is all of her accessories. First up for comparison, here she is with Shriek and Mockingbird, and I think the only reuse that she has from Shriek is the legs, and everything else from the torso or from the crotch up to the head is brand new. Obviously, arms are buffer, torso is different, and there's Mockingbird as well, just for another female comparison in Marvel Legends. Here she is with Marvel Legends Iron Man and Captain America, Jada Fei Long and Cammy, Moth X Spider-Man and CT Wolverine, and lastly, Jada Toys Mega Man and Action Force Pandora. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say that Marvel Legends Meryl is totally worth it because she's totally worth it to me. Cool figure, more for Marvel vs. Capcom, no room on my X-Men shelf, but so she's gonna go over there. So yeah, if you like this figure, if you like this video, smash like, hit subscribe if you're not subscribed. Check out my giveaways. We're doing 4 of them once I get the Maximum Spider-Man, 3 right now, so make sure you're entered for all those. Comment, let me know if you have her, how your day is going. Just say hey, keep your head up, stay brave, be kind to your local LGBTQ community. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah.
Check it out! Yes! Agent Venom is back, and better than ever!
How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. Finally coming at you with the first of the new Retro Spider-Man wave. I have them all coming from Pulse, but this one came first. So first we have Agent Venom, Eugene Thompson, aka Flash Thompson. I haven't watched any reviews on this because I try not to do that. I try not to taint my reviews with other people's reviews, but I have seen some like Reddit posts and all that stuff about some complaints about this figure, and this was supposed to be an upgrade, but Hasbro being Hasbro, it seems like it's a new figure with some new bells and whistles and some different problems from the older release that we had. So with all that being said, let's take a closer look at the box, and then we'll get this bad boy open, and hopefully I won't be too disappointed. I'm probably going to get rid of the old one regardless, but still, it's just like, you had all this time, Hasbro. You could have made it perfect.
There's no I in team. I'm only here for myself. And Ock.
Move aside, Stinky. Then it's up to us to stop Ock and Zola. Even this new smelly guy, I guess.
Taking a look at the front of the box, you can see it says Marvel, Spider-Man, Agent Venom, Flash Thompson, Legend Series, and then of course we have Flash there in the card. On the back, we get a render, the rest of the wave, which has Spider-Man Unlimited, Agent Venom, who we have Spider-Boy, Electro, Francine Fry, Marvel's Kane, and Marvel's Chameleon. And the only other 2 I have coming are Kane and Chameleon, because the other one's not good enough. And Francine Fry and Spider-Boy, if I see them in Ollies, because they will end up there, I will probably scoop them at that point. And then we've got a render and a blurb. When Flash Thompson bonds with an alien parasite suit, he's granted spider-like powers as Agent Venom. So with all of that being said, let's get this bad boy open.
Nah, don't worry, I got him. You can just sit back and watch again, Scarlet Spider.
So you know what I like to do with mint on card figures. I like to just... Oops. I didn't mean to tear it, but you know, sometimes stuff happens. And there is our Agent Venom out of the cardboard. Oh boy, like yes, he looks cool aesthetically, but as I grabbed him and started trying to articulate him, there are definitely problems with this figure. And the problem does not start with the paint or the head sculpt or the sculpt itself in general. It all actually looks really good. You can see that really clean spider on the front of his armor. And then of course we get a lovely Flash Thompson face. It looks great. We get some spikes there on the shoulders. We get that webbed bodysuit with more spikes there on the elbows. That spider comes all the way down, and we get a utility belt down there. By the way, I am going to start streaming. I had my first stream last night, and if you were there, thank you. But I would love to have more people come next time. So if you see I'm scheduled for streaming, try to pop in and say hey. But regardless, all the way down to his boots, which there is no boot cut, and it's stupid. He's got those spikes, and that the sculpt is amazing. I'm not going to complain about that whatsoever. It's just the articulation is lacking, and it's like, why? You know exactly what you need to do. There's no waist cut and there's no boot cut. That's the problem. And we will go over articulation, but he looks fantastic. So I am definitely going to get rid of the old one. It's just that one had those old ball joint hips that were terrible, and that was really the only problem with the figure, other than the vest overlay not really wanting to stay on. And they fixed those with this figure, but then they have a new set of problems. So as cool as he looks, he's probably going to end up on my worst Marvel Legends in the year just because of the downgrades in articulation, which is insane to me. But I do really like that Flash Thompson head sculpt, and I did have my old Agent Venom with the Flash Thompson head from the Vulture and Spider-Man 2-pack on. So this was a nice surprise that they gave us a new comic book-based Flash Thompson head. So that's really cool. Rest in peace, Flash, by the way. I'm pretty sure he's still not alive at this time in the comics. Checking out his height, he stands at just over 6 inches, which is fine. Flash is like 6'1", 6'2". It's totally fine for me, and we'll see in the comparison what he looks like next to the Secret Wars symbiote Spider-Man and all the other Venoms. But height is not a problem for me. Maybe he should be a little bit bulkier, but the height is really not an issue for me. All right, so moment of truth, articulation time. Starting at the head, head goes back and forward, actually a decent amount, so there's no problems there. Side to side as well. Let's see what that system is. Oh look, they fixed that ball peg that actually has a range of movement now, so that's interesting, but there is no neck movement. It's all in that ball peg. Did you see that? That was pretty cool. Shoulders come up 90 degrees. These are a floating shoulder piece, which is nice. We get a bicep cut, full rotation, double elbows, which work beautifully. We get an upper ball peg torso with no lower ab crunch and no waist cut. It's all done in the upper torso, which is insane to me. No drop down hips, legs come forward to the side and back, actually kind of far back. That's impressive, actually. Double knees, pinless double knees, so he can kick his own butt. We do get a thigh cut, and we get no boot cuts whatsoever, and we get very, they're fine. I thought they're limited, but they're just kind of tight. We get some rockers. So yes, he can pose, but you cannot turn his boots, and you cannot turn his waist. So it's kind of like, why did you do this, Hasbro? Because the old one has a waist cut, and the old one, well, the old one doesn't have a boot cut, but the old one has a waist cut. So there's at least one more articulation point on this old Agent Venom that the new one does not have. And that's insane to me. Like, why? What Hasbro? But we're not going over comparison yet. So sorry, I knocked one of my lights over. So once we get to comparison, we will really go over that stuff. Now we're going over accessories. We already saw him with the Flash head. So first he comes with an Agent Venom head, and it is a new sculpt from this one, but I do also like the old one. Maybe those will fit on a head swap. We'll see. And then, you know, we had the Flash Thompson head. So here is Flash in Flash with the older head that we just got last year, and a new one that we just got just now with Agent Venom. So we've got the VHS Flash head, if it wants to focus, right here next to, my hands are really dry, I'm sorry, next to the new one. And you can see they're kind of similar. Like, we got those big jowls and the big chin and all that stuff, and the blonde hair and the blue eyes. They're similar, but they're different enough that you could use the VHS head for just some random character if you wanted, and the new one for Flash, which is cool. But it is cool to have both. So those, that accessory. And then we get, of course, the Venom head. Then we got two weapons. We got get him out. I hadn't gotten him out of the plastic yet. We get this old pistol that we've seen very many times. We've seen it quite a few times. So nothing new in there. And then we get this shotgun, which is, I don't know if it's new. Let me know. It might be new sculpt. I don't recognize it, but it's just straight up gray plastic. And then the thing that we didn't get with the older Venom is alternate hands. So he's got, excuse me, I got the hiccups. He's got his alternate trigger hands in right now, which you can see right here. So that's for holding the guns. And then we also get fists. Well, if I can get them, fists and open hands. So that's cool that we got extra hands, and it's always cool to have more Venom styled hands. So that's pretty cool. And yeah, I will definitely do photography and use those hands at that point. But now we're going to get into comparison for Agent Venom here.
Pete pulled me aside and said that if anyone comes for that key, I had to stop it. So consider yourself stopped, punk.
Before we get into the nitty-gritty with comparison, I thought this would be a cool shot. The evolution of Venom as far as height goes, because, you know, Eddie was the second host. But we've got our Amazing Fantasy, our retro Spidey, our new Agent Venom, our old Agent Venom, our retro carded Venom from last year, and our King in Black Venom with swapped retro feet from another retro Venom, the older Life Foundation Venom that I swapped the feet from. So there are all the Venoms lined up. Now, in my opinion, this, oh, I almost knocked them over. And this are going to be the ones that are on my shelf, not in my opinion, because that's the fact. Those three Venoms are going to be on my shelf. Well, actually, this one is on the Spider-Man shelf, so this one goes on my Avengers shelf. So those three, and the height difference works because this makes Spidey about 5'10", this makes Flash about 6'2", and then Venom is about, I would say, like 7 feet tall. So yeah, that totally works. But let's get into comparing the old and the new Agent Venom. So the first difference you're going to notice, of course, is the height. The new Agent Venom is actually much smaller, and that's fine. I don't mind that because Flash is not like a super huge dude. He's 6'2". He's also a double amputee, so Venom could make him taller if he wanted to. But, you know, either one works for your display, in my opinion. But this one is newer. It's pinless. Like, I like the bulk and the size of him as well, but it's just older. I hate those old ball joint hips, and he's even missing paint on this one, so it doesn't look right. If you could even see it, which you can't because the belt gets in the way. But he's got an actual holster on him, which is cool. So let me put his pistol in there. I actually didn't. And the one on the old Agent Venom is sculpted in. So, you know, he can actually hold his holster. And these trigger finger hands suck, so he doesn't hold guns very well. And the other thing about this Agent Venom is he's got the spot in the back to put in the symbiote tendrils, but he does not, which is kind of a shame. It would have been cool if he could do that, but it is what it is. Probably going to get rid of this Agent Venom, but let's do a head swap really quick. Well, maybe I can't get rid of the old Agent Venom because that head looks so much better on the new one. It's not as wide, which makes it look better next to this Spidey because that head looks huge. It looks like Flash got brain damage and his head is swelling. So I'll probably leave this old Agent Venom head on the new figure just because it looks better, and you know I'm a stickler for scale and how things look, and that just looks better. So probably for the rest of the review he's gonna have that head on just because, well, no, I have to switch it back. That's, come on, Riley, be responsible, don't mislead people. By the way, like and subscribe if you're not subscribed and you haven't liked the video, because that really helps the channel. We are growing pretty fast. We're at 3,090 right now, almost to 3,100, so we're only 400 away from giving away one of these guys. I do have one for y'all. So once we hit 3.5, we will be picking someone from the comments. So make sure you comment in that video and you're subscribed and you like the video, and then you are entered to win a retro carded Venom of your very own. Sorry, I'm adjusting stuff right now. But yeah, there is Agent Venom next to retro Spidey and retro card Venom, because these are the ones that are on my Spider-Man shelf. Like I said, for me, Renew Your Vows and retro card Spideys are perfect on a Spider-Man shelf, not on a regular Avengers shelf, because in that point they are too big. Spider-Man should not be the same height as Captain America. That is a fact. Don't at me. But regardless, let's go back to comparison. Here he is next to the old Agent Anti-Venom. I know we'll probably get an Anti-Venom on this body at some point, but it's just, you could have just improved the old one and it probably would have been a better figure instead of doing almost sculpt, but what do I know? Here he is with Monster Force, G.I. Joe, and Action Force, because Agent Venom, Military Commandos goes together really well, and I'd say that's about good for comparison because I did a lot of babbling. So with all that being said, y'all, this Agent Venom totally has some problems. I would not say that he's a worthy update, but if you don't have Agent Venom and, you know, the amazing Yamaguchi one is sold out, you can always go the CT Toys route. But they're still knockoff toys, and it's not really moral to support something like that, regardless of whether they're making good stuff or not. It's just, I don't know. I have a CT Toys, and, you know, everyone has their different opinions. I bought them as a reviewer, as someone to show you. But for this, I'm just going to say, pass on it if you have the old Agent Venom, or the amazing Yamaguchi Agent Venom. Just don't grab this. It's going to be a letdown. I do still like it. It's still going to go on my shelf. Like, I don't love it, but it's better than the old one in some ways, and it's worse in other ways. It just is what it is. You know, you gotta take the good with the bad sometimes, unfortunately, and if you're a Marvel Legends collector, sometimes there's more bad than good when it comes to these reviews. But it was the one I was really looking forward to. Kane is the one I'm most looking forward to, so hopefully that one doesn't let me down as much. And then I will be doing a Clone Saga video, so I'm going to be retelling Clone Saga with all the action figures that I have to do that. So stay tuned for that. Like the video, subscribe if you're not subscribed, because we do want to give away that retro carded Venom, speaking of Venom, and we're only going to do that once we hit 3.5, so we're like 400 subscribers away. So just hit like. We're going to start live streaming more, so check out my replay of the original live stream. I'm going to try to do that once a week for now, and then once we get memberships, I'll try to do some members only live streams here or there. So there's a reason to be a member, and I'll only charge like $1 or $2 a month, something like that. So it's not like it's going to be breaking the bank either. So we're getting there. We're getting to monetization. We're getting to bring our opinion to other people's, branching out in communities and trying to meet other action figure YouTubers and all that stuff. So, you know, comment, like, subscribe. Let me know how your day is going. Say hey. Keep your head up. Stay brave. Be kind to your local LGBTQ community. Say thank you to the women in your lives, and that you support them and you're there for them. And I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. We are coming at you with some more Marvel Legends. We have Hercules today, and it's one of those figures where it's like they're probably not going to make another one for a very long time, so you might as well get him while it's cheap. He was like under $20. I always try to like shop around when it comes to Marvel Legends to get the best price. So yeah, character I didn't have. He'll go right up on my Avengers shelf, which is pretty jam-packed at this point. Hopefully I can get a new shelving situation for that soon and separate the different Avengers teams. But yeah, with all that being said, let's take a closer look at the box, which is in that retro Avengers card, and get this bad boy open. Taking a look at the box, like I said, it is on that Avengers retro card, and it says Hercules. Golden Mace is that little caption down there. And on the back, we get some artwork and a blurb. Hercules, the hero of Olympus, Hercules uses his mythic strength to prove he is worthy of immortality. So yeah, with all of that being said, let's get this bad boy open. Here is Hercules out of the box, and as you can see, he is a very big, very hairy dude. He's got lots of muscles. He's got new pinless legs, but his arms aren't pinless, which is kind of a shame. He'd be like the only Hercules you would need if he had pinless arms, but it still doesn't matter. They're skin colored, so it's not that big of a deal breaker, but he is a big guy. He's on a big Marvel Legends body. I'm not sure what the base is. Does he have butterfly joints? He does not have butterfly joints. But as you can see, he's not wearing very much. He's got his belt and his shoulder straps, and then his essentially underwear and some arm gauntlets and his leather sandals. And of course, he's got his headgear as well. And he comes with 2 head sculpts, and they're both very nice. If not like almost identical, they're like slightly different expressions, but it is a very nice head sculpt. It does have the photoreal on it, I do believe. Yeah, it looks pretty photoreal to me for the paint applications. So he's a cool figure. Not one of the ones I want to do in the roundup because it's a figure I don't have any version of. And he's pretty cool. Like, it's another one of the classic gods turned into a superhero character. And my favorite Disney movie is Hercules. I know it's not the same version, but yeah, it could be because Disney owns Marvel and the Disney Hercules, obviously. But I'm just rambling now. Checking out his height, Hercules stands, he's the big boy, like I said, he's a little beefy. Hercules stands at about 6.5. Is it 6.5? Yeah, about 6.5 inches. Going over the articulation, starting at the head, we get forward and backward, decent amount, side to side, not as much. Shoulders do come up 90 degrees. We don't get a butterfly joint because his biceps are huge. We get double elbows, don't really go the whole way because his biceps are huge. Ab crunch forward, barely any back at all. Waist cut, legs come forward to the side, pinless legs. Can he kick his own butt? No, but he can kick his lower back because he got some long legs. Thigh cut, did I already say that? Boot cut and rockers on the ankles. So whatever heroic demigod poses you would want to get Hercules in should be no problem for the big guy, considering it's Marvel Legends and they articulate pretty well, even if they don't have like butterflies and all the bells and whistles. But yeah, cool figure, cool articulation, works well. For his accessories, he does not come with too much. First of all, we get his weapon, which is kind of like a hammer, kind of like a mace, just for bludgeoning. Not like Mjolnir, but kind of like Mjolnir. And then we get 2 hands, because he has 1 fist and 1 gripping hand already. We get another fist and another gripping hand for the other hand. So a right fist and a left gripping hand. And then we get an alternate head sculpt where he's not as happy and smiley. He's kind of mad, actually. So yeah, those are the accessories for our Marvel Legends Hercules. First up for scale and comparison, here he is with the Thing. First up for scale and comparison, here he is with the Thing and Giant Man Hank Pym. You can see he's right in the middle there, taller than Hank, shorter than the Thing. Here he is next to Rogue and Storm, Spider-Man and Wolverine, and Zombie, Captain America, and the Phoenix. I think that about does it. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say that the Marvel Legends Hercules is totally worth it because he's totally worth it to me. I always love getting new characters from a shelf that I don't have any representation of, and Hercules is a prime example of that. Plus he was cheap, so that's always a plus. So if you guys like this video, smash like, hit subscribe if you're not subscribed. Check out the Patreon where I have like 7 or 8 or 9 videos up for just $1 that you can see before anyone else. We're doing 2 giveaways. We're doing one for 3.5 and one for 5. So if you don't subscribe, we're never going to get there. So if you're watching this and you're not subscribed, hit the button, go comment on that video and like the video, and you could win one of 2 very cool figures. Yeah, comment, let me know if you have this figure, how your day is going, what's going on with you, what you're going to be for how, well, I don't know when this video is going to go up, so scratch that part. But yeah, do all that stuff. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. Today we are coming at you with a loose figure because sometimes you get a better deal shipping a figure out of the box. We have the Red Hulk. I'd been searching and searching and I just couldn't find him. I finally got him for a good deal on a Facebook group. So yeah, we have our Red Hulk. Let's take a look. And because I don't keep the boxes, well, I was like, sure, we'll save a couple bucks and we will get rid of the box. So here is our Red Hulk. As you can see, that face sculpt is really good. It's got some nice paint there around the eyes to make him look yellow-eyed and angry, and he's got some black around there to really emphasize that. He's got the black wavy hair, and it is on the 80th anniversary Hulk body, which we've seen plenty of times, but it is in red, and it is painted nicely. He's got the black fingernails, blue pants, just a really well-sculpted figure. There was a little scuff on the back of mine where he's missing some paint, but it's not too noticeable. It's just a darker red under his skin, but you can see that right there. But yeah, 80th anniversary Hulk, nice body. Not too much to say about the paint because he's just red and with blue pants, and we already went over the face. So yeah, not too much crazy going on here, but he has a really awesome looking figure. I asked my girlfriend, which Hulk is better? Which one's cooler? And she said the red one. Checking out his height, he stands at about 8.5 inches. Going over the articulation, starting in the head, we go forward and backward and to the side. So it is on a ball socket. So not too much movement because he's a big guy. Same with the shoulders. They come up a little under 90, and we do get a bicep cut, and we get single elbows, but the arms are pinless, so that's nice. We get a ball peg in the torso, so forward and backward. Sorry, I'm trying not to block the light. New setup I need. So torso comes forward and backward. We get a waist cut, legs come forward that far to the side. No butt kicking action, but he does have double knees, which do work well. We do get a rocker at the ankles, no boot cuts, but like I said, we get a thigh cut. So he's pretty well articulated for being such a big guy, but that was the case with the 80th anniversary Hulk as well. For his accessories, he only comes with 2. We get these extra hands right here, which, oh, lighting, you'll be the death of me. As you can see, they've got their fingernails painted, and they are the same shade of red as the Hulk, the Red Hulk. So that's the only accessories, but I also have these flame effect pieces. This is from the Super Scroll, and this is from the Ultimate Green Goblin bath. And because the Red Hulk gets hotter the angrier he gets instead of stronger, well, I figured if you could put those on there, and you could have a flaming hot Hulk ready to burn it all down with his gamma heat. So yeah, if you have those effects, you can put them on Red Hulk. First up for scale and comparison, here is our Red Hulk with our 80th anniversary Hulk that came with Wolverine, my ideal Hulk from Marvel Legends, and you can see they use the same exact body. The only difference is the color scheme and the head sculpt, because Red Hulk is got his mouth open and shorter hair and yellow eyes, and then of course Hulk's over there. So yeah. Next up, here he is next to Norman Osborn and Dr. Doom. Here he is with Captain America and Wolverine. Here he is with Black Widow and Jean Grey. And then lastly with MODOK and Apocalypse. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say that this Red Hulk, totally worth it to me, because I like the Hulk. I like Red Hulk. It's a cool character. General Ross is a bad guy, and we need a bad Hulk. It's on perfect Hulk body in my opinion, so no gripes here. If you guys like this video, smash like, hit subscribe, comment, let me know if you have this figure, if you got him initially on the re-release, if you have the original bath, which actually I don't think I showed him in the comparison, but this is actually a knockoff, so here's that at the end. So if you have the original one, which is the 2008 bath, but that's not a knockoff, let me know. This one, you know, just say hey, doesn't matter. Check out the Patreon, check out the giveaways. Check out my Secret Wars video, I just finished that, so I don't know when this video is going up actually, but do check it out. I worked really hard on it. It's really long, but it's the whole story of Secret Wars, so do all that stuff. I love you, I'll see you next time, and bye-bye. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. I was waiting for this to go on sale at Ollie's. It was $30, and it was the San Diego Comic-Con exclusive, or the Pulse exclusive from a year or two ago. And so it went on sale for $22 at Ollie's because it was 25% off. And then I finally scooped it. And then you get 2 figures. You get the deluxe, and then you get a figure that hasn't been released before. So it is the MODOK World Tour, which is where he's like dressed like Elvis. So we'll do the box really quick. There's the front. It does have a little slip cover, and it is meant to look like an instrument box. So that's pretty cool. So we have the front right there, and that says MODOK World Tour. And then the side is, you know, got some stickers and stuff on it. And then so does this. It has a latch and all that stuff. And then the back shows the Elvis MODOK, and then his normal face. So yeah, with all of that being said, let's get this MODOK out of the box, and then I also have the regular one to compare it to that I haven't done a video on yet. So yeah, you get an extra figure, you get MODOK, who looks ridiculous. I don't know the context of him being dressed like Elvis, but yeah. So let's get him open. I already got MODOK out, but I did want to open it up and show you the inside, because the inside of the box is pretty nice. You can see we've got some artwork. He's got his set list over there in the corner, which let me see if I can zoom in. Yeah, we've got his set list, which is pretty interesting. And then, yeah, like there's some artwork in there. Monica Rambeau and Elsa Bloodstone, and I don't know who the other one is. It says we don't care, and it says MODOK. And then, of course, like memorabilia and photographs, and then there's the champion. And then down here in this little box for more, you know, sound stuff is where the accessories are kept. And that's the inside of the box. And then here is our World Tour MODOK out of the box as well. So he's a little goofy, but I don't know. I gotta look it up to find out what it's for. If I do, by the time I'm done filming, I'll let y'all know, but I really don't know why he's dressed like Elvis. But you can see he's got that pompadour. He's got removable sunglasses, and his eyes are just white, and those just kind of port in there pretty easily. He's got a microphone, and he's got a very golden colors casing. We got the blast off down there, and he's got, you know, articulated limbs, and the paint doesn't stop. It's all painted all the way on the back, so we've got some blue there. And then, yeah, he's a really cool figure. Like I said, I got him for $22 from Ollie's. So let's get that champion out too. And as a nice bonus, you can take all the plastic out. So if you wanted, that could even be a stage for MODOK. So, and then here's the champion. Not really much to him. He's just some dumb mook from the Bronx, I believe. I think he's from New York. I could be wrong. He's just a guy with some camo pants, some high top Converse, a trench coat, and like I guess it's a Converse t-shirt. I don't know. He's got some sideburns. He's got a smiling face, and he also comes with an alternate head, but we'll check that out in the accessories. So it is cool to get, you know, some cheaper figures, especially a big deluxe one like that, and then one that we haven't seen before. Even though I know nothing about him, he could still be a cool civilian with a head swap. You can always use him for photography. And then, yeah, MODOK, we already looked at him. So there they are, checking out their height. Let's see. Champion stands at about 6 inches, and MODOK stands at about to the top of his pompadour. He's about almost 10 inches. For articulation, we'll go over champion first real quick. Head goes back, forward. Let me zoom in just a little bit. Forward quite a bit. It is a little tight. Side to side, generous amount. Shoulders come up 90 degrees. They did a good job with that trench coat and that shoulder clearance. Oh, he actually has butterfly joints in there as well. We get a bicep cut, single joint at the elbow. We get an ab crunch in the torso, so he goes back that far, forward that far. The plastic is really soft plastic, softer than normal Marvel Legends. We get a waist cut, leg goes forward, to the side, double pinless knees on those new cargo pants, but that really doesn't want to bend, and I don't want to break them. Let's try the other leg. Can he kick his own butt? Yes, he can. So he can kick his own butt, and we do get a boot cut on this Converse, and we also get a rocker. So he can actually get pretty, except for that knee being stuck, he can get pretty down and dirty in the posing, having the butterfly joints and stuff, and that nice neck joint. So he works pretty well. Look at that. Look how low he got down there. So his articulation is pretty solid. And then checking out MODOK's, his articulation is kind of limited. His arms are on a peg, so they come forward, and then there's a single joint, so they do go almost 90 degrees. Wrists are on a hinge, legs come forward and back, they're on a ball joint, and his microphone is also articulated on a socket, and then this spins around as well if you want to count that. So yeah, that is their, oh, I knocked champion over. That is their articulation. And then I knocked my other MODOK over. Let's check out their accessories. For our accessories, champion comes with, like I said, he comes with an alternate head sculpt, which is more kind of grim and angry. And let me try to zoom in. There we go. Look at that. You can see it beautifully. So it is a little different. This one's kind of happy-go-lucky, and this one's kind of, let's get down to business. So alternate head sculpt for the champion. And then for MODOK, we get 2 swappable hands. We get another fist and another open hand, because you can see, well, he has a grabbing hand there for his microphone. So that is a fist, a grabbing hand, and then 2 open hands. And then we also get, for whatever reason, this MODOK also has a hamburger beam. So we get a hamburger beam for him, and it's just some cheeseburgers on a beam with this stand that we've seen many, many times before in Marvel Legends. But that is it for the accessories, and I guess you can say his glasses are also an accessory because you can take them on and off. So yeah, they do come with some cool stuff, some funny stuff. It is an interesting San Diego set, and you can see why it went to Ollie's, but I'm glad it did because I got it for cheap. So first of all, here they are with the regular MODOK, and you can see there are some differences. This MODOK, of course, has his bowl cut. He's got that ruby headband on the top of his head instead of the sunglasses, and the gold color is a little bit different. The buttons are painted differently. He doesn't have a microphone. He actually has a trigger instead of a microphone. And then their limbs are different colors as well, and the fire effects are also different colors. So there are some subtle differences. Oh, and then this is painted to have green lines, and it's painted to be red there for the cheeseburger beam. So yeah, there are quite a few differences between the 2 MODOKs, but it is worth to have them both, in my opinion, especially if you get both of them for the price of one. And then you get a bonus figure of the champion. So that's pretty. Here they are with Across the Spider-Verse Peter Parker, Marvel Legends 20th Anniversary Captain America, an AIM Scientist, Lightning Collection Raphael, and April O'Neil, and Marvel Legends Psylocke. So with all that being said, it is a pretty ridiculous set because I don't know what to say about this, but they are slightly different, and I got both of these for the price of one original release MODOK, so that was pretty cool. So you know how variants go, they're just going to sit close to my shelf. Actually, yeah, no, MODOK's not going to fit on my AIM part of my shelf. So it is cool to have these guys. We also have the champion, I think he's called. Don't know much about the character. I think he's from Next Wave. He just gets alien powers and then immediately kills the people that give him the power. So a pretty ridiculous character. MODOK is cool. If you guys like this video, smash like, hit subscribe, comment, check the Patreon, check the giveaways, do all that stuff. I love you. I'll see you next time, and bye-bye. I love when Patton Oswalt voiced him in the show. He actually graduated from my high school. So fun little fact. We both went to the same high school, and he graduated from there, and so did I. So yeah, interesting. Fun fact. And then my other high school, Pharrell Williams went to. So I can figure out where I went to high school probably, but don't do that because that's what creepers do. Bye. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. We are coming at you with some more Marvel Legends. Of course, it's just a Marvel Legends channel at this point, other than some SH figure arts and other stuff here or there. And today we are checking out the wave to build this guy, Zabu. I don't have all of them because I only wanted a couple of figures. Because the whole wave, it's just like the Black Winter and, well, Red Widow I turned into a Lady Deadpool custom, so I used that body for that. But then we have, you know, Wolfsbane, she's cool, and we have, you can't have Zabu without Kazar, so we have that. And I just started rewatching the original X-Men animated series, and I got through the arc with Charles and Magneto in the Savage Land, and then Kazar and Zabu show up, so I was like, oh, that's cool, I need to finish it. And then Prime Day had some of the other pieces I needed on sale for like half price, or like $14.99. So I got those, and then I'm selling the other ones that I don't need. So today we're going to be talking about specifically Wolfsbane and Icarus, and then Kazar himself, and then we'll be going over Zabu. So yeah, let's get into it. So yeah, here's the 3 figures that I have left, because one of them, as you can see, is not from this wave, that I have left from the Zabu wave. I really just wanted Zabu and Kazar. in Wolfsbane, and then the other ones were on sale, so I finally got the rest of the pieces. I already had a cable, so I didn't need the new cable. It would have been nice to get on the cake if I got him, but he's way too expensive now. But the Red Widow, I used that body to kit bash a better articulated Lady Deadpool, so that's why she's up here, because she's got pinless arms and legs, and they're all double jointed and all that stuff. So it's red, same shade of red, so I made her Lady Deadpool because I don't have any attachment. And then Kazar is the ruler of the Savage Lands. It's a place where dinosaurs and man and mutants and all that stuff coexist, and Zabu is his brother because they were raised together, so that is where Zabu and Kazar come in. And they also have his I forget what his girl's name is, but they also need to make her, because then we'll have all three of them, and they will hopefully fit on my X-Men shelf somewhere, because Savage Land is mostly an X-Men thing. And then of course we get Wolfsbane, a member of the New Mutants, X-Force, X-Factor. I don't remember if it's X-Force or X-Factor, but there's an X on her chest. She's not like X-Men proper, but she's like a newer X-Men, and her mutant powers, obviously, she's kind of a werewolf. She's got feral body hair and claws and instincts and all that stuff. And she's just kind of like a werewolf, and she's really cool. And I did have a Wolfsbane, but it was actually the Danny Moonstar that had 2 alternate heads. So now I have Danny and Wolfsbane. So yeah, those are the 3 figures that I have left. I'm not going to do articulation or accessories because you can see it all right here. This is the same body they used for Damian Hellstrom. This is the Shriek body, and this is completely new sculpt. Well, so I guess we should do articulation for Wolfsbane because she's new sculpt, so I lied. So we'll do her really quick. She goes back, forward, to the side, lots of wobble, shoulders 90 degrees, biceps, double elbows, which are a little tight right now. We get a ball peg in the upper torso, waist cut, legs come forward, we get a thigh cut, back. She can't quite kick her own butt because of the sculpt, not because she's not capable, it's just how the sculpt works. No boot cut because they didn't want to break up that leg, which is fine. And then we get rockers. So of course we're supposed to be getting a werewolf by night, but this is the first quote-unquote werewolf that we have from Marvel Legends, updated with pinless, and she looks good, and she can do most of the poses. It would be nice if she had an ab crunch, but it is cool to get her. So now let's check out the star of the show. Oh, I forgot about Icarus. I also have him. I kept him because I have Cersei, so we have 2 of the Eternals, but he does have all new sculpt, so we'll do his articulation really quick as well. And like, it's all new, so it's painted nicely. I was on the fence about keeping him, and I was like, I have Cersei, so I may as well keep him. Double knees, ab crunch, boot cut, bicep cut, double elbows. Only an ab crunch in the torso, but it works pretty well. We do get a waist cut, so we do get another one of the Eternals. So now we have, I believe, 2 of the comic book Eternals. But yeah, now we'll get to Zabu. Here is our Zabu Build-A-Figure, and he's really cool. He's fully articulated. Even his tail has articulation. We've got the nice fur sculpted all over. You can see those ankle and hind leg cuts, and he's got a nice generous ball peg in the torso as well. I will go over the articulation, but he's just a really nice looking character, and his jaw is articulated. We got those big, nice saber-tooth teeth. And the cool thing about Zabu is if you don't have Marvel Legends, you don't primarily collect Marvel Legends. If you have him, you still have a giant saber-tooth tiger for photography or whatever you want to do. So it was a really cool Build-A-Figure, and I waited and waited because I knew that wave was not going to sell out and be inaccessible, other than obviously Cable, who they already re-released once already. So I'm sure they'll re-release him again. But I did buy the leg, and it was like $20. So that was like the steepest part of buying this, because I was just buying the bath piece, and I usually try not to do that, but such a cool figure to finally finish, so I needed to do that. So we'll go over his articulation, starting at the head. Like you saw the jaw there, it goes up and down, so nice articulation there. The head itself is also articulated, so is the mane, but not as much, but you can see there's a hinge there, so it's kind of tight. There we go. So his head can go down and back, and then we get that nice ball peg in the torso. Legs are fully rotatable. We get a hinge at the elbow, is what I would call it. I don't know if it's an elbow. Paws are articulated. They come out as well. On the back, the same thing, and then you get the extra articulation in the hind legs, so those legs can come fully forward, and he can like lay down And then of course his tail is articulated in every direction, so nicely articulated, nicely sculpted. Saber-tooth freaking tiger. Diaflopaflopafluffs? I don't know what they're called. Diaflopaflus. The magical Leoplerodon, Charlie. First up for scale and comparison, here is Zabu with the rest of his wave mates that I have. Lady Deadpool's over there too. There's not enough room though. Here he is with Spider Knight and Spider-Man, with Chester Cheetah and Goku, and lastly with Indiana Jones and Chun-Li. I cannot wait to get Cammy, she's on her way. So with all that being said, I'd say that this BAF, not the whole wave, but some of the figures in the BAF itself are really cool. You know, I love me some articulate animals, and Hasbro does a good job with those. So we got a saber-tooth tiger. You don't need to get the like $70 Mesozoic one that's on Big Bad Toy Store, which I really wanted, but I was like, I can just finish Zabu for so much cheaper, and then I'll have a saber-tooth tiger for whatever I'd want it for. So, you know, can build a little mini Savage Land with some Jurassic Park dinosaurs and all that stuff, or you could just have Kazar and Zabu, which is probably how it's going to be. It'll just sit somewhere close to my X-Men shelf, because my shelves are pretty full at this point. But cool Build-A-Figure, really cool figure. If you guys like this video, smash like, hit subscribe. Check out the Patreon, check out my giveaways that we're doing for subscriber milestones. Do all that stuff. I love you. I'll see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. So Ollie's is a great place to finish some of the BAFs that you weren't able to get at retail or didn't really want to get at retail. The Captain, or the Marvels wave from last year especially, had an awesome BAF, which was the Totally Awesome Hulk, which is Amadeus Cho and not Bruce Banner. So it's a reason to grab that figure because it's a new figure. So with all the deals and stuff, I was able to grab the BAF for under retail between all the figures getting lower prices and all that stuff. I grabbed one figure at retail and I didn't even get one. I didn't get Captain Marvel. I just got Photon because I couldn't find the BAF piece from her online. But every other figure I got under retail, or piece I got under retail. So I got like 2 of the pieces for like $5, another one for $10, and then I got the Captain Marvel piece for $10 off of eBay, and then $25 for Photon. So we got the Totally Awesome Hulk finally completed. For pretty cheap in my opinion. So with all that being said, let's take a closer look at the figure. Well, as you can see, we have our Totally Awesome Hulk assembled. There is some new parts, there is some reuse. The torso is reuse of the Infinity War, Infinity War Build-A-Figure. Is it Endgame or Infinity War? I don't remember. The Build-A-Figure MCU Hulk, the upper torso is reuse of that. So yeah, we've seen that torso before. The head is new, and the waist and the legs are brand new, and you know this because they're pinless, and we've never seen those purple pants or that gold belt before. And if you don't know about the Totally Awesome Hulk, it is not Bruce Banner. It is Amadeus Cho. He's like a 14-year-old genius. He's the smartest kid in the world. And I don't know if it was after Bruce was killed during Civil War II, or if Bruce was alive and something else happened, because I haven't read the totally new, totally different Hulk or whatever, Totally Awesome Hulk. But that bracelet has like the gamma radiation of the Hulk in it, and Amadeus has harnessed it, and he does not become savage. He's still smart, but with all the strength and power of the Hulk. So let's take a closer look. Like I said, we do have reuse of that torso, and that head sculpt is very, very nice. It does look kind of like Hulkish, but that's because Hulk is a being in itself as well as a facet of Bruce's personality. So it's just like a Hulkified version of Amadeus Cho, which means this, I don't know if he's 14 at the time of this, but this 14-year-old kid becomes a giant green gamma monster just like the Hulk. So that head sculpt is really nice. He's kind of got a smirk on there. He's got that ducktail haircut. And then we come down to these purple trunks with the texture in gold boots, or gold belts. And the bracelet there, like I said, it has the gamma powers in it. And then we've got some texturing on that purple coming down to the pinless legs. So there's really no shading on the green, and it is a different shade of green, which is nice. I kind of like the different shades of green for different Hulks. I mean, it would be nice if they're all the same shade of green as well, but you know, different personalities have different shades and all that stuff anyway, so it totally works. And as far as BAFs go, I'd say it's a good grab. You know, I got half of this wave at Ollie's for like, from anywhere ranging from $9 to $5. So the only piece I had to spend actual money on was
Photon or, you know, Monica Rambeau, because that one I did not see any of the pieces on eBay and I didn't find any at Ollie's. So I did what I had to do and I bit the bullet and I got her, but I didn't have her anyway. So she's on my MCU shelf. And we have Amadeus Cho as the Hulk. Going over his height, let's check it out really quick and grab my trusty tape measure. He stands at about 8.5 inches to the top of his ducktail hair. For articulation, starting at the head, it goes forward and backwards slightly, not too much. We do get some wiggle to the side. Shoulders come up, well, they come off about 90 degrees, and there is no butterfly joint in the MCU Hulk body, but we do get an almost 90-degree angle. We get a butterfly joint. We get not pinless double elbows, but the sculpt gets in the way of that kind of. Torso articulation comes forward or backward and forward. Not too much, but it's still there. Well, it comes back a lot more than it goes forward. It's about equal, so that's pretty decent. Legs come forward to the side. We do get a thigh cut, and we do get pinless double knees, but he cannot kick his butt because the Hulk is a very thick character. And then we get ankle rockers, no boot cut or anything, but he can still pose really well. Like he's about to throw a punch right there. So I have no problems with any of this version of the Hulk. I don't know where he's gonna go on my shelf, but I was like, I need to finish this bath because it's pretty cheap and he looks cool and I know something of the character and it's probably the only Amadeus Cho we'll ever get, so it's cool. As far as accessories, we get 2 fists, which he's got one on, and if I can pick it up, oh my gosh, I can't hold it. We got another fist right here, as you can see. So we get 2 of those, and then we get 2 open hands, which are reused from the MCU Hulk as well. And those are the only accessories because he is a bath. So, and you know, you really wouldn't expect too much more, except an alternate head sculpt is always nice, but that one is still really good. So let's get into comparison. First of all, for comparison, here he is with the MCU Hulk, and they are essentially the same height because the only thing that's different on the body is the legs. These are old legs, new legs. But it's the same body. They just have different paint apps. Like 99.9% sure it's the same body. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am, especially because that has that on it, which this is kind of smaller than that forearm for the Infinity Gauntlet that Hulk came with. So yeah, it's reuse of the torso and the hands, and that's it, which is fine. Here he is next to Zemnu and the leader, and I'm so mad at myself. I went to grab Zemnu out and I almost had him out, and then his toe hit somebody and my whole villain shelf just came falling over. So Zemnu is a real super villain. Here he is next to the deluxe red Hulk. Not gonna grab the green Hulk because I just knocked all my villains over. Like I said, I don't want that to happen with my Avengers, but they're on the same body, so there's what the green Hulk would look like next to this one. And then lastly, here he is with Bruce Banner and She-Hulk. As always, if y'all like this video, make sure to like, subscribe, comment. Totally worth it to grab this bath for cheap. Totally awesome Hulk. So yeah, like the video, subscribe, comment. Let me know if you grabbed him, if you were waiting on him. Check the Patreons, check the giveaways. We're coming up on 3,000, so we'll almost be 3.5 pretty shortly after that. I would say 1 or 2 months because we're just going up and up and up as far as algorithm and views and all that stuff goes. So do all that stuff. I hope you enjoyed this video. Keep your head up, stay brave. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. I scooped a bunch of those Walmart deals for birthday and Christmas stuff, so I snagged myself the Warlord Professor Xavier for $10. I mostly wanted that extra head sculpt for an updated Professor Xavier head sculpt, but we also get a bonus of the Warlord Shi'ar armor Professor Xavier. So yeah, snagged it for $10 on Walmart.com.
probably still up there at this point. So with all that being said, let's take a closer look at the box and we'll get this bad boy open. Taking a look at the box, you can see it says the Uncanny X-Men Warlord Professor X, and then we get some awesome artwork on that retro card. And it's not in a wave because it's a Walmart exclusive, so we just get a blurb and some render of the figure. Warlord Professor X. When the Starjammers and the X-Men join forces to return the Shi'ar throne back to its rightful leader, they're guided by her mysterious warlord, who reveals himself to be Professor Charles Xavier. So with all of that being said, surprise, motherfucker! So here is our Professor X Warlord out of the box. As you can see, he's on an updated pinless body. I think it's Sunfire. I'm not sure. It may be a different one. Let me know in the comments. I can't really tell. Well, maybe I can... One second. Can I take the cape off? Yeah, I can take the cape off. Yeah, it's the Sunfire body. So once again, we get another Sunfire. But the thing about Sunfire is if you put some capes on it, it's not always so bad. So there he is without his cape on. So you can see it's mostly plain as well. So good for customs if you wanted it for that. But it is mostly black based. And then we got some blue lines running up. And there is like a pink and gold variant, which is like inside the comic and not the cover art. So they're probably going to do a repaint of this figure as well. But for $10, you get that extra Professor X head sculpt, which I'm going to put on my Professor X that's in my display. So you get 2 for 1. He'll probably go up on my shelf somewhere too as well, because what else am I going to do with him? But yeah, cool figure, especially for $10. That head sculpt is nice as well. He's got that big shiny metal helmet, and you can see his face under there kinda. So yeah, cool figure, $10 at Walmart. So not a bad deal whatsoever. Checking out his height, let's say here, he stands at about 6 3/4 inches to the top of his spiky helmet. Going over the articulation, starting at the head, it goes forward that far and back that far to the side, because that cape, that big collar around the cape does get in the way. But you know, if it was off, he would have a bigger range of movement. Shoulders come up 90 degrees. We do get a bicep cut. We get double pinless elbows. We get an ab crunch, so forward and backward. We get a waist cut. Legs come forward to the side. Can he kick his own butt? Yes, he can, quite easily. We get a thigh cut and a boot cut, and of course, rockers down there at the feet. So at this point, Professor X is not in a wheelchair. He can walk and he can do some cool poses like that one. So yeah. For accessories, we get 2 fists, just 2 plain black fists. So those are useful no matter what way you spin it. Always nice to have some plain hands. And then you get this extra Professor Xavier. Ugh. If I can hold it. This extra Charles Xavier head sculpt, which is pretty nice. It looks pretty good in my opinion. He's got like a kind of grid on there. There we go. That's better. I don't know if it's better or not. There we go. So yeah, you can see it's nicely painted. It's got the photoreal printing. So it is going to go on my... I keep bumping stuff. It is going to go on my wheelchair. Professor Xavier right here. I do have the hover chair way up top of my diorama. All the way up there. You can see it in the corner. There's not enough room on my shelf for it. So he just sits in a wheelchair for now. So yeah, let's get into comparison. First of all, here he is with our regular Charles with that new head sculpt, which looks quite lovely on him, if I might say so myself. And then also with Rogue and Gambit, who also have shiny new head sculpts. Here he is with the Hatat Zaraze and Captain America, Ben Grimm in Astonishing Wolverine, Moon Knight in Iron Man, and lastly, Astonishing Cyclops and Storm. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say that for $10, totally worth grabbing this Warlord. I mean, you get the extra head sculpt if you have Charles Xavier, or you can use it for this one even and have a different Charles Xavier. He's a cool figure. It's on Sunfire, but you can't really tell because of the cape. New sculpt for the cape and the head sculpts and all that stuff, so that's really cool. Walmart exclusives, so generally if they don't sell out, they're gonna get cut, like that Star-Lord, like this, like that Captain America. So it's good to wait on those. I know it's tempting to jump the gun, but I'm sure that retro card Venom will be cut at some point when they get extra stock in. I'm sure they'll drop the price. So sometimes it's worth waiting. So with all that being said, like the video, subscribe, comment, let me know how your day is going. If you grab this figure on that deal, just say hey, you know, do all that stuff. Check the Patreon, check the giveaways. Keep your head up, stay brave. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah. Hi, how's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. As you know, Secret Wars Black Suit Symbiote Spider-Man was my Marvel Legends figure of the year. But you know, the one thing he was missing was toe articulation. And we have, where is he? Oh, he's right here. We have the Renew Your Vows one with the toe articulation. And I tried to get the paint off of there. I know there's a way to do it, but acetone and isopropyl alcohol wasn't working. So I looked around and I found Crafty Gecko on Etsy, and he sent me some, I believe they're resin printed black feet for toe jointed black feet for Symbiote Spider-Man. So yeah, we have that. So we are going to take a look at our Secret Wars Spider-Man with added toe articulation, which, you know, for being the figure of the year, that can only make it that much better. It's not like he needed the improvement, but I think that every good Spider-Man should have toe articulation. And that being said, the Amazing Fantasy body is the best Spider-Man, so that means Secret Wars Spider-Man needs toe articulation. So yeah, it was pretty simple. All I did was heat up his feet. I popped them off. I just kind of wiggled these ones on and they popped right on there, and they work just like the other feet. I may hit them with a little gloss coat to match the shine of the suit, but even then I don't think it's that much of a difference. Like, you can't really tell, especially from far away. They're just black resin printed plastic. So yeah, we'll take a closer look at that really quick. So as you can see, our Amazing Fantasy Spider-Man from the Amazing Friends 3-pack already has toe articulation, and that's because I got that from the Ben Reilly Beyond suit. I swapped their feet, and yeah, the web lines don't match up perfectly, but I see that as they're being boots, so it's like, well, he just kind of pulls them on and they get kind of stretched out at the bottom when his feet go in, so it's totally fine, and it's not noticeable, especially on the shelf, unless you look really, really close, and even then, it's not terrible. Like, it's not off pattern or sloppy or anything, so that really works. And you know, those were Marvel Legends feet, and then like I said, Renew Your Vows is not my favorite Spider-Man body. It is my favorite one to have on the Spider-Man shelf because my Amazing Fantasy bodies go on the Avengers shelf. So my red and blue and my Secret Wars Symbiote suit are on my top Marvel Legends shelf, which is my Avengers shelf. And I was going to be like, oh, let me just take the feet off of this guy and get the paint off. And like I said, acetone and alcohol, we're not taking it off. So I'd have to paint over them or like sand it off, and I really didn't want to do that. So I looked on Etsy, or I searched Google, and then Google sent me to Etsy, who sent me to Crafty Gecko, who I had heard of before. So then I ordered these feet right here, which, as you can see, are articulated toes. Let me make sure the light is on this for y'all. So there you go. You can see the toes are articulated. And they're also pretty nicely matched to the shade, and they're, you know, meant for the retro card or whichever black base figure you would want to use them on, but you know, mainly for Spider-Man, and they work well. The toe articulation is great. A little not smooth on the edges, but you can tell I'm pretty sure it's a resin print because of how clean it looks from there. And you know, we can just have him down, posing up all symbiote-like. And then he's got his toe articulation on there, which makes him 1,000 times better. You know me, Spider-Man's my favorite superhero. I'm a stickler for how he should articulate and how his frame should be, so it's not good frame for Spider-Man. Too big. 6 feet tall. Too big. But the Amazing Fantasy with the toe articulation is perfect. So, you know, I am a big Spider-Man fan, and whenever I can make improvements to my figures that's not too invasive, something I could like not something I could change back, and here's his feet right here in case I ever did want to put those feet back on. There's nothing wrong with them. You can see the peg hole is still intact there. Well, you can kind of see it. There you go. You can see that the hole is still there, so you know those aren't messed up. I did not break them. I just heated them up. And then, you know, having the red and the blue and then the black suit with toe articulation just brings them both to the next level, in my opinion, because Spider-Man needs to be able to be like posed up on his toes and ready for action and all that stuff. So yeah, Crafty Gecko is where I got those. They both look amazing. Look at those two, they're great. So if you guys want to get these feet, check out Crafty Gecko or swap your Renew Your Vows feet or whichever feet you have for this one. And you know, you could also do just paint over the symbiote feet or whatever, but Crafty Gecko was like $12 for the feet plus shipping, so it was not bad. I think it was like $15, $16 overall. And you know, helping local smaller businesses is great. Not local, it came from the UK. It came relatively fast from the UK actually. So yeah, Crafty Gecko, check them out on Etsy. Like, subscribe, comment. Check out the Patreon, check out the giveaways. We're almost to 3K, y'all. We're like less than 100 away. And then pretty soon after that, we'll be hitting that Venom giveaway. So check out my retro card Venom giveaway video. Make sure you're entered for that. And then there's also the Mezco Spider-Man we're giving away at 5K, which is a little ways away, but hey, 3K is coming up pretty fast. So you never know. Do all that stuff. I love you. Stay brave. Keep your head up. Stay strong. I love you. I'll see you next time, and bye-bye. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. Probably the last X-Men 97 video for a while, I promise. Because season 2 isn't out, so they're not going to have anything coming out for a while. Well, that's not true. We know there's some stuff leaked and stuff for next year, like 2-packs and all that. But beside the point, X-Men 97 for me is about upgrading my older X-Men figures, getting some right head swaps that we have. And I have the 3-pack Love Triangle Magneto. I've already gotten rid of the... Well, the Gene is getting ready to be gotten rid of with the Magneto. I already got rid of the Cyclops and the Wolverine from that pack because I got the X-Men 97 Wolverine and I got the X-Men 97 Cyclops. So today we have the X-Men 97 Magneto, and he's not the perfect Magneto. I wish he was on a slightly bigger body, and he also has red gloves, but I have the other Magneto, so I'm going to swap those hands. And yeah, if you want to check out a lot, I'm gonna have like 5 or 6 X-Men and a lot on my eBay. So check that out if you want. It's Rowdy Riles, so you can probably find me on there. But yeah, regardless, we're going to take a look at this X-Men 97 Magneto with a new pinless update. So can't go wrong with the classic looks updated to fit into 2024 going into 2025. So taking a look at the front of the box, you can see it says Marvel Studios X-Men 97 Magneto. He's got the red hands and he does not have any effects, but I do have those from my other Magneto release, so it's not a problem for me. On the back, we get the rest of Wave 1, and then of course there's a render of Magneto. It may even be a picture, and it says Magneto, and there's a bunch of legal mumbo jumbo. So with all of that being said, let's get everyone's favorite mutant civil rights activist open. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. There he is. Sorry I destroyed the box in front of your eyes. Well, the crazy thing about that purple is it doesn't even match, but I think I may have some matching hands. I think Kang's might be the right shade of purple. I don't know, we'll have to see. But yeah, that's disappointing. So I guess those hands are going to go with that other Magneto because they don't match. I mean, I guess, no, they don't even match the color. Yeah, I'd say those Kang hands match the shade much better. So I do have some purple hands for Magneto that match. So that's good. So going forward, I will show you his other hands. But I'm going to be using these purple hands because that's how he's going to be on my head. And it sucks that his helmet isn't painted either. And what I mean by that is, like, here's the older head. So maybe I won't keep the head either, because you can see the whole symbol is painted purple on, as opposed to just part of it. So that's a little weird that they didn't go through and paint everything along with including red hands, but I digress. So here is our X-Men 97 Magneto out of the box. I like him a lot, other than those problems that I had, like the wrong colored hands and the lack of paint on the helmet, but that plastic cape is also a pain in the butt. It would be nice to get a cloth update at some point, but he looks really good on the pinless body. I was hoping that they would release one in a little bit bigger proportions, but this is probably the classic Magneto that we're going to get for a while. I can't see them re-releasing him anytime soon. So it's time to grab that pinless one, do some swaps, and get your perfect version of the X-Men. As you can see, we do have that classic red and purple look. Like I stated, the top part of his helmet, that purple part, is not painted, which is unfortunate. They only painted the outlines of his face. And then, you know, we've got the purple undies and the purple arm straps all the way down to the purple boots and that big flowing purple cape. So, you know, it's Magneto. I am glad to get a pinless update, but there are some things that I know they were copying the X-Men 97 design, but I don't know why they changed some classic stuff just to be different. I mean, I love X-Men 97 and all the designs in it, but just keep the classic versions of characters so we don't ever have to buy them again. At least I had the right colored purple hands. That was fortunate. But yeah, I am happy to have him. So the character of Magneto is 6'2", so I would think that this Magneto is a little undersized, but he is at about just under 6.5 inches. So maybe it's just the body that needs to be bigger and not so much the height. I think he needs wider chest and wider shoulders and bigger legs, because Magneto is pretty built for an older guy. I mean, he pulled Janet during Secret Wars. Like, he cannot be a scrawny little old guy. I mean, he's not scrawny, but you know what I mean. Like, he pulled Janet Van Dyne. Going over the articulation, starting at the head, it goes forward and backward and not at all to the side. Shoulders come up more than 90 degrees. We get a beautiful bicep swivel, beautiful pinless double jointed elbows. We get just an ab crunch, but it goes backward and forward so you can get him in some flying poses. Legs come forward to the side. We get a thigh cut. We get double pinless knees so he can kick his own butt. We don't get a boot cut, but we do get rockers, and of course we get the wrists on their pegs. But I wish he had an upper ball peg torso, and I wish the cape wasn't so heavy, because Magneto should be like, I'm Magneto, and the only thing holding him back is that back heavy cape. That is just, you kind of have to like pose him around it so that it'll, there you go, kind of. Will he stand? I had him standing. See what I mean? That cape just weighs him down in the back. So it's kind of hard to get him standing and stay standing in any dynamic poses, which is why you probably, there we go, which is why you would probably want to invest in a cloth cape. But, you know, it's a pinless update. He's just going to sit there on my shelf, and you need a Magneto for an X-Men shelf. So bye to the love triangle Magneto. Hello to the X-Men 97 Magneto. For accessories, we get 2 red fists and 2 red open hands, which I will just store in my bin because I guess I'm not going to get rid of them because they actually match. And at least I have those Kang hands. But I do have the older Magneto effects that I'm going to keep. And it's like I have another purple hand to make them all mwahaha. So that's it for his accessories. So really not too much. First up, here he is next to the love triangle Magneto. As you can see, that love triangle Magneto has darker colors, so that purple would have never matched. And I should have expected that. But the X-Men 97 is more muted, not as saturated and dark, but he does have a fully painted mask. So you got, you know, your pluses and minuses, like with anything. Sorry, I'm about to hiccup. But that head sculpt does have some nice new photo printing. So I'll probably keep one of the heads and just get rid of the other one. It's how it is. I sell them as lots. So if some of the accessories are missing, you're just getting a big collection of some X-Men with some missing parts that you're probably not going to miss too much. So I need his effects, and I need at least one of those head sculpts. Here he is next to X-Men 97, Jean and Rogue, Cyclops and Wolverine. Here he is next to Professor X and Jubilee. And then lastly with Quicksilver and Mystique. So with all that being said, y'all, despite some problems, I will say that the X-Men 97 Magneto is still worth it to me, because being a part swapper and a kit pasher and all that stuff, I have the parts to make him my ideal Magneto, which not everyone has an opportunity, but I did, so I'm glad I upgraded to this pinless Magneto to fit on my shelf with my other pinless X-Men. If y'all like this video, smash like, hit subscribe, check the Patreon, comment down below, let me know if you got most of the X-Men 97 like I did, if you got this Magneto, if you got the second wave Magneto, how your day is going, just say hey, you know,
check Patreon, check the giveaways. We're coming up on 3K, which means we're only 500, 600 subscribers away from one of the giveaways, which is a retro carded Venom from Walmart earlier in 2024. I don't know if this is going to be up in 2024 or 2025, but yeah, check that. Make sure you're entered to do that. And yeah, do all that stuff. Keep your head up, stay brave. I love you, and I'll see you next time. Mwah. Bye-bye. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video, back with another Marvel Legends deal that I snagged from Walmart. We have an update of Prowler. He is a Spider-Man figure, obviously, because he's on the Spider-Man retro card. Hobby Brown, who is Spider-Punk in an alternate universe, but in the main universe, he is Prowler, who sometimes, well, earlier in his appearance, he was a bad guy, and then he became an ally to Spider-Man, and even wore the red and blue suit for Spider-Man to, like, distract or cover for him at times. So yeah, Hobby is a very important character to Spider-Man's history, so it is nice to get a pinless update. I have the old one. I'm going to get rid of him after this, because obviously that's what I do when I get a new figure and update. So for 15 bucks, I think this is a great snag. So with all that being said, let's take a close look at the box, and we'll get this bad boy open. As you can see, like I said, he's on that Spider-Man retro card. It says Marvel Comics, and it's Spider-Man in that 90s Toy Biz style. Marvel's Prowler, and then we get the figure with a new unmasked head sculpt on the card. And then on the back, I believe he was a Walmart exclusive, so he's not part of a line. So we just get, you know, his swappable accessories, some artwork, and we do get a blurb. Using a super suit from Kingpin, Hobby Brown became the powerful criminal Prowler. With that caveat that he worked only for Wilson Fisk. Feeling betrayed, Prowler turned to Spider-Man for help. So yeah, he's working for Fisk, and then he becomes an ally to Spider-Man after that. So with all of that being said, you know, I love me some cheap Marvel Legends, but I love it even more when it's a pinless update of a classic character, and I hope to see more of that in 2025. So let's get this bad boy open. Oh, toy gods, please accept my offering to you. Use my super strength and offer you this cardboard and plastic as sacrifice. So here is our new Marvel Legends Hobby Brown Prowler. Hobie, I don't know how to pronounce it. If I'm saying it wrong, let me know in the comments. I believe that he's on the Vulcan upper torso. I don't know which legs those are. They may be new pinless legs, but we do get some reuse in the form of the cape and his gauntlets and his clawed hands, because we got those with the original release, but we do get some new hands. And of course that head sculpt is new, which is nice. It's based on the animated version of Hobby, but you could use it, you know, for Hobby or whoever you wanted to, really. You could use it for a Blade who's not angry. You could use it for War Machine, whoever you wanted to, really. Because, you know, the animated version of Hobby is like kind of, I think he was in like one episode, so it's really not that specific to him, and he's going to be displayed on my shelf with his Prowler mask, which looks great. So yeah. But yeah, there he is with the Prowler mask on, and I do like the black strip down the nose and the chin. That looks really good, along with the black around the eyes. He's a really cool looking figure, and I'd say, we'll show the other one in the comparison, but I would say I'm glad that I got this, especially because he's pinless, and I think the colors are better, not so dark, a little bit lighter. It's more comic booky in my opinion. So, you know, good grab, especially for $15. And, you know, I love me some Spider-Man stuff, so any cheap Spider-Man Marvel Legends that are upgrades or new of characters that I really like are must-gets for me. But sometimes you play the waiting game and you hit a jackpot. Checking out his height, he stands at about just under 6.5 inches. Going over the articulation, starting at the head, it goes forward a really, really big amount, backwards as well, and to the side, not as much, but it is on that ball peg, so head kind of popped off easily there. So, you know, you are familiar with that range. Shoulders come up 90 degrees, we get a bicep cut, pinless double elbows. There is no butterfly joint, just like Vulcan, which is why I think it is the Vulcan torso. I don't know. And after looking at Vulcan, it is not the same torso, because Vulcan is way more defined. So I'm not exactly sure
which body it's on, but we get an ab crunch, so forward and backward. The cape doesn't get too much in the way. Legs come forward to the side. We get double knees, so he can kick his own butt, but gosh, that's tight. Don't do what I just did. So he barely kicks his own butt. We get a thigh cut, we get a boot cut, and we get some rockers. So he's a little stiff. I probably should hit him with some heat, but of course you can get him in some jumping and leaping poses, running, you know, Spider-Man-esque poses, because Prowler is jumping across rooftops and stuff and climbing up walls with his claws. So kind of like Spider-Man, just with a cape and no superpowers. For his accessories, we already saw that he comes with this extra head sculpt, which is very nice, but I probably won't use it for this because I like Prowler looking like that. And then we get some new fists in this metallic purple that they gave us. So those are new. So we do get 2 new items. We get the claws, or we get the fists and the new head sculpt. So with that and being pinless and, you know, the new paint job on him, he is definitely worth $15 at least. I mean, if you can get him for less, that's a no-brainer, but sometimes I don't want to miss it, and I'm like, that's as low as I'm probably going to see it. But I remember I got that Star-Lord that was Walmart exclusive for like $5, so you never know. Here he is with that older Marvel Legends Prowler, and the cape might actually be completely new sculpt. I'm not sure. If you've seen it in another Marvel Legends, let me know. But they're different capes. That's the Moon Knight cape. It may not even be the Moon Knight cape. Let's see. No, because that's the Moon Knight cape. So yeah, so the Prowler has, you know, new body, same hands, same gauntlets and leg things, same head sculpt, but pinless and a new cape. And the paint job and the color scheme is just so much better in my opinion. Like, let's take the colored light off for a second, and you can see the paler, lighter purple definitely looks more comic booky than the darker greens and that lime green and the really dark purple. So I would say that this is a much better look for Prowler, and I'm glad that I got the upgrade. Here he is with Vulcan and Spider-Man, Wolverine and Tombstone, with Daredevil and Bullseye, with a couple of Cobra, and I'd say that about covers it. So with all that being said, y'all, sometimes a cheap figure is a really good upgrade. So I got him for 15 bucks. He's pinless. He comes with more accessories than the original release. So we get an upgrade to our Prowler for pretty cheap, probably still on Walmart.com if you wanted one. So with all that being said, like the video, subscribe if you're not subscribed, comment, let me know if you snagged him at a cheap price, if you got him before, if you're still waiting to go lower, if you just don't care how your day is going, let me know. Patreon, check out the giveaway videos. We're almost to 3K subscribers. We're going up and up and up. So 3.5 we're giving away retro carded Venom from 2024, this year, last year. I don't know when this video is going to go up, but I'm filming it on Christmas. So yeah, if you guys do all that stuff, I love you. Keep your head up, stay strong, stay brave. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. We are coming at you with some more X-Men 97. I went to my local toy store, and like I said the other day in one of my other videos, they had 40% off everything, and they had X-Men 97 Gambit, who's getting a re-release, but he was $39.99, so with that 40% off, I got him for retail. Like, I already have him out of the box, but we also have X-Men 97 Rogue, so we're going to take a look at both of them. You can see I already put a new jacket on him. So yeah, with all that being said, let's take a close look at his box really quick, and then we'll take a look at our face. So front of the box, nothing new. We've seen it before in this line, X-Men 97. We get some artwork from the show of the character. It says Gambit. And on the back, there's no blurb or nothing, but he's from Wave 1, so you see other figures from Wave 1, which is Bishop, Rogue, Gambit, Magneto, and Wolverine and Storm. The only one I don't have is Storm. Magneto's coming. I got him for 24 bucks. So I'd say that's a pretty good deal. And with all of that being said, the name's Gambit Mon Ami. Remember it. Oh, you know I will, sugar. So yeah, like I said before, I already swapped Gambit's coat. So he's got a wired coat on there. And I do have alternate head sculpts for both of them. These are very X-Men 97 animated style. And that's not really where, why don't they want to focus? It's not really where I want my shelf to be, at least as X-Men goes. I don't want it to be specifically X-Men 97. So these bodies are great. It's just I have better head sculpts than I can use for them. So, you know, for the purpose of this review, we're going to be going over it with these, but they're not going to be on my shelf like that. I don't know why she doesn't want to focus, but it seems like Rogue doesn't want to focus. But taking a look at them, Rogue is a completely pinless update, so I'd say she's the more, you know, needed upgrade if you don't have one. Gambit, I just needed him because his bodysuit is black, and the other head sculpt that I have has a black head thing for him, much like Rogue has a black headband on. But you can see she's got a green jacket instead of brown and a green belt instead of brown, but everything else is that classic Jim Lee Rogue look other than that head sculpt. And then with Gambit, we've got a darker blue on his body, and there is no line work there on his little blue chest piece, but we do get the classic pink and blue color scheme all in all. And he did not get a pinless update, and sorry if I sound a little sick, it's because I guess me and my girlfriend are coming down with something. I do have his other coat right here, and we'll just look at that. It's the same coat we've seen from the other Gambits, so nothing really new matches that. But like I said, I swapped it out for a cloth wired coat because it just looks better in my opinion. And those head sculpts are very nice for X-Men 97, but Gambit especially looks super cartoony. And Rogue does as well, just not as much as Gambit. He is very, very stylized. So, you know, let's look at these figures as they are. Well, I'm going to leave them like this for the video. But yeah, they are both great looking figures. It would be nice to eventually get a regular Marvel Legends Gambit release with a wired cloth coat, but this is Hasbro we're talking about. But I do want a pinless update with butterfly joints. That would be wonderful. Mon ami. Taking a look at their height, Rogue is about 6'1" to the top of her hair, and Gambit is about 6 and just under 7 inches to the top of his hair. Going over the articulation, we'll start with Rogue because she has the biggest improvement, starting at the head because she actually has a ball joint. The older Rogue body did not have a ball joint. It was just a ball peg sitting up there, and there's really no rotation. So she goes forward a little bit back, but her hair still gets in the way. Side to side, we get a lot of nice movement. Shoulders come up 90 degrees. We do get not a bicep cut, but a full cut there at the shoulder. Single elbows for her, but they are pinless. Then we get an upper ball peg at the torso, and that's really it for the articulation of the torso. But forward and backward, not too much. Legs come forward to the side. We do get double pinless knees, but she can't quite kick her own butt because she thicky. And then she got a thigh cut and no boot cut, but she can still pose really well, and it's great. She looks amazing. And then going over Gambit's articulation, starting at the head, we get forward and backward, way more than Rogue, side to side as well. Shoulders come up 90 degrees. We get a cut at the shoulder. I think there's a bicep cut. There is a bicep cut under there. We get single, is it single? Yeah, single elbows. Where is the joint? It's kind of hidden under his jacket, but we have it on this side. Single elbows. We get an ab crunch, so he goes forward, not so far backward. Leg comes forward to the side, and we get double knees, so he can't quite kick his own butt because it's sculpt. We do get a thigh cut and a boot cut, which is nice. So Gambit, much like Rogue, can still pose despite some limiting articulation factors. That being said, this Gambit body does need an update, so hopefully we will get like a new comic Gambit, not the Age of Apocalypse one, like a new regular comic Gambit in this style, in a pinless updated body with butterfly joints. That would be really, really amazing. Hasbro, pretty please. Checking out accessories, first of all, Gambit has all the same accessories we've seen before. So he has his charged up kinetic energy cards flying off of his hand, which is on a separate head sculpt. And then we get a separate hand for him to hold a single card with, which, you know, you can remove, take that out, do whatever you want with it. But it is painted nicely, and it's charged up and ready to go. And then, of course, it wouldn't be Gambit without his bow staff, which we have also seen many, many times before. Nothing new here except for that head sculpt on Gambit, but like it's supposed to be the X-Men 97 Gambit, so that's okay. There's no problem with that. That's all of his accessories. And then for Rogue, you can see she's already got her glove, well, her glove holding hand. She's got a hand pulling the glove off, and then she's got an ungloved hand. And then we also get two fists, which are just yellow, and then we get the cuff for a glove, so you can put her glove back on, because you know she's not supposed to touch people or she'll drain their power or energy or life force or whatever the writer wants it to be at that point. But that is their accessories. Here we have our new next to our old retro cards. I like the colors on this Gambit better, other than him not having a black bodysuit, because then this head sculpt that I have, which I will put on them before the video is over, would work out perfectly, because you can see his head helmet thing is black on this head sculpt and not a dark blue like it is on there. And then of course this is just an update of this Rogue with a better head sculpt and a non-brown jacket and non-brown belt, but they're essentially the same height, I believe. It is nice to not have to deal with these rubber band things, and these are both going to be on my eBay, this Gambit and this Rogue probably, so check that if you're interested in owning them. Here they are next to Outback Rogue and First Appearance Rogue, and the Outback Rogue head is going to go on here, and this head is going to go on the First Appearance body, and the First Appearance body is going to go with my head sculpts, and that body is going to be extra. So I'll show you guys in the pictures, or probably after this you'll see it at the end of the video. But yeah, there's gonna be some head swapping. Here they are next to Ben Grimm and Captain America, and then with Astonishing Wolverine and Iron Man. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say that the X-Men 97 Gambit and Rogue are totally worth it, because they're totally worth it to me. Good upgrades, do some head swapping, you got some great comic representations of the characters, even up to modern day, because they always go back to the classics. Rogue is wearing something like this, Gambit is wearing something like this. That's how it goes. So yeah, if you like this video, smash like, hit subscribe, comment, let me know if you have these figures, if you're waiting for the single comic version releases, what you got for the holidays, how your day is going, let me know. Check out the Patreon, I do need to update that to get some videos up there. Check out the giveaways, do all that stuff, keep your head up, stay strong, I love you, I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah. Our favorite mutant couple right here. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. We are coming at you with some X-Men 97, because we're just putting the finishing touches on our Marvel Legends shelf. So I wanted to grab a couple more characters. We have the X-Men 97 Jean Grey and Bishop. As you can see, they're already loose because I got them from eBay. She's missing her 2 sets of hands, or her other set of hand, but that's okay. Bishop has everything, but so I got them for a good price. So with all that being said, let's take a close look at these figures. And here is our Marvel Legends Bishop and Jean Grey. Like I said, I don't have the boxes for them, but now I have the figures, and they're both pinless, and they're in their X-Men 97 style. So Jean Grey's got that really red hair, and she's got the classic suit from earlier in the show and the Jim Lee run of the comics. And Bishop got a haircut, but he's got his classic look as well, with the bandana and the gun on his back and the blue bodysuit with the yellow accents. So they're really, really good. Not to mention the head sculpts are really good, and they can pass for, you know, either animated or just regular old Marvel Legends, which is essentially what they are in my collection. Bishop has his scar, and then Jean also comes with an alternate head, but that's the classic one with the ponytail, and the face painting is really good on it. And the only accessories I'm missing for them before we go over them is Jean Grey's alternate hands. So we have everything else, but I did get a good deal on eBay for both of them without the box. So sometimes it just works out that way, and they both look great, so that's what matters. Checking out their height, Bishop stands at 6.5, and Jean stands at about 5 3/4. We'll start with Jean's articulation. Her head, well, first of all, you can swivel the ponytail, and I know that because it keeps coming off, but it is on a ball peg, so you can swivel that. But her head goes forward and backward and to the side. No butterfly joint. Shoulders come up a little bit over 90. We get really, really generous elbow joints, so that are double jointed. So those work really well. Bicep cut, hinges at the wrists. Then we get an ab crunch, not even an ab crunch, a ball peg at the waist. So, you know, forward, backward. We get a decent amount. Not perfect, but it could be worse, right? Sorry. There's the lighting I needed. Legs come forward to the side. She can kick her own butt because she's, well, almost. Yeah, she can do it. And then we get a thigh cut. And then we get rockers. So, you know, she can do her classic I'm floating in the air and using my psychic powers pose. No problem. So she's pretty well articulated. And then for Bishop, let's see. I'm trying to get more light. It's a little dark. Hold on. For Bishop's articulation, the head goes forward and backward and to the side. Shoulders come up 90 degrees. We get a bicep cut, double pinless elbows. We get an ab crunch. Sorry, I'm not trying to block the light. I'm trying to do this. So we go forward and backward generous. We get a waist cut, legs come forward to the side, double knees, so he can kick his butt pretty easily. And then we get thigh cut and boot cut and rockers. So just like Gene, plenty of articulation for these guys, which is good because they're X-Men, and there he is going for his weapon right there. So you can get them to stand and pose up, and they look pretty cool. So let's check out there. So first for accessories, we get this alternate head for Jean right here, which is lovely with her hair down, but she doesn't usually appear like that in the comics or in the show when she's in her costume. So it's pretty, but she's more iconic with the ponytail, and that's the only accessory I have because, like I said, it didn't come with the alternate hands, but I got it for 20 bucks, so that's under retail, which is pretty good. And then for Bishop, we get, so Bishop comes with 2 trigger fingers because right now he has a fist and kind of a grabby gesturing hand on right now, but you can see we've got those 2 hands right there. And then he also has, like I said, he's got the gesturing hand, and then he has his pistol on his back, which is just in gray plastic, but it works. And that is all the accessories that we have for these 2. First of all, you can see them next to the X-Men 97 Cyclops and Wolverine. You can see Wolverine is the shortest, Bishop is the tallest, so that works perfectly. Here they are with the Jim Lee training suit Psylocke, not Psylocke, and my X-Men 97 custom looking Jubilee. Here they are with the X-Men 97 Nightcrawler and my custom X-Men 97 Rogue, Kit Bash, not custom. And then lastly, here they are next to the Fresh Monkey Fiction Barbarian Santa and the Power Rangers Lightning Collection Morphed Leonardo. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say that this Jean Grey is definitely an upgrade from this Jean Grey, so totally worth it. Did not have any form of Bishop whatsoever, so both of them totally worth it to me. Smash like if you like this video, comment down below, let me know if you got them, if you've gotten any of the X-Men 97. I ended up going back and getting most of them, so that'll go to show you, except for Rogue. I'm waiting for the re-release because I do want that pinless body. Yeah, comment, subscribe, like, check out the Patreon, check out the giveaways, check out my Secret Wars video. I love you guys. I will see you next time. Keep your head up, stay strong. Bye-bye. My cat just sneezed. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. I went to my local toy store because they had 40% off of everything. I got a couple of Christmas presents. There was something my girlfriend really wanted, which I did get for her, a really cool version of Optimus Prime. I got myself RC for Christmas. But there was another thing that I wanted and I didn't have in my collection, and I didn't get him from that 5-pack that was released, and I was like, they're probably not going to re-release him for a while. We have Omega Red, as you can see. He was $62.99, but he was 40% off, so like 30 something bucks, maybe like $41, something like that. So not too bad for this Omega Red figure. I was gonna bring in some McFarlane stuff to trade in, but he's like, McFarlane stuff doesn't really sell, it just sits there. And I was like, I completely understand, because they suck, because I'm trying to offload most of my McFarlane stuff. So I put all that on my eBay. I don't know if it's linked there, so you can find me, Rowdy Riles, on my eBay. So if there's some stuff up there, if you want it, you can grab it for the holidays. I marked some of the stuff down. But yeah, I didn't get any trade-in, but I still got a deal on the stuff that I got, so I spent a lot less than I would have. So it was a great deal, especially getting this Omega Red. So with all that being said, let's take a close look at the box and we'll get this bad boy open. As you can see, the front of the box says Marvel Legends Series X-Men Marvels
Omega Red, and it does have the Sauron bath piece from the Savage Lands. On this side, we get some nice artwork of Omega Red. On the back, we get a shot of the figure and the wave and a blurb, which I will read. And like I said, it is the Sauron bath. And I don't think I have, which one do I have? I have Lady Deadpool from that wave, and I don't have the Sauron bath piece anymore. A former Russian crime lord and agent, Arkady Rozovic is used in the Weapon X project, combining mutant abilities with weaponized cybernetic appendages. So he's kind of a pain in the butt for Wolverine. Same artwork on this side once again. X-Men logo at the top, bottom of the box. And with all that being said, let's get this bad boy open. God, I got such a good deal. And here is our Marvel Legends Omega Red out of the box. And for being an older figure, he's still really cool. He's got butterfly joints. I'm pretty sure this is the body that everyone wanted them to use Venom on for the longest time, and they finally did, which works. But you know, we've got these knee pads down here with the silver and red, and the texturing down there in the middle, coming back up to the silver and the red. I don't know what those are, like shells or like just armor and stuff, and that goes into a gray. And he's got really pale skin with the Omega symbol there on his forehead, and he's got like his cybernetic face whatever augmentations, and then we've got his like cables that shoot out, and we do get some swappable ones that are longer, ones that are shorter. But we'll check out the accessories. So he's just a really cool looking figure, and I'm glad to finally have Omega Red. I was just thinking about Omega Red the other day, and I was like, dang, the only way to get him is to either pay an arm and a leg and get that 5-pack, or just get the single figure by himself by also paying an arm and a leg. And I went to my local toy store because I just had a feeling today to go there, and this is what I found, and I was like, yo, I need that at 40% off. So really cool figure. It is an older figure, but I feel like it's worthy of a video just because he's big and bulky, and it's a guy that I do not have a version of whatsoever. So really cool face sculpt. I know they did slightly update him. I don't think he's pinless in that 5-pack, so I don't see them making another Omega Red for a long time unless he shows up in X-Men 97 Season 2. So yeah, checking out Omega Red's height. Where's my tape measure? Over here behind me. He stands at about 7 inches to the top of his head. Going over the articulation, starting at the top of his head, it goes forward and backward. Not really to the side because the hair gets in the way. Shoulders come up 90 degrees. We get a wonderful butterfly joint, bicep cut, double elbows, which are kind of really blocked by the sculpt, so they really only work slightly. Well, that one bends a little bit better, so 90 degrees at least on those double jointed elbows. I think that one's stuck. I may have to heat that up. Bicep cut, I don't know if I already said that. We get an ab crunch, and it does not have that upper ball peg that the retro card Venom has because that was added later. And then we get a thigh cut and double knees, which actually work pretty beautifully, but he can't quite kick his own butt because he's still really bulky. We get rockers and all that stuff, so probably need to hit that joint right there because that's really tight. I can't get his legs to go out, so I'll probably have to hit that with some heat. Well, I'm just gonna say that those hip joints are really tight and I don't want to risk bending them, so let's check out his accessories. So Omega Red has his adamantium, I don't know if they're adamantium, but they can sure give Wolverine a run for his money, but he has these metal tentacles, and they kind of just port in to this slot on his wrist here. So we get 2 smaller ones, shorter ones, and then we get 2 longer ones, and those also just port in there. So you get some options there. You can have them one with short, you can have it without them at all, kind of extended, fully extended, and these can kind of wrap around figures. They're not bendy or anything, but those are the only accessories other than the Sauron bath piece, which is a leg. And like I said, hopefully they re-release Sauron pinless because that would be cool to have. He's a really cool figure. I just did not want to commit to getting all the bath pieces because of this guy primarily, and now I have him because the rest of the wave was kind of relatively cheap. But it doesn't matter anymore. First of all, for scale comparison, here he is with Sabretooth and Wolverine. Here he is with Magneto and Lady Deathstrike, with some Power Rangers / TMNT Lightning Collection, and some G.I. Joe Classified series. So with all that being said, I will say support your local toy store. Sometimes you find a really good deal like this Omega Red. If you like this video, smash like, hit subscribe. Let me know if you have this figure, if you got him in the first release, if you got him from the 5-pack, how your day is going, if you know what you're getting for Christmas, or if anything you're hoping to get for Christmas from, you know, your loved ones, how your day is going, just let me know. Check out the Patreon, check out the giveaways, keep your head up, stay brave. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. Just did my normal non-Marvel Legends top 10. As you can see behind me, my Marvel Legends shelves are full. We're gonna do a collection toward the beginning of next year, but for now, we've got to talk about what the best Marvel Legends of this year were. So my rules are, can't be a re-release, can't be just a repaint or a repack or a reissue. So it has to be brand new release this year. I'm pretty sure I got almost every single one off my shelves. It was a pain in the butt, but I did it for y'all so I can process of eliminate the ones that are worse first, not worse as in bad, but like not top 10 first, and then by the end of it we'll have 10 figures and those will be my top 10. So it's a split decision thing. I'm not like, I have kind of an idea of how it's going to go, but like nothing is predetermined. So yeah, with all that being said, let's get into it with our top 10 Marvel Legends of 2024. So here we have in front of us, I'm pretty sure, I know I don't have Superior Spider-Man down there, but I know he's not going to be in my top 10. Anyway, so that's the only one I didn't grab because he was just in a precarious position on my shelf, and I already had enough stress from this. So as you can see, there are a lot of Marvel Legends figures here. There's some in the back you can't see. We've got that Carnage in movie Venom, and then movie Doc Ock. So we do have a couple MCU figures, but I don't know how many are going to make it in the top 10 because this is just going to be, as I go, I'm going to be picking and pulling figures out. And we will start with, the Into the Spider-Verse Gwen that I just got the other day, just because she's not in the normal colors that we would have, and she's really great articulated, pinless, and spindly, but she's from an animated movie. So also by that factor, we are going to get rid of Spider-Man 2099 right here. Cool figure, just not gonna make it in my top 10. And we're going to get rid of the Peter B. Parker Spider-Man because he is the animated movie figure, and as great as they are, I don't think they're going to make it into the top 10 because I just eliminated them. So moving forward, let's see here. So I do like this Jean Grey. It's really awesome. But it's on the same body as Captain Marvel, and I like or Miss Marvel actually, the new Miss Marvel figure. And I like Miss Marvel better, and it is on that Black Widow buck. But both of them gave us some new opportunities with the new chest piece because the Black Widow one, as you can see, the Sharon Carter is also using that. Had the sculpted in zipper and stuff. So this one has a new torso, which can be painted over. So good figure, but we still have Miss Marvel in here. So Phoenix Jean Grey, she was also expensive. So she's gonna get removed from the top 10. My Vision, his cape broke. So I had to get a new cape. So that automatically disqualifies him because something broke, despite him being a really cool version of Vision, and he looks great and all that stuff. And I do like the soft goods cape. It's just, it broke, it shouldn't break. So Vision is gonna get eliminated, and I'm trying to get to that crappy Spider-Man that's back there without knocking things over. Let's see. I think next we're gonna get rid of Giant Man from that 2-pack just because Hank is a jerk and we don't really like him. So we're going to eliminate Giant Man. And then next, I love this Sharon Carter figure. She's really cool, but the Black Widow was great. I love that head sculpt with the hair bun. And I used the other one for my Sue Storm on the retro card Sue Storm because that head sculpt that she came with was awful. So multi-use, but this Sharon Carter is really cool, but she's not gonna make it to my top 10. So who are we going to grab next? Let's see if I can get him because I really, really want to get rid of this. Surprisingly, a Spider-Man. Oh, we only locked over one figure. Surprisingly, a Spider-Man is getting eliminated, but y'all know how I feel about this Sunfire Buck Spider-Man that we got with the 2-pack Vulture. He's a really cool figure, but he's also a VHS version, so he ain't gonna make it to the top 10 either.
proportions are bad. He's missing articulation, so they removed articulation and gave us the ugly waist cut, the smaller shoulders. So this Spider-Man is getting eliminated very, very super early because, in my opinion, he's the worst pinless Spider-Man that we've gotten. Who is going to get eliminated next? Well, I can't eliminate Spider-Man on the Sunfire Buck and then be like, Quicksilver's okay on that buck, because I just think the Sunfire Buck, even though they made it pinless and updated, I just think it's outdated and they should just get rid of it altogether. So the Walmart exclusive Quicksilver, pinless Quicksilver, he's cool, he's an update, but I don't like that buck, so he's gonna get eliminated. I think next we're gonna get rid of Brother Voodoo over here. Cool figure, don't know too much about the character. I know he was the Sorcerer Supreme at some point, but we have cooler figures that we got this year. Just a pinless update of an older one as well, so you know, there's cooler figures. Not saying Brother Voodoo's not cool, but not in my top 10 this year. Next, I think we're gonna get rid of Wong. I don't have the Doctor Strange up here because all I did was take his legs and sell off that Doctor Strange because I didn't like the head sculpt and the colors, and the one I had was better. So Wong, and also Bats. Wong and Bats are going to get eliminated because they are as a pair, and Bats is great. He's just an articulated, non-articulated static figure. So bye to the two of y'all. We're slowly clearing this out. Oh man, I forgot my Astonishing Wolverine. Well, we'll just say I'm eliminating Astonishing Wolverine now because there's two other versions of Wolverine that I like a lot more than the Astonishing one. Next, we will get rid of the Secret Wars retro carded Iron Man. He is pinless, which is amazing. It's supposed to be Rowdy, which is one mistake, and then the arc symbol should be yellow. So that Iron Man is gonna go. He's not gonna make it to the top 10. And then we're gonna get rid of Luke Cage Power Man. It is great to get new pinless, bigger sized bucks, but as far as characters go, Luke Cage is not in my list of favorites. He's really cool though, like a great figure. The 2-pack itself was really good. In fact, should I get rid of Iron Fist? You know, I think Iron Fist is gonna stay for now, and Luke Cage is gonna go. So bye, Luke. I love you. Sweet Christmas. I can't believe I eliminated him. Who's next? So we'll get rid of this Vulture from that 2-pack Spider-Man because he's animated series, and I actually got the classic Vulture for my shelf, so I don't even need this one anymore. Gonna get rid of him. So if you want to check out my eBay, he'll be up there at some point. Oh boy, all right. So we've got Taboo and Blackheart. We got a couple of BAFs up here. Not too many. We'll get rid of this Rogue, and she's actually got a different head sculpt in the Outback Rogue because I wanted her to look like she did from X-Men 97. And I just think because the Rogue in Destiny 2-pack, I love this costume for Rogue. It's her first appearance costume, and Destiny's not up here. We're just gonna eliminate them together. Overpriced, $50 for these two figures, and they both come with an extra set of hands, and that was it. So goodbye to this Rogue, and who is next? All right, so y'all know I love Spider-Man, and I was really glad to get Ben Reilly's Scarlet Spider-Man. But in my opinion, the Renew Your Vows, well, because he just goes on my Spider-Man shelf, he's perfect for that. But when it comes to other Marvel Legends, look how he's the same height essentially as Captain America, and that is too tall. You can argue with me in the one, in fact, comment down below. Let me know which buck you think is better. But for scaling and for musculature and all that stuff, the Renew Your Vows buck is too big. There is no debate about it. Now you can say the Amazing Fantasy one is too small, but the Renew Your Vows one is too big. So for that reason, and for that reason only, we are going to get rid of Ben Reilly. I love this suit. I was so excited to get him, but too big. So there can only be one Spider-Man this year. I forgot to put Bishop up here, but we're gonna eliminate Bishop because I saw it and I was like, cool figure, brand new sculpt figure I didn't have, but not an X-Men I know a lot about. So I just wanted to round out that 90s team, and now I basically did. So I love Tiger Stripe Wolverine, I love Black and Yellow Wolverine, and I love X-Men 97. However, Wolverine is jaundiced, and they did not paint his arm hair. So for those two reasons, like he's got yellow skin, we're going to eliminate the X-Men 97 Wolverine. Next, we're going to get rid of Danny Ketch. I love that he came with the bike. He's just a little bit too short. I love the pinless stuff, but he's like very, very short compared to Johnny Blaze. So Danny Ketch and his bike are gone next. The bike isn't up here, but that's where we're at. And then I think we're going to get rid of Zabu. I love Zabu. He's such a cool figure. And Kazar. I really wanted the Sabertooth Tiger, and I really wanted Kazar, and they still need to make, I forget what her name is, but the She-Devil, they need to make Kazar's wife, Zabu's sister or mommy or whatever, however you want to call it. We're going to eliminate these three. It would have been nice if we had finished out 2024 with all three of them from the Savage Lands, but we didn't. So goodbye Zabu and Kazar. Easy elimination right here. I didn't even see him in the back. We're going to get rid of Icarus. Don't really have any other Eternals other than Cersei, and Icarus is kind of a jerk, so yeah, bye Icarus. Next, we're going to get rid of Nick Fury Sr., which also means Nick Fury Jr. because they're the same exact body mold, just because S.H.I.E.L.D., not superheroes. Really great to have this new pinless buck. It's always great to get new pinless bucks. So, I'm not knocking this figure, it's just, there's better ones that came out this year, which is surprising because that 3-pack was so good. So thanks to my girlfriend, I think we finally got the lighting figured out. So we've still got a couple more figures to eliminate here. So let's see. Next, I think we're going to get rid of Lilith because she's really cool. She's, you know, pinless, and she's on that Shriek buck, so she's updated. But there's a lot more cooler female figures that came out this year, and she is the mother of all demons, as you all know, from the Blackheart Build-A-Wave. Gosh, I couldn't think of his name. He's still sitting up here too. So yeah, Lilith is the first, well, not the first, but she is going to be eliminated from the top 10. And next, I would say maybe we're gonna get rid of the Beyonder because he didn't even show up like this until Secret Wars 2 from 1985. And they could have used this spot to make Volcano, which would have been so much better than wasting it on the Beyonder, but it is still cool to get that little battle world, so he gets eliminated. And then next, we're gonna get rid of one of the MCU figures. We're gonna get rid of movie Deadpool because I love Deadpool. I love Ryan Reynolds' portrayal of Deadpool, but as far as figures go, he just has an ab crunch and could have used a wash and a little bit, you know, just a little bit of TLC to make him that much better. And also, I don't really know if any MCU figures, maybe Carnage will get on the top 10 or maybe Doc Ock. I don't know, we'll see. But there wasn't a lot of MCU releases that I really felt like I needed because also it was a light year for movies and stuff. As far as Marvel, we just had Deadpool and Wolverine. So yeah, bye Deadpool, love ya. Such a good year for Marvel Legends. I don't want to get rid of anybody, but I guess we'll get rid of Doom because other than the cloth cape, it's mostly reuse. Sorry, I gotta close the door. And I also gave him that Secret Wars normal face with that mask coming off because it just looks cooler. So yeah, Dr. Doom from the Cabal 3-pack is going to be eliminated. So who's it gonna be next? Who's getting eliminated? Goodbye, Jean. Completely new sculpt on her, brand new figure, really cool figure. But as far as the female Marvel Legends, there were much better ones. Even the Phoenix release that we got this year was a better Jean Grey. So I still love it. She still has a place on my shelf, but she does not have a place in my top 10. Next, I think we're gonna get rid of good old Taskmaster from that Cabal 3-pack. Really cool figure, nice pinless update, lots of accessories, but as hard to believe it is, there were much better figures this year, and I like that. So next, I think we're gonna go with an MCU elimination here, and I love this Doc Ock. I'm happy we're getting Lizard next year, but his lack of torso articulation and lack of butterfly joints, and essentially having to like use these to stand up because there's really not a way to pose them out of the way, takes some points away because it is hard to get him to stand up on these octopus legs. There, not the sturdiest of things, but you can do it, and he's still a cool figure, and it is no hate on this Alfred Molina Doc Ock. It's just not in my top 10s here. So now it's gonna start to get kind of difficult, but I think I'm gonna just finish off getting rid of the Cabal 3-pack because I prefer Norman Osborn as the Green Goblin. Great to have the Iron Patriot, great to have most of the Cabal. Blackheart just took a dive back there. But Norman is the Green Goblin in my opinion, but this Norman fits perfectly on my villain shelf, which is where I'm putting him back right now. So yeah, Norman is gone, the Cabal pack is eliminated, and next I think we're gonna get rid of Nightcrawler. Love Nightcrawler, not my favorite X-Men though, and there's only a couple of X-Men left, and Cyclops isn't my favorite either, but that's such a good Cyclops. I really don't know who's gonna be in the top 10 this year, but we're gonna get rid of Nightcrawler. Love him, no hate on Nightcrawler, just not in my top 10 this year. Next, we're gonna get rid of the MCU Wolverine from Deadpool and Wolverine, just because to get the best version from the movie, I had to make it myself and do that arm swap, which, you know, he's fully articulated and it works completely. I say that, and then I go to show off and I snapped it out, but I fixed it, it went right back in there. But as you can see, it works very well. So I had to make it myself, so automatically it gets eliminated, although he did make it pretty far just because it's still a really, really sick Wolverine. Next, I think we're gonna get rid of our Blackheart build figure, just because as cool as he is and as awesome as he is for Marvel vs. Capcom and your villains display, there's just so many better releases than Blackheart. Like if they'd given him a wash and a separate head and all that, maybe he'd be higher in the list. But for now, for this, you know, well, for this year, he's not, I don't know if they're gonna release another one. Blackheart is going to be eliminated, unfortunately, because he's so cool. Next to go is our updated Sony Venom from Let There Be Carnage. It is nice to get an updated version of him, but these are very, very loose and wobbly, and they didn't add anything like pinless or butterfly joints or anything, so if you re-release and you just add some new accessories and repaint it, that's cool, but it's not going to go in my top 10. Next, I think we're going to get rid of Dracula. Once again, a really cool release. We got a lot of Draculas in the last couple years, which is really cool. I love me some vampires. But once again, limited articulation and just so many more cool releases of awesome classic versions of heroes that we've been needing. So yeah, I love Dracula. I love this Dracula, but not making it on the top 10. All right, so we have 14 left, so that means we got to get rid of, gosh, 4 more? That sucks. All right, well, movie Carnage, you're going, because there's just too many cool comic figures left up here, and as much as I love me some MCU and movie figures, I mean, this Carnage is really cool. If you wanted to fit him in your comic shelf, it would not work because he's too big. So that's another way that's just like, this is a very one and done Venom because he's dead in that movie. He's gone. It's over. We're not going to see him again probably, especially because Sony just said they're done with everything except for Venom, which probably means they're going to fold Venom into the MCU and just make their money that way. So we're going to get rid of Carnage, and there is just comic book figures left. So now we have to get rid of 3 more of these awesome figures. I don't know what to do here, man. Oof. All right, so we are going to get rid of Titania, not because I don't love this figure. I do, but what they should have done is not painted this. It should have all been skin because she's a fashion designer and she designed that with her chest all the way open, and that kind of changes her first appearance outfit because it's not accurate. So if they had done that, she probably would have stayed on my top 10. But goodbye, Titania. Next, frick. Let's see. See, this is getting so hard for me, y'all. Like, I had one in mind what I was going to do, and now I just don't know if that's what's going to happen.